after you lose. So how about inside my head of crying people facing death? Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. To the world, what have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. GROYPER WAR 2.
Your campaign sucks, yeah, we're coming for you. GROYPER WAR 2. GROYPER WAR 2. Trump's campaign sucks, the GROYPER's coming for you.
Yo, all you bitches on the campaign, Trump about to lose to an Indian with coconuts, and you think this a joke? Trump just got shot in the ear, and you are losing to a cackling, fugly woman who speaks in robotics when she is around minorities. Yo, Donald Trump, how pathetic can you be? You fired people for a living, and now you sound like a bitch. You used to be the mean god, and now you sound like a bitch. You are losing this campaign because you staffed it with a bunch of gays. Who the hell is running your shit? Whoever it is needs to be fired on national TV. You look like a straight up bitch, and you are not going to win if you don't fire people in front of the entire world. You are going to be sent to prison, you dumbass. Don't you understand? Our country is falling apart, and you letting Indian women cast spells on the entire party and blaspheme our Lord? Bro, Trump, you better get it right, or these coconuts are going to be placed on your forehead at night like a sweaty, salty GROYPER ball sack. Do you smell that? It is the smell of curry and coconuts. Yeah, that's the smell of your defeat. You will forever be known as the loser that lost to an 80 IQ Indian woman. Your entire legacy will go down a toilet if you do not fire your campaign staffers on national television. J.D. Vance, what kind of decision was that? Fire his ass. What the hell are you thinking? Coconuts, Donald! You are going to be force-fed curry and coconuts in prison if you don't fire all of your campaign staffers because you are losing this election. You need to get it right. Call Nick Fuentes and the rapper formerly known as Kanye West, you idiot.
Groyper War 2, Trump's campaign sucks, the Groyper's coming for you.
Yo, you used to be a badass, but now you sound like shit and you straight up look like ass. Who the hell is running your campaign, Donald? Did you change your mind on DEA? You would have better like hiring a random guy from one of your rallies. At least you know that he would rather die and see you look like shit on national television. Right now your campaign staffers are intentionally making you look like shit, and when you lose, America's gonna smell like curry and coconuts and you will be in prison. But hey, maybe they'll send you to Guantanamo Bay and you will never have to deal with the country that you let go to shit, but we will, so what the fuck, dude? We have to live in this shithole after you lose, so how about you fire these idiots and hire us? You've got nothing to lose except your freedom and your empire and your family and your legacy. Yeah, you have a lot to lose, idiots, so fire their asses and heart the fuck up, dude. Groyper War 2, Groyper War 2, your campaign sucks, yeah, we're coming for you. Groyper War 2, Groyper War 2, your campaign sucks, yeah, we're coming for you.
Well, it's been an interesting last 24 hours or so. Welcome to the cult, guys. Welcome to Happy Hour. It is officially Happy Hour, though we're not doing a Happy Hour stream today. I tried. I really did. I found a state-funded taxpayer training. Normally on Happy Hours on Fridays, what we do is we watch a woke training from start to finish to learn what the left is doing and teaching their audiences. And we have some beer, and don't worry, I still have beer. I have 4 of them. The other 2 are sitting right here. We do have beer. We're going to do the beer vote. But we're not going to watch a woke training today. I found a taxpayer-funded one about LGBT kids in school and all that stuff out of the University of Maryland. And I was sitting here and I was like, no, can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. Because sometimes new things happen and sometimes we have to be flexible. And no, I'm not making a sandwich for you. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I didn't even make a sandwich for Victor today. I got up and Victor was still sleeping because he was supposed to go on a camping trip, and then the camping trip got canceled, at least for today, because it was raining. And then I just left to go to the store. I was like, I ignored my own husband this morning. That's okay. I had other stuff to do. What should be the tagline? Groyper War 2, Groyp harder? No, I mean, listen, the Groypers are going to come up with all that stuff. Listen, I think it's like they're running with the final battle or something like that. Groyper War 2, the final battle. Bro, maybe do your research. Maybe do your research. So yeah, so it's been an eventful 24 hours. And I can't not talk about the Groyper War that Nick Fuentes declared. I just can't not talk about it because it's exciting. Because something is finally happening in this campaign. It's been so boring. It's like we all thought that at least like Trump running for president again was going to be interesting, but no, it's just boring. And finally, and at long last, something interesting has happened. And we're going to talk about it today. And I know that some of you were up with me very, very, very late on a Twitter space last night. I was up till 4 a.m. on a Twitter space getting yelled at by Myron of Fresh and Fit podcast until I called him a low IQ N-word with a hard R, and I do not regret it. All right. The Groypers know who won, and it wasn't Myron. Myron got beat by a girl. Myron from the Fresh and Fit podcast kept calling me a whore over and over and over again, and maybe we'll even listen to it. He kept calling me a whore over and over and over again. I was like, bro, I've been married for 13 years. Like, I'm not like really doing all that much interesting. and he just kept yelling at me and telling me to shut up and telling me no one wanted to hear what I had to say. And I was like, bro, I was in this Twitter space for like 2 hours before you even showed up. Like, we've been talking nicely for 2 hours. And then I got really pissed off and I told Myron he was a pussy and a moderate and a liberal and called him a low IQ N-word. And he wilted pretty quickly after that. Oh, it was recorded. Don't worry, I have it. I actually have 2 different copies of it. It was recorded. Don't worry. Don't worry. Chief Trumpster was streaming it on his Cozy channel while it was happening. Yep, I dropped my first hard R. My cherry was popped. According to Beardson, I was a natural. Beardson said it just rolled off my tongue. He had no idea it was my first. I swear. Oh God, don't ever go through a midlife crisis. This is what it comes to. 4 years ago, I had a midlife crisis and became a streamer on the internet, and now I'm dropping hard R's at 4 a.m. in a Twitter space after getting called a whore over and over and over again by a low IQ retard black podcaster who really has no idea what's going on. Anyway, that's actually not the most important thing that happened. Yeah, I yelled nachos. Yeah, I did. Yep. Nachos, hard R. Yep, I did. So maybe we'll get to that later. I don't know. I really couldn't believe how bad he was. See, here's the thing. You guys are gonna have to stay. Like, if we do a recap of the whole me and Myron from Fresh and Fit getting into a fight and me owning his ass all over the internet, we're gonna have to do that later in the show because this is not about me. This is not about me. We can make it about me later. It's not about me right now. Right now, it's about Nick Fuentes and the Groypers and all the cool things they're going to be doing. Corn Pop says, really weird how people crumble when you show you can whip it out, referring to the, yeah, that was actually kind of like shocking to me because he was like laying into me. He was calling me all sorts of names. He was telling me to get back in the kitchen. He was trying to interfere in my marriage. He was telling me that my political views came from my husband, and I was like, bro, I'm harder right than I'm more right than my husband is. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, it was really something. I really didn't think Myron was that much of an asshole, but obviously Myron has some self-worth issues to work through. It was small dick energy. It was small dick energy for sure. Okay, but we're not going to talk about that right now. If you guys want to listen to that little fight, we can do that later because what we're going to talk about right now is actually much more important than me getting in a fight with Myron on the Fresh and Fit podcast, and that is that last night on his show, and I don't think he planned this. I think this was more impromptu. Nick Fuentes declared that he's had enough. He doesn't want Trump to lose. And in order to make sure that Trump doesn't lose, Nick Fuentes is unleashing the Groyper army on the Trump campaign, not on Trump himself. And this is really, really important because this whole thing is all because Nick desperately wants Trump to regain himself. He wants Trump to go back to the old Trump. He wants Trump to fire these horrible campaign advisors who have absolutely been sinking Trump's campaign from the effing beginning. And so it's coming from a place of love. It is not coming from a place of hate. It is not coming from a place of being a Democrat or wanting Kamala Harris to win. It is coming from a place of love where Nick wants Trump to be better. And in order to get Trump to be better, last night he declared Groyper War 2, in which the Groypers are going to be descending onto Truth Social. A lot of them are already on there. I know because a lot of them are following me, and they're like a whole bunch on there already. Nick is already posting on there. And what they're going to do, yes, this is an intervention. It's, we love you, Trump, and we don't want Kamala Harris to be president. But you need to get it together because if you don't, you're going to lose. So what they're going to be doing, and you know, it's tough love. It is. It's tough love. It's tough love. That's what it is. Naruto says, did you see Tim Pool called MAGA as destructive as leftists for struggle sessioning Kyle Rittenhouse and Joe Rogan? Listen, man, I'm waiting for Cat Turd to declare a fatwa on Nick Fuentes at any moment. Once Cat Turd gets wind of this, and he's already kind of got some ideas, he's sniffing around it, as it were. Cat Turd is going to be declaring a fatwa on his ass. Like, the entire conservative establishment, if you guys think that they canceled Kyle Rittenhouse badly, the entire conservative establishment's going to be coming for him. I promise you. It is going to be effing glorious. And if there's anyone that can deal with that and be like, fuck you guys, I'm right, you're wrong, that's Nick Fuentes. I have full faith that he can withstand any amounts of it. This is what Nick is trained for. It's all coming down to this moment. Nick has been dealing with shit from the conservative establishment for years and years and years and years and years. He has been smeared. He has been defamed. He has been sidelined. He has been blacklisted. He has been canceled. He has been debanked. He has been put on the no-fly list. They've taken his money. They have done everything to this kid that they can possibly do. And he's just turning 26, like what, in like a week or something? This is the moment that Nick is trained for. To go and take his army up against the entire BoomerCon conservative establishment, who has gotten absolutely delusional about what is going on with the Trump campaign. The MAGA base is delusional. Trump is delusional. The campaign is delusional. None of them are hinged into reality at all. And they're going to lose the election, and they don't see it coming at all. Do you know who does see it coming? Nick. Nick saw it coming from the beginning. I didn't want to believe him, but it was true. Nick saw it coming from the beginning. And now he is utilizing his entire Groyper army to go after them with love to make sure that Trump is gently nudged to fire his campaign advisors, and they're going to make other demands too, and they're going to decide what those demands are on Monday. And I think it's going to be a sight to see. You ever get red flags around Nick being a Fed? I don't think Nick is a Fed. I don't think Nick is a Fed. And I say that as someone who is literally accused of being a Fed all the effing time, because I had that FBI interview one time after January 6th that lasted like 2 questions, and they were, Carlin, did you go in the building? I was like, nope. And then they said, what was it like to be there? And I said, it was, well, it was a lot. And because of that, I'm a Fed, apparently. So I know what it's like to be accused of being a Fed. And so I don't think that Nick is a Fed. I think that Nick is, I think that he is genuine in his motives. Anyway, so we're going to watch the episode from last night, and we're going to see this idea formulate in real time. And I just think it was such an exciting episode to watch. I can't wait to relive it. So we're going to do that. And guess what, guys? This is already making waves. Like, there is literally already an article in Newsweek about this. Do you want to know why there's an article in Newsweek about this? Because yesterday, when Nick, in the middle of his show, tweeted Groyper War, the final battle, that tweet currently has over 7.5 million views. This tweet, within 20 minutes, had over 2 million views on it. Nick doesn't even have a blue check on Twitter. Like, that's insane. And so I've seen some people going, yeah, what is Nick Fuentes really going to do? What's he really going to do? The kid got over 2 million views on this tweet within 20 minutes. 7.5 million now. And check this out too. Over on True Social, and I am on True Social, guys. I'm just Carlin, at Carlin, Karlyn on True Social. I'll put my my link in the chats on YouTube and Rumble. If you're on Twitter, you'll just have to find it. But check this out. Check this out. Where can I see trending topics? Look at this. Look what's trending on True Social. No, most of the Groypers are just creating their True Social accounts. They don't even have True Social accounts. Check this out. Fire Chris LaCivita. Fire Susie Willis. Groyper War 2. America First. Fire Susie Willis. The Groypers right now own True Social. And this isn't even, they haven't even started yet. They're in the coordination phases right now. And so I definitely recommend, if you want to watch this, and listen, I'm going to be honest. I'll be honest. I am so excited that they're doing this. We're going to talk about it today. We're going to watch some materials. I even have I've even got like I think some old videos pulled up from the first Groyper War in which they were antagonizing Charlie Kirk and stuff. And so one of the reasons I'm so excited for this, and I want to be very clear about this, is like, I don't consider myself to be a Groyper. I'm way too old and I'm way too female to be a Groyper. The Groypers are young men. And that's okay. They're young men who have a men's movement, and I think that's okay. And you know, I kind of view, no, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. We don't do that here. We don't do that. I have 2 rules in my chat. Number 1, don't be a dick. You will not insult me. You will not insult other people in my audience. If you don't want to listen to me talk on my own show, get the fuck out and go somewhere else. I can do whatever I want because you are in my house. If all you're going to do is bitch and whine and complain in my house, I am going to kick your ass out of my house. Number 2, no whining. If you don't like it, I don't really care. I do not care about your feelings. So get it together, bro. Get it together. You put him on a timeout. That's okay. He can cry on his timeout about it. He can cry all his feelings out. That's fine. So I want to say this before we do some beer selection and then watch the video. Like, I don't consider myself to be a Groyper. A lot of people have asked me, like, Carlin, you're a Groyper? No. I am way too old and I'm way too female. I do consider Nick Fuentes to be a friend. I highly respect what he's doing. I don't agree with him on a lot of things, but that doesn't matter, because the important things now are the things in regards to the entire conservative establishment being completely and utterly beholden to Israel, putting America second in every single decision making, the conservative establishment being the problem, the conservative establishment being the thing that is going to lead to a Kamala Harris presidency on all of the major important points that I think matter right now. I am aligned with Nick Fuentes. Now, there are things I disagree with him on. There are issues that he dabbles in that I don't really like to associate myself with. But you know what? You can't agree on everything, and that's okay. It's all right not to agree on everything. On the important things, I am completely aligned with him, and I want to be supportive of this, and I want to enjoy this experience watching the Groypers do their thing. I think it's going to be a sight to see, because the Groypers have managed to change the discourse on so many different levels. People can make fun of this, say Nick's irrelevant. There's no one even like that's like just provably untrue. He has one of the largest streams on Rumble every single night. He can ratio anyone on Twitter. He is highly relevant. The entire conservative establishment is afraid of him. And he's the only one on the right that's actually managed to mobilize young people. Turning Point USA has $40 million a year. $40 million. And they can't mobilize young people on college campuses. They can't motivate young people to vote. Guess who can? Nick Fuentes. And so we've already, in my community, started taking inspiration from the Groyper War. We took inspiration from the Groyper War when we were going after James Lindsay to try to pressure him to actually tell his audience the truth. And so, but the Groyper War was years ago, and there aren't really a lot of good videos of it. I've been trying to find some. I wish there was like maybe one of the Groypers can like direct me to like if there's like a Groyper War compilation video, so we kind of get a sense of like there should be like a Groyper War 1 documentary or something to bring people up to speed. I wish that was available. Anyway, I'm excited to see this play out, and I'm excited to watch the Groypers organize it. I'm excited to see how they do it, because I think that what the Groypers do can be honestly informative for how we fight other battles in this space, because I think no one can deny how effective they are. And so I definitely want to be supportive of it in any way that I can be, but like I view it as like this is something the young men need to lead, and they need to be allowed to lead it, and that's okay. This is a chance for them to step up and to make their voices heard, and I think it's going to be just really interesting to watch and really interesting to be, you know, involved in as much as I can be in terms of like supporting what they're doing, amplifying what they're doing, talking about it, and ultimately the hope that I have is that they get Trump to actually make changes. Because right now, Trump sucks. Trump is a moderate Democrat that is trying to appeal to liberals. And the reason that Myron of Fresh and Fit attacked me last night and called me a whore 15 ways from Sunday until I put him in his rightful place, like the bitch that he is because I said that I would not vote for Donald Trump right now. I absolutely will not vote for Donald Trump right now. I've been saying that for a while. Nick Fuentes has also been saying that, by the way. I'm not the only one saying I won't vote for Donald Trump. And the reason I won't vote for Donald Trump is I don't want a moderate Democrat that's going to appeal to liberals. Oh, Yasmin. Oh, Yasmin. Yasmin, you missed it. He called me a whore over and over. We'll do it later. Myron called Yasmin. You're going to be so proud of me. Myron called me a whore over and over and over again because I refused to vote for Donald Trump. And then I dropped a hard R on him. I called him a low IQ N-word hard R. And then he shut the fuck up because he got beat by a girl. And he can run away with his tail between his legs all he wants. I don't give a fuck. Anyway. The Groypers are rubbing off. Anyway, well, let's do our beer vote, guys, and then we'll get into the video. Now, of course, this is happy hour, so we do a little tradition on happy hour where I go get 4 beers at the craft beer store, and I tell you guys about the craft beers, and I know maybe the Groypers that are watching don't drink, but I know some of the Groypers drink because I've had beers with the Groypers before, and they've bought me beers before, and that's pretty great. Anyway, it is fall beer time. How exciting is that? The fall beers are starting to arrive at the craft beer store, and I've got 4 classic fall beers today, and I'm going to tell you guys what they are, and then you're going to get a chance to vote, and then we're going to jump right into the video and we're going to listen to Nick talk about Groyper War, and we'll just go where the evening takes us. There's like a lot of stuff we can watch. We can listen to the Twitter space from last night. There's other stuff we can look at too, but let me tell you about the beers. The first beer I have is Shipyard Smashed Pumpkin. Now, Shipyard, I think, is pretty ubiquitous everywhere. They do a pretty generic pumpkin beer called Pumpkinhead. It's actually pretty great. Shipyard Pumpkinhead beer is like just a really nice, like, you know, like normal pumpkin beer. I definitely recommend it if you like pumpkin. It's also really great if you take a shot of vanilla vodka and drop it in the beer. It tastes amazing. But Shipyard Smashed Pumpkin is the imperial version of their Pumpkinhead beer. Okay, so this is the more alcoholic version of Shipyard Pumpkinhead, and it's pretty good too. I haven't had it in a couple years, but I did pick up a can of it today, and so that is our first option, is the Shipyard Smashed Pumpkin. Our second option is called Cake, and this is, let me see. The autumn ale is brewed with cinnamon, vanilla, pumpkin puree, pumpkin spice coffee, and pumpkin spice coffee cake. So this is a pumpkin spiced coffee cake beer. And I think this is an imperial. I think these are all imperials, actually. Let's see. It's out of Framingham, Massachusetts, so a little bit commie. Pastry beer brewed with pumpkin and pumpkin spice coffee cake. And it doesn't say what the alcohol content is, but I'm pretty sure this is an imperial. Anyway, that's our second option, pumpkin coffee cake. Our third option is more of a trick-or-treat beer. This is also an imperial. This is All Hallows Treat. This is an imperial chocolate peanut butter stout, 7.6% from that brewery whose name I can never pronounce. But that is our third option. And then the fourth option, and I like to think that this is a dedication to the man of the hour, to Nick Fuentes himself, the Mexican white supremacist, because this is called Pumpkin Sombrero, and this is a Mexican-style chocolate stout with pumpkin puree. So in honor of the Mexican white supremacist, we have a Mexican-style chocolate stout with pumpkin. These are our choices for today. Let me put the poll in the chat over on YouTube. You guys can decide which one I drink first. Again, we've got Smash Pumpkin. We've got Pumpkin Coffee Cake. We've got Chocolate Peanut Butter Imperial Stout. And we have Mexican Chocolate Pumpkin Sombrero. And those are our options for today. And I bet I know which one people are going to be voting for. So let me just start by putting away the other ones. Hang on. Well, I know it feels early for pumpkin, but I love pumpkin beer. And fall beers just come out early. Fall beers always come out at the end of July, the beginning of August, and it's the way it goes. And it kind of sucks because by the time October rolls around, there's already getting it like ready for the winter beers. So I don't understand the timing of it. I don't like it, but I am going to enjoy my fall beers, and that's the way it's going to go. So I'll give you guys another minute to vote on that. Let me see. Let me just get this queued up. Let me see. And guys, if you need those beers listed like you're saying here, hang on, who said that? Just go to your local craft beer store. Everyone has a craft beer store near them, I promise. All right, last chance to vote for the beer. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yup, we've got the Mexican chocolate pumpkin stout in honor of the Mexican white supremacist himself, Nick Fuentes. Oh, look at the head on that. Oh my gosh. That is not a good pour by me, but that's all right because all the aroma is in the head. It's like a good 4 fingers of head right there. All right, guys. Cheers. Happy Friday. We'll let that definitely smells like pumpkin chocolate. That's going to be a good one. All right, guys. So what we're going to watch today is we're going to watch some stuff about Nick Fuentes declaring the GROYPER War. I've got this queued up to the portion of his show where he starts talking about it. And let's see what happened last night. Everyone, please make sure you mount the like button for me. Mounting the like button lets more people know to come and join us on the stream today. Yeah, it was. Welcome back, Milk Tea GROYPER. Good to see you. Milk Tea GROYPER was especially proud of me with the hard R last night. Milk Tea GROYPER sent me a DM. He was so proud. I appreciate you, bro. Love you. All right, let's see.
Plot. It was two teenagers. And allegedly,
Hang on.
And they were all set, even though the fake threat was neutralized.
Hang on, he's talking about something else. There we go.
But
There we go.
I do notice patterns.
Oh, wait. No, he's talking about something else. Hang on, I need to fast forward. Hang on, sorry.
I don't know why he did it.
Sorry, fast forward.
Like, what is going on with this campaign?
Oh, here it is.
For everybody think that people were pulling the debate.
Here it is. I passed it. There we go.
And I just don't even really understand what this campaign even is anymore. I've been very critical. We'll talk about this press conference and the next presidential debate. It's supposed to take place in September.
Oh, maybe I wasn't there yet.
Announced that they will be doing the previously agreed upon debate.
I'm doing a horrible job of keying things up.
It's getting weird.
There we go.
And just inexplicable.
Wait,
like,
what?
What?
He posted a video of me? Was it a good video or a bad video? Is he making fun of me? The only time I've ever interacted with this is my only interaction with Gavin McInnes ever, was at that, what the fuck was the name of that place? The Proud Boys bar in DC. Was it a good clip? So here's my only interaction with Gavin McInnes ever. I was at the Proud Boys bar in Washington, D.C. after the walkaway rally in October of 2020. And Victor and I were just sitting there, like, having a beer because it was, like, the only place. What is the name of that place? Does anyone know what the name of that place was? Like, Victor, like, this was, like, the only place in Washington, D.C. that you could be in without wearing a mask because, like, just no one did it. And so Victor and I were just sitting there having a beer, like, after the rally, and Gavin McInnes comes in and he beelines over to me and just shakes my hand. And then he walked away. And that's the only interaction I've ever had with Gavin McInnes ever. And it was weird, but it was also kind of cool. It was kind of like when the only interaction I've had with Nick Fuentes in person was when Nick was getting escorted by the police out of the club at AFPAC. And he saw me on the way out and he broke away and he gave me a hug and then he was gone. Oh, it's from the show with Elijah? Okay, I feel okay about that then. Thank you. I was like, please don't make fun of me. Please don't make fun of me, Gavin McInnes. Please don't make fun of me. All right. Focusing. Did he? Oh, points for Gavin McGinnis. I hate Chrissy Mayer. Chrissy Mayer is so insufferable. Chrissy Mayer is not funny. I don't care what anyone says. She is absolutely not funny.
Was the point of all of that? Why would you make a big stink about not doing the debate? Why would you threaten to not do it? And for weeks, everybody says you're backing out. You're totally retreating. You won't show up because, well, why? Because why won't you show up to a debate? Isn't that your thing? So clearly you're afraid. I don't know. Only to just totally capitulate 2 weeks later without getting any concession. I just look at that and I'm just.
By the way, that's not a positive freeze frame. There we go. That's better. That's better. People know I've been doing these tie. I think my mic's a little loud. I'm gonna lower that a little bit. People know I've been trying to encourage Nick to engage. Harry's. Yes, Harry's. I knew it was a man's name. I could not remember it. Yes. Harry's. That's the name of the Proud Boy bar in DC. Anyway, well, that's not the right. I don't have $120 yet. I just have $20. Hang on. So I have been trying to encourage positive upscale tie selection from Nick Fuentes because I just feel like he needs to up his tie game. And so last night when I saw this tie, I have to admit, I was a little incredulous. I was like, that looks like a boarding school tie. That looks like a tie that you would get at like a snooty elitist boarding school, like you would see in one of those old movies. And then someone reminded me, and I think it was Dragon Balls, it's the same tie they wore in Dead Poets Society. Now, I don't know if Nick Fuentes has seen Dead Poets Society. I don't know if Nick Fuentes has any reference for Dead Poets Society at all because he's younger, so maybe he hasn't seen it. But Dead Poets Society was a movie of my formative years. And if you haven't seen Dead Poets Society, you need to see Dead Poets Society. And I actually think it was so apropos that on the night that Nick Fuentes announced GROYPER WAR 2, and yeah, I know he said that someone sent this to him in his maybe I need to send Nick some ties. But it's like fate, right? It's fate. Because on the night that Nick Fuentes conceives of and announces GROYPER WAR 2, he is wearing a tie that is the school tie out of Dead Poets Society. Well, in Dead Poets Society it was a religious school. I'm pretty sure, right? And the whole point about Dead Poets Society is speaking truth to power, is standing up for what you believe in, is not taking shit from the establishment. Like GROYPER WAR 2 is Dead Poets Society of another time. It's Dead Poets Society of another generation. And so I was like, holy shit. This is the universe smiling at us. And you know what? It's even better that this is a tie that someone sent him in his PO box because it's like it's a confluence of random events. Yeah, carpe diem, mother effers. Carpe diem, exactly.
And with each passing day, it is
I don't
befuddling.
give a fuck.
It's confusing.
I don't give
every
a
decision
fuck.
that comes out of this campaign, I just wonder why. Why and who came up with this? And what is the big idea between picking Vance, some of the rhetoric that's coming out there, and now this? I just don't understand. So maybe people can help me understand, but those will be our two big news stories tonight. Before we get into it, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble and Cozy to get a push notification whenever I go live. Smash the follow button. We're hurtling towards 100,000. What you think of all the truth? And I'm not crazy. I'm just ahead of the curve.
True.
It's so funny because lately I've been taking a lot of controversial positions, especially on Trump. People are not happy with me. Many people are not happy with what I've been saying. A lot of people agree with me. They just can't say it. But many people are not happy. I've been called a lot of names. People are saying I'm a Democrat. People are saying I'm a plant. and all sorts of other name calling. But I've been saying this for months, and it's palpable. There is a panic happening in the Trump camp. I've seen it all day today, all day yesterday.
Everyone knows.
This whole week, it's just
They
been
all know they're
panic.
losing.
Like, case in point, Laura Loomer. A few months ago, I criticized Trump, and she was on my case for days, constantly tagging me. Hey, Nick, why'd you say this? Why'd you say that? Why'd you say this about Trump? You're not loyal. You need to get with the program. She doesn't tag me anymore. I wonder why. She doesn't quote tweet at me anymore. I wonder why. She was so tough. She was so confident. She knew all the answers. Don't you remember back in May and June when I started to become very critical of Trump, and she had so much to say about it? She opened up her big mouth, and she, like always, had so much to say. I can't believe how disloyal you are. You're purity spiraling. You care more about the Jews than you do about Trump, and blah, blah, blah. Well, it's August, and it's less than 90 days until the election, and now she doesn't tag me anymore. Now she doesn't clip my show or quote tweet me. Now she's got nothing to say. And if you go on her Twitter all day, it's just panic. Sheer panic. It's fear. It's fear. You can smell it. You can taste it. It's desperation. All that shilling, all that begging and pleading, frenzied campaigning and volunteering and traveling, the thought that it could all be for nothing, all for nothing, because it's going right down the tubes, because they're going to lose. They're going to lose big because they're messing up. And now all of a sudden, she's changed her tune. And now if you go on her Twitter, all day she's writing essays. Trump's campaign has no ground game. They're not doing ad spending. The rhetoric is on fire. I don't know what's going on. We need a course correction. Oh, really? Oh, now we need a course correction? Not before the RNC, not before Biden dropped out, not before he picked Vance as his running mate, not before he promised Nikki Haley would be in the administration, not before Nikki Haley endorsed him and spoke at the RNC, not before people that don't even believe the election was stolen were made campaign advisors. No, now when there's fewer than 90 days until the election.
Yeah.
Now we want to talk about some of the flaws when it's undeniable. When recent polls have shown that Kamala is up 8 points nationally. 8 points. She's up 46 with 18 to 29-year-olds. She doesn't have 46. She's up 46 with 18 to 29-year-olds. But sure, now's a good time.
That's crazy.
To identify them.
She's up 46 with 18 to 29-year-olds. Guys, remember the one and only job of Turning Point USA for $40 million a year is to activate the youth vote. Why does the conservative establishment continue funding Turning Point USA when they continue to fail in their one and only job? That's literally their only job. She's up 46 points in the youth vote, and they continue to throw tens of millions of dollars at Turning Point USA and lift up Charlie Kirk and lift up Benny Johnson, and all they do is throw these big parties where everyone networks with each other and pats themselves on the back. Crazy.
The problem. Nobody agreed back in June. Everybody was drinking it up. Everything's fine. It's great. Some people are still saying that. Some people are still desperately saying that. Here's some white pills, guys. Guys, why are we blackpilling? Everything's fine. Guys, the polls are just fake. Guys, the crowd sizes are AI. I've literally seen people say that.
They are saying that.
Come.
I have had multiple conservatives reply to me today showing me pictures from videos that we have literally watched on this channel saying, Carlin, don't you know that that crowd in Atlanta was AI generated? We watched the entire Atlanta rally and they were like, I've had like people that used to be hinged into reality are like, Carlin, there were really only 1,000 people at that crowd in that crowd in Atlanta, and they were all paid to be there, and the rest of them were just AI generated. And you run the photo that they're posting through an AI generator thing to see if it's AI generated, and it's like, nope, this is real. And it's like you can watch it. It is mind-boggling to me. They have all lost their damn minds.
Kamala has taken the lead in the betting markets, in the national polls, in the swing state polls, pretty soon in the averages. She's got big crowd sizes in swing states. She's up with whites. And you know what the response is from the Trump people? The polls are fake. Yep. Those videos of her crowds are AI generated. Yep. They only have a big crowd because she brought pop stars and celebrities. Yep. The media won't even criticize her.
Well,
they're weird. We're not weird. They're weird. Doesn't anyone remember Trump got shot? Why isn't anyone talking about it? How pathetic.
It is.
How pathetic.
It is pathetic.
How weak. You lose, okay? You were overconfident, filled with hubris. Did you fall out of a fucking coconut tree? They say the media's not fair. I'm sorry. Did you just fall out of a coconut tree? Yeah, the media's biased. Hello, hi. I'm from Earth. Hi, I'm an adult. Yeah, the media's not fair. It's crazy. It's totally, we exist within the context of all in which we live and what came before us. Yeah, the media's rigged, okay? The media's fake. They say, why is the media not challenging Kamala? She hasn't done one interview. It's not fair.
Life isn't fair. Oh, no.
I know. It's crazy. It's just crazy that the media is not being fair.
And by the way, how is it that Nick Fuentes at 25, almost 26 years old, has more presence of mind to understand that life isn't fair than the entire conservative establishment does? It's like, and he's absolutely right about this. The person who whines about like, life isn't fair. I didn't get everything I wanted. I didn't get a pony. Why isn't everyone fair to me? Why isn't everyone just giving me what I wanted? Isn't that what conservatives always rag on leftists for doing all the time? And now this is the entire like state of the Trump campaign where they expect life to be fair. What planet have they been living on?
So it's just delicious.
I actually on that Twitter space I did last night, I had a guy come into the Twitter space and he was like, well, you know, if it was a fair election, then Trump is going to win in a landslide. It's not going to be a fair election. Why are we even saying that? Why is this even a thought that we're allowing to ruminate? It is 100% not going to be a fair election. So why is the hill they're dying on? If it's a fair election, then Trump is going to win. First of all, I don't even think that that's true. But secondly, there is no chance in this universe that the Democrats are not going to try to cheat. So why aren't you just factoring that into the equation? Why aren't you using that to say, you know what? We know they're going to do this. We know this is reality. So we really need to pad any sort of lead we have and get as many effing votes as possible. And you know how you don't get votes? By pissing off your base and pissing off the most loyal people to you because you want to pander to moderates and Black people and Latinos and liberals.
Please keep feeding me. Please keep serving up. Seethe, cope. Lady MAGA is dilating, okay? Caitlyn Jenner and Lady MAGA and Amber Rose are dilating and they're seething and coving, and they're panicking and their fear. It's delicious. More, please. I'll have another. I'll have what he's having. So anyway, I'm just having fun with it, but seriously, so I'm having fun with it, but they really are panicking. And this is a little self-indulgent because I am vindicated hugely. I've been critical of the Trump campaign since 2022. Go back and watch my reaction to Trump's announcement of his reelection campaign in November 2022. Watch my reaction then. And everybody says, oh, you got back on Twitter because you're a plant. I have been saying the same exact thing for 2 years, even longer. But you can go back, because that's when the reelection campaign started. You can go back and watch my reaction to Trump's announcement in November 2022. And I said, Jason Miller, who was a GOP hack, wrote the speech. I said the speech is all about inflation and gas prices. I said this is low energy. This is not the Trump from 16. It's the same stuff I've been saying.
Yeah.
It's the same stuff.
This is actually another really good point. Why the ever-loving F has Trump not gotten back on Twitter? This is one of the things I was saying in that Twitter space last night. Trump is running for president. He is running for president of the United States. And he is just kicking back and spending time at Mar-a-Lago and playing golf. I saw a chart earlier today that shows how many campaign events Trump did in 2016, how many campaign events Trump did in 2020, and how many campaign events Trump did and it is doing this time. He is doing less campaign events now than he was in 2020 under COVID. And significantly less campaign events now than 2016. And it's like, I want to grab Trump and shake him, be like, you are running for president. Like in real life, Trump, in real life, you're running for president. You're the Republican nominee for president. Running for president requires campaigning. And Trump could literally be getting hundreds of millions of impressions a day on Twitter. And he is just squandering that opportunity because he doesn't want to leave Truth Social. Well, tough fucking cookie. Put on your big boy pants, go on the website, and fucking post. Even if you just post one thing a day, it's better than doing nothing. Why is he doing this? It makes no godly... Does Trump really not want to win? It makes no sense. Hang on, I got a super chat from Nathaniel. Daily tip, if this election was fair, my guy, when did we expect elections to be fair? The cost of ignoring the left and the right deserves it. Exactly. We get what we fucking deserve, guys. Every time.
I've been saying for months, for years. And by the way, it has been going on for 2 years. Realistically, it's been going on a lot longer than that even. But it's only now, when it's too late, are people starting to realize the gravity of the situation. 89 days away, and now people say, why are they not spending any money on ads? Why is there no ground game? JD Vance obviously sucks. They were in denial. They tried so hard. They made so many memes of Vance. He's not weird. He's a normal white guy. He's a Chad. He's actually based. He was immolated. He was torched. They blew him up with a flamethrower, and I knew it. I called it in advance. I said, he's going to be the pick, and he's going to suck. Only now do they realize that they made a mistake. And
who was more unhinged, that guy that said that elections should be fair, or Myron? Myron was pretty effing unhinged. Myron came in hot and he directed it all at me because he apparently wanted to call me a leftist or something, when again, I am more right. And guys, by the way, this has been true for a long time. I think people don't understand this. I got I got very right-leaning in like 2021 when I got really into like the libertarian stuff. I got extremely right-leaning. And so people think that this has just come recently because I've been like hanging around with Nick Fuentes and the Groypers. People think that this whole thing about me embracing fascism was like Carlin went from being a liberal to being a fascist. No, that's not what happened. I've been extremely right-leaning for years now. Now I'm like very personally right-leaning, so most of the time I don't care to enforce my will on other people, except now I'm kind of getting to that point where I don't think change is going to happen unless I force my will on other people through like some sort of dictatorship or monarchy or something like that. But the fact is that Myron and this is true of like everyone who tries to come at me. They want to paint me as like this moderate fucking liberal. Bro, I'm more right-leaning than you are. And he was not prepared. And he really thought that I was just going to wilt like a fragile little fucking flower. And he just kept coming at me to try to get me to bend the knee to him. Nah, bro, I've been training in this bullshit for years. You think that Myron Gaines is worse than the socialist left? Like, fuck that guy.
And with the rest of it, I called it from the beginning that Jason Miller and Chris LaCivita and Susie Wiles and the people surrounding him at Mar-a-Lago are hacks. They don't know what they're doing. They didn't understand it in 2016. They didn't even support it in 2016. Only now, in the end, do they realize. So it's very sad. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that tonight. I want to talk about this press conference he did. I want to talk about the debate. And like I said, I want to preface it by saying this, okay? And I'm leaning into, I'm the villain, okay? Bring it ever. I love it. I absolutely love it.
I said from the beginning that 2024 was going to be the year of the anti-hero. That being the anti-hero has been my goal all year. It's been my persona all year. And I just think it's funny that Nick is now really leaning in to this like Joker type. Nick is calling himself the villain. I'm going to call Nick the anti-hero because that's the persona that he is. He's not the bad guy. He's actually the good guy. He's just achieving the good guy's aims with the what is the word? With the persona and the tactics of the villain. That's what an anti-hero is. Ultimately noble aims, but you do it in a way that's going to piss people off, that's going to trigger people, that's going to make people perceive you as the bad guy, but you're not the bad guy, you're the good guy. And you always have to keep that in mind because sometimes you can't swoop in as though you're Superman and actually get shit done. Superman isn't always the hero we need. Sometimes Batman is the hero we need. Sometimes the Joker is the hero we need. Achieving the goals of the protagonist in the method the antagonist uses. Thank you, Nathaniel. Very well put.
All these like MAGA boomers are in my replies. I've just been shitting on this campaign. And I get all these MAGA boomers who fell out of a coconut tree and they're in my replies and they're like, are you a communist? Are you a Democrat? This guy's a Fed. Why is he saying this? Stop him. Stop saying this. And I have to be the villain. I have to be the villain of the cycle. And I am going to burst your bubble and rain on your parade. I am going to torture you. You are in MAGA hell. Welcome to MAGA hell. I'll be your guide. I am here to torture you forever. Welcome to the club. But I have to do this. And I'll tell you why. It's not because I necessarily want Kamala to win. It's not because I don't like Trump. I like Trump. I know that sounds crazy, but I actually like Trump. The reason I have to say this is because it's the truth. And the only way that we are going to get any kind of, because I believe in electoral politics. I don't think, contrary to what people say, I don't think we should abandon electoral politics. I don't think we should abandon mainstream politics. I think they're both extremely useful for many, many reasons.
I disagree, but that's okay.
But what has happened
we can disagree.
To the Trump movement is that it has been hijacked. I'm not anti-Trump. I don't hate Trump. But the Trump movement has become a Trojan horse. It has been hijacked. Trump won the election, became so popular because of his initial campaign in 2016. When he launched an independent challenge against both parties, Republicans and Democrats, he launched an independent populist uprising against all the elites, not just the left, not just the Democratic Party, but the entire elite apparatus, the deep state, the donor class, the elite media, as well as the establishments of both major parties. That was the campaign. That was the movement. That is what made Trump popular. That is what made him an icon. That is what made him infamous. And it was his upset victory, which is what cemented him as the iconic figure that he is today. But ever since he won that election, a war has been waged in the shadows to take control of his movement and his brand. And all the people that were on that campaign in 2016, whether they worked on the campaign, whether they were fighting in the meme war on Twitter or 4chan, whether they were making videos, whatever, they were all purged. They were purged, blacklisted, called racist by the Republicans. And instead, the Trump movement and the Trump White House was hijacked by the very same GOP that he fought tooth and nail to defeat. The GOP, the RNC, even alumni from the rival campaigns of Rubio and Cruz and Jeb Bush. And that has been the story for the past, realistically, for the past 7 years. The MAGA crusaders were purged. The GROYPERs were purged, and the GOP hijacked, infiltrated, subverted, and are now ascendant. And like I said, I've said it all week. I've said it for weeks. Case in point. Think about this deeply. Think about this on a deep level. Let this sink in. Let this sink in. In 2021, on January 6th, what exactly took place? On January 6th, the congressional delegations voted their electoral college votes. And Mike Pence, presiding over a joint session of Congress, read out the electoral votes, opened the envelopes, and read them out. And the strategy was that Mike Pence was supposed to not read the electoral votes from states where the election was stolen. That was the last date on the calendar from the Constitution before the inauguration of Joe Biden on January 20th. It was the last stand. It was the final battle to overturn the fraudulent election that we all know was stolen. It was stolen from Trump. He should have been the president for the last 4 years.
You know, Human Centipede, I was watching a little bit of Trump's rally in Montana, and why the, why the ever-loving F is Trump doing a rally in Montana? Why is Trump even bothering for an event in Montana, of all places? But I was watching a little bit of the Trump rally in Montana earlier, and it's just like the entire crowd, it looked like a retirement village. It was so old. It was so kind of like, it had weak, kind of like old people energy. It was so cringe. It was so boomer. And it's like, and I say that as someone like, I'm not in my 20s by any stretch. I'm in my 20s. But even I was like, this is depressing. Like, this is like the bingo hall. This is like the old people cruise ship, not the young people cruise ship, the old people cruise ship. This is like, I mean, it's just, it's sad and no one wants to be there. And I'm not saying like no shade on old people, like we're all going to get old someday, right? But There is no energy to any of this, and it's not something that's cool. It's not something, even Trump is feeling like dated and old at this point. He comes out to his music and he does his dance. And it's just like, it's so cringe.
The Russia war should have never happened. The vaccine mandate should have never happened. The inflation, all of it should have never happened. And the last stand for Trump was on January 6th when Mike Pence betrayed him. Mike Pence was not a ride or die loyalist. He was a regular GOP shill, and he stabbed Trump in the back. And that is what precipitated the riots on Capitol Hill. It was only when Mike Pence declined to do what he was called to do when the riots began, when people started to rip apart the fences and so on, which is what led to everything. The charges, the DOJ investigation, the charge of insurrection, all of it. Trump being bankrupted and ultimately overthrown. All of it because of Mike Pence. And that demonstrates how important loyalty is in a movement like this. When you're a one-man leader of the people against all of the institutions of power, both political parties and their establishment, the deep state, the media,
literally,
the donor class, when you're up against all of that, it matters who the second in command is. It matters who the lieutenant is. He's got to be absolutely loyal. Who did Trump pick as his vice president this year? A never Trumper. A never Trumper who, when Trump launched the historic campaign, one man against the world, against globalism, Americanism against globalism, again, the upset victory that made Trump the figure that made Trump who he is. Vance wasn't with us. In fact, he was against us. He was with CNN. He was with Bill Kristol. He was with the CIA. He voted for Evan McMullin. He said Trump was Hitler. When Trump said there were fine people at Charlottesville, which was maybe the last based thing he said, Vance went on CNN with Wolf Blitzer and criticized him. That's the new vice president. That's Mike Pence's replacement. If that is not, it's not only symbolic, it's also imminently practical. So it is at once in real terms demonstrative of the Trojan horse that Trump has become, of the hijacking, of the counter-revolution, the subversion that has succeeded, but it's also symbolic too. It is both real and symbolic. Mike Pence, and by the way, if Trump had learned, if anybody had learned about...
No. I refuse. I absolutely, completely, unequivocally refuse to vote for Trump in his current form. There is nothing that you can do. There is no amount of money that you can pay me. There are no promises that you can make that will make me vote for Trump in his current form. Trump either changes or Trump loses my vote and Trump loses the votes of a lot of other people who could otherwise vote for him, who genuinely love him, who want him to be successful, but I will absolutely not, under any circumstances, vote for someone pandering to moderates and Democrats with policies that I don't agree with, that I don't believe are going to solve anything, who wants to go to war with Iran and put Nikki Haley in the government. No. Nerdy says the best villains in comic books think they're the heroes of the story. You know what? Maybe the best heroes of the story are actually the villains. Thanks, Nerdy. Appreciate it.
The mistakes that happened in the first term, the disloyalty, the subversion, the hijacking. For him to choose a loyal vice president like Ben Carson would be evidence that he learned the lesson. It would be evidence that things are different. It would be evidence that things had changed, that there's a chance that we could have had 2016 again. Not only did it not happen, he picked a never Trumper who only apologized and changed his tune because he had designs on a Senate seat. He had plans to win in the Senate. And isn't that the story of Trumpism? Everyone that hated Trump the most, everyone that called him Hitler and a racist, everyone that sided with his enemies got promoted, rewarded, and benefited the most after Trump won. When Trump was in the fight, they were against him. They kicked him while he was down. They went for the low blow. And then when Trump triumphed over them, they got rewarded. And they benefited when they needed something. He was against Trump when it was popular. He's for Trump when he needed something from Trump. And now, in a matter of 1 year, he went from couldn't even win the primary in Ohio to a senator to the vice presidential nominee. And then take a look at the campaign advisors. 2020 was the determinant. 2020 was the seminal moment. The election was stolen. It was a coup. It was a color revolution between the pandemic, the lockdown, the riots, the mail-in ballots, the shutdown of the Hunter Biden laptop, the censorship. It was a coup. It was the most sophisticated, most ambitious coup, color revolution in the 21st century to date. Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita don't even believe that. They didn't believe it then. They don't believe it now. They think it's a mistake to talk about it. They think it's bad politics. They think it cost the Republicans the red wave in the midterms 2 years ago. Now, those two are running the campaign.
Abortion cost the Republicans the red wave in the midterm 2 years ago, and anyone who says otherwise is lying or an idiot.
So Trump's heir apparent and second in command is a never Trumper who replaced Mike Pence, and his campaign advisors are two cucks from the GOP.
Why is it that conservatives seem to think that there are only two options when it comes to voting? Why is that? There are any number of other candidates that are running for president that I could vote for that are not Trump. I am not going to vote for Kamala Harris. I don't want Kamala Harris to be president. My preference is that Trump gets his shit together and starts acting like the Trump of 2016 and earns my vote. Because he had it. After he got shot, he had my vote, and then he lost it the very next week. I might vote for no one. I might vote for Chase Oliver. I might write in a candidate. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do, but I know I'm sure as shit right now not going to vote for Kamala Harris, and I'm not going to vote for Donald Trump. And there are more options than just those two.
To lobbyists, to consultants who don't even believe the election was stolen. And people want to blame me for not being thrilled about this. People think I'm the problem. All these MAGA boomers, all these boomers who watch Fox News, they think this is about socialism. Socialism. They think it's about communism.
Well,
they say I'm the problem.
Well, actually, you know what? Some people might expect me to say it is about socialism, Nick. Some people might expect me to say that because socialism is my thing. I know it better than anyone else on the internet. I sure know it better than any of the fucking MAGA boomers who go on Fox and scream about socialism. But in this case, Nick is actually right because Kamala Harris isn't a fucking socialist. Tim Walz isn't actually a socialist. They aren't. They're politicians who are pandering to an audience to get into an elected position, but they're not actually socialists. And I don't actually think right now Trump is going to do anything to fight back against the far left. He can't articulate the problem of the far left. They're doing nothing in relation to education at all. There was nothing about education in the RNC. Trump doesn't even talk about education. So I don't think Trump's going to solve the problem of the far left at all. Kamala Harris is a progressive, not a socialist. Progressives and socialists are not the same thing, not by a mile.
Open your eyes and see what has taken place. This campaign has been hijacked, and that's why it sucks. Trump understood how to win. The GOP does not. Trump understood the people. The GOP does not. Trump has good instincts. They don't. That's why the campaign won in 2016, and that's why it's losing now. That's why the campaign was popular and had energy in 2016. That's why it doesn't now. Because this is Frankenstein's monster. This is a gross parody and an insult to the original Trump campaign. Nobody wants to hear that. But we need to say that. I need to say that. One, in the hopes that maybe there can be a course correction. I would like to see Trump win, and I'd like to see him win with some actual patriots by his side, not cucks that don't believe the election was stolen, not cucks that said Trump was Hitler. We need real patriots to get in the White House with Trump. So I hope there can be a course correction, and that can happen. On the other hand, if nothing changes, I said this last night, what will happen next is that Trump will be blamed. He will be thrown under the bus, and they will say that the reason Trump lost is because Trump sucks. Even though they're the reason, they'll blame it on him. He was the only thing that made it cool. They made it loose, but they'll blame him. And the lesson they will derive from this campaign is that in the future, we got to go back to the way things were. We got to go back to Romney, back to McCain, back to Nikki Haley, back to that kind of stuff. It's going to be Ben Sass and DeSantis and Tom Cotton. Those are the dorks that are going to be running in 2028. And J.D. Vance, they're going to say Trump he went too hard rather than that he didn't go hard enough. So you might say this is evil. It's necessary evil. People might say, well, you shouldn't be saying this. It's demoralizing. It's FUD. You're just complaining. Well, it's necessary because these are the dynamics that are guiding Trump, and it's very subtle. It's not something that people are being paid from Influenceable to talk about on Twitter, but it's real. And we need to protect the movement. We now need to look beyond 2024 and think about protecting our movement from the GOP. We're going to be chased underground, just like Yoda, if we lose. And we need to be thinking about the day after.
See.
So anyway, but we're going to move on.
That actually is something. And I don't think he does move on. I think he keeps talking about this. But like that actually is something that I'm sure that's factoring into Nick's decision making, in that if Trump does lose and Kamala gets in, he's going to have a really, really, really difficult time of it. It's going to be harder for him to just like operate and be in the world. And so I can understand that. And that's actually, it's kind of a legitimate gripe. Although, I mean, Nick is kind of on the side of the far left with the issues that he cares about. So maybe it would be better than it wouldn't be better for him because they would still come down on him. But I don't know. I just want to say it's a legit concern. I get it. You're doing the Lord's work to educate these dumb chuds. Every time you have to educate someone on the difference between a progressive and a socialist, you have the patience of a saint. Don't I know it? Yeah, I do.
Going to get into the actual news here. And look, just case in point. So today, after weeks of Kamala's media blitz, and that's what it is, Kamala has had uncontested dominance over media for weeks now. She's had big rallies with big celebrities. The advertisements are everywhere. Don't tell me you haven't noticed, because I know you're lying. They're everywhere. I get them. I get them on YouTube. I get them on TV. I get them everywhere. Her ads are everywhere. She's spending a fortune, and I'm not even in a swing state. I live in Illinois, but they're everywhere. And she's all over social media, and she's all over it's almost like, it feels like Trump got shot 10 years ago. It feels like the time that elapsed between 9/11 and Trump assassination attempt is equivalent to the time that has elapsed between the Trump assassination attempt and today. That's how good they are. And Trump supporters want to cry and they want to say, that's not fair. And they're right, of course. Trump supporters want to whine and say, that's room service journalism. And they're right. It is. But we knew that. We've known that. It's obvious. But they want to complain. Yeah, that's the dynamics. And Trump has not been making appearances. He's been missing in action. When's the last time he did something? I guess the Aiden Ross.
Hang on, I got a super chat here from Rottweiler. An anti-hero is a hero who's willing to break the rules to defeat the villain, unlike the boomer neocon right with their losing with dignity. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? The boomer right, the MAGA boomers, would rather lose and not even try and not do anything to fight back and become moderate. The MAGA boomers would rather be moderate effing Democrats and lose than win and be conservative or more right-leaning. Ain't that the truth, Rottweiler? Thank you.
Stream. But where are the rallies? Where are the TV interviews? Where's the earned media? Where is it? For weeks, they have allowed Kamala to dominate the space. Ad spending, social media, earned media. She's had the spotlight. And Trump comes out today. This is the big news. Trump comes out today and does a press conference at Mar-a-Lago. And I think within 30 seconds, it just turns into rambling. Like, I watched it. It was about an hour. I don't even know what it was about. I don't really even remember.
Right.
He went out there today to do what exactly? His polling numbers are tanking. He's dropped in the betting markets. Everybody says the momentum is with Kamala. The people on social media, the shills are panicking. And Trump's big play today to regain the initiative was to go out and give a press conference about nothing. No announcement.
Yep.
No shakeup. Just to go out and take questions and get cornered on abortion and say that same tired line about how if Jews aren't with him, they need to get their head examined. That was the big play? That's all you got? I remember in 2016, at this time in August, Trump did a joint press conference with the president of Mexico. That's what he was doing 8 years ago. Now he goes out and gives a press conference and rambles for an hour and takes questions from hostile journalists. And he says, well, why won't she take questions? Because she doesn't have to. Because the media is on her side. She doesn't have to. They won't talk about it. And you can complain about it, and it's just desperate. JD Vance is running up to her plane and super awkward. And then Trump gives a press conference to say, oh, her crowd size isn't that big and she doesn't take questions. Well, what are we doing? And then the other big announcement from the Trump campaign today is he backed down on the debate. So after Joe Biden withdrew from the race, they had a debate scheduled with ABC for the beginning of September. And Trump said after the withdrawal that he would no longer show up to that debate. And for weeks, people said, well, why are you not going to go? And the campaign came up with this convoluted response. His True Social said something like, well, Joe Biden agreed to it. And technically, since Joe Biden isn't the nominee, then the agreement is null and void. And obviously, everybody said, well, that's pretty weak. Like, you're not going to debate? Why? Isn't that kind of cowardly? Aren't you kind of running? Everybody loves the debates. Everybody loves to see him.
Everyone has, okay, so 1 in the chat if you have seen the Dead Poets Society, 2 in the chat if you have not seen the Dead Poets Society. 1 if you have seen it, 2 if you haven't. I'm honestly curious how many people have not seen Dead Poets Society. No matter what anyone tells you, words and ideas can change the world. Carpate. That's a horrible freeze frame for Nick. I'm doing Nick dirty. Hang on. That's better. Oh, man. Okay, a lot of people have seen Dead Poets Society. Some people haven't. If you have not seen Dead Poets Society, and I say this especially if you are a Groyper or a Nick person, please. And the reason we're saying this is Nick's tie is a Dead Poets Society tie. It's out of that movie. I mean, it's not like you know, it's not. It's extremely similar to the ties they wear in that movie, and that was fated, I think, for this moment, because this is like the modern day Dead Poets Society. It really is. This is the modern day rebellion against everything that is wrong and establishment and old. This is what this is. If you have not seen Dead Poets Society, you need to watch Dead Poets Society. And Groypers, if you're dating a girl and you wanna and like, girls love this movie. So if you have a date or something, you guys can like sit on the couch and watch Dead Poets Society together, and you can put your arm around her and she's gonna love you. It's gonna be great. So perfect date night movie, and also informative about this moment.
Like you're not going to debate? Why? Isn't that kind of cowardly? Aren't you kind of running? Everybody loves the debates. Everybody loves to see him. They love the debates in general. They love to see Trump debate, and Trump is good at the debates. So everybody's like, really? That's one, not very entertaining. And two, that's kind of a bitch move. So for weeks, the Kamala campaign was able to say he's running, he backed out, he's not going to debate. Wow, he's scared. Like that was an unforced error. You just served that up. Now, people can cope and they can come up with excuses, but that's a mistake. He shouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have ever given them the impression he wasn't going to show up. That's a sign of weakness for him to say, oh, I'm just not, because of some weird fake technicality or reason, I'm not going to do it now. It was so weak and so bad, and it gave the Kamala campaign ammunition to say he was running. Then he came back a few days later and said, well, I want to do a debate on Fox News. And Kamala said, I'm not doing that. And then the big announcement today, in addition to the press conference that announced nothing, is that he is, after all, going to do the previously agreed upon debate. After all of that. And this is a story from Axios. It says, quote, former President Trump and Vice President.
Hey, thanks, Andrew. What did you think of the fight with Myron? We might listen to it later. I don't know if I'm not going to listen to it early in the stream, but I'll listen to it later in the stream. Let me know.
Kamala Harris have both agreed to the September 10th presidential debate on ABC. Trump said Thursday he's reached an agreement with 3 TV networks for debates with Harris and said he's waiting for a reply on the VP. The GOP presidential nominee said during a press conference that he's agreed to a September 4th debate on Fox News, a September 10th debate on NBC, and a September 25th debate on ABC. His campaign quickly clarified they've agreed to the original ABC debate on September 10th, and the September 25th debate will be on NBC. The September 10th debate on ABC was first agreed to when the race was between Trump and Biden, but Trump said on Friday that he had terminated that plan.
I'll tell you guys what. If we hit the super chat goal, then we will listen to my fight with Myron of Fresh and Fit from the Twitter space from last night. And I promise you, it doesn't disappoint. I may have been yelling, but I won. I won resoundingly. So if we hit the super chat goal, which isn't really that hard, everyone contributes $5. We'll be there in like a minute and a half. then after we listen to Nick, because we're going to let Nick finish first, then we will listen to the fight. Okay? So that's your job.
Harris repeatedly said she plans to uphold the agreement for the September 10th debate and has not yet indicated that she has agreed to the newly proposed debates.
Appreciate it.
So here we are again. Here we are again. Another mistake, another inexplicable error. Just why? Why would the Trump campaign give anybody the impression that he was backing out, then try to get Harris to agree to a Fox News debate, then back down on all of it and just agreed to do the original debate? That's worse than just following through from the beginning. If he just never said anything about it at all, it would have been fine. If he just showed up to the debate on September 10th, that would have been ideal. It would have been slightly better if he said, I'm not doing that debate.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And then just canceled. That would have been slightly better, maybe. But for him to say, I'm backing out, then issue demands, then back down on your demands and just capitulate to the original agreement, it's like the worst possible outcome. It's like, okay, so you went running scared. You tried to finesse that into a victory. You tried to get them to agree to something, and then you just back down on your demands. So it's like the worst of all possibilities. So what's the thinking here? Whose idea was this? Who said that he should not do the debate? Who said that he should try to get them on a Fox News debate? And then who said, let's just drop it and do the originally agreed upon debate? Who's responsible for this? This is horrible. And think about it. Right now, everything is going against them. The polling numbers are worse. National and swing state. The betting odds are
Nick.
worse.
Appreciate it.
The energy is worse. The other candidate is better than Biden was.
Yep.
And the DNC hasn't even happened. They're going to get another bump after the DNC because that's what happens. You're supposed to get a bump after your convention. So this whole month is Kamala month. The withdrawal catapulted her into the spotlight. She got this honeymoon with the media. The vice presidential nomination was a big story for a week. And then she's going to get the DNC, which is yet to happen. And all of this is happening in the context of the declining numbers. Trump's losing momentum. This presumptive president thing is over. It looks far less likely he'll be the president now than a month ago. This candidate of destiny aura that he had after getting shot has evaporated. He pissed off the base with the RNC and with the new platform. So you really have no room for mistakes. It's a narrow race. The race is narrowing. It's extremely competitive. So what does he do? This. Back out of the debate, then capitulate on your demands. When he could have just left it alone and it would have been fine. He does a big press conference today about nothing.
Thanks, Maria. Appreciate it.
And the journalists ask him a question about abortion. And he says, well, you know, he gives the usual canned response. And he says, well, abortion's going to be pretty liberal in certain states. Why subject yourself to this? Why would you do this? It'd be one thing. Here's an idea. What if today he got in front of a camera and said, I'm firing my campaign advisors. I'm hiring new advisors. And we have 4 rallies scheduled this week. And I'm releasing new policies, but something like that. Everybody be talking about it. Everybody'd say, whoa, campaign shakeup. Let's see what, I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. Instead of going in front of a camera to take questions, get cornered on abortion and say, yeah, never mind. We're going to do the debate anyway after we said we wouldn't for weeks. We insisted we wouldn't.
Listen. For you Dead Poet Society doubters, okay, I know that poetry is gay. I agree with you. I fucking hate poetry. I agree. It's a little gay. It is. But I want you to look past that, and I want you to look at the themes of the movie, and I want you to enjoy the amazing acting of Robin Williams, because this is one of his best roles. This is a classic. You guys have got to watch this movie. This is a coming of age story. It's about rebelling when you're told not to, doing the thing you're not supposed to do. And so just overlook the gay parts of it, because it does get a little gay. There's some Shakespeare involved. There's men in tights and all that stuff. But like, you have to overlook it and watch it with a girl, and it will be better if you watch it with a girl. Hey, thanks, Daniel. Okay, we met the super chat goal. You guys can still send me money and stuff. But after we listen to Nick talk about Groyper War, we will listen to me fighting with Myron of Fresh and Fit, and owning his ass pretty severely. Thank you, Daniel, for putting us over the top.
So there just needs to be some acknowledgement.
Hey, Misa's
from
in
the
too.
Trump side that this is not going well. Okay, at the simplest level, you don't have to agree with all the criticisms. You get people say you're so negative, you're just complaining. Look, this is an extremely competitive election.
Thanks, Misa.
It needs to be perfect. It needs to be as good as it can be. There
Thank
can
you,
be
Mike.
no unforced errors. There can be no obvious mistakes like this being made this late in the game. And I'm not negative for pointing it out. It's called being critical. It's called being analytical. This does not help him. And if you want Trump to win, you should be trying to help him. So I see this stuff and I have to wonder, why has nobody been fired?
Yeah.
Why has nobody been fired? The VP choice was
someone in this campaign literally got famous on television for firing people. And yet in this case, Trump seems more interested in playing golf than he does in firing people.
bad. It's all going badly. The press conference sucked. And this thing about the debate is just inexcusable. Why has no one been fired yet?
Well, can you send it to
How are
me?
people tolerating this? Trump supporters should be.
So there's not an official video. I have a couple videos pulled up, and yeah, we can watch those too. That's fine. But like, if there is a good Groyper War 1 video, can you DM it to me? Because we can definitely watch it.
Be furious.
But I have
they should be absolutely out of their minds because the campaign is blowing it. The supporters are and they don't like me, fine. As they should not. The supporters have to go and do damage control on Twitter. The supporters are ready to vote. The supporters go to the rallies. The Trump supporters are registering people to vote. They're on social media defending everything. They're watching the shows, like they're donating, they're buying the hats. The Trump supporters are doing their job. Twitter? They should be out of their minds because the campaign is blowing it for them. And I think the Trump supporters are earnest and good people, and I think they support Trump for the right reasons. Yeah. But they're taking out their anger on the critics rather than on the campaign. They should be upset with the campaign, and they should be demanding accountability. Isn't that Trump's trademark? That if results aren't happening, that you're fired? Isn't that the whole trademark? Someone needs to be fired. It happened back in 2016. He went through campaign managers and advisors all the time, and it was good. It kept things fresh. It kept things competitive. It was interesting. It earned media from TV when it was Lewandowski, and then it was Manafort, and then it was Bannon, and then it was Conway, and you had all these people. It was the most interesting thing in politics. It was so dynamic. And now it's the same people saying the same shit, making, the same mistakes every day.
No. So, okay. So to be really clear, I've got some clips from the Groyper War. I did a search on Rumble really quick, and there seems to be maybe a compilation video on there. But what I'm looking for is like an official Groyper blessed compilation of like the greatest hits of Groyper War 1, and I'm not sure that actually exists. So if it does exist, can people let me know where to find it? But I have the clips. You're not defining capitalism in the same way that the left is defining capitalism, so we need to put that aside for the moment because you guys are talking about something different than what the left is talking about, and it is actually going to be important for you guys to understand that at some point, but it's not important for you to understand it right now. All I will say right now is that I understand what your conceptualization of it is. I understand the whole National Socialism thing, but we can have that conversation later, okay?
And there's no accountability. He's alienating his base. He's not winning over the middle. And it's just turned into this sell-off, tax cuts for no tax on tips, tax cuts for corporations, no tax on Social Security.
I mean, Trump Jr. does follow me on Twitter.
It's not going
but I definitely
well.
don't have his ear.
The Trump campaign needs to know that. You need to tell them that. They need to know that on True Social, on Twitter. I'm considering doing some kind of campaign. Maybe we'll do it on True Social. Maybe we'll call a number.
A moment
Maybe
of
we'll get Chris
inspiration.
Lasavita's number, someone on the campaign, and blow up their email, blow up their phone. They need to know it's not working. They need to know it's not good enough. They are not living up to their own supporters. So that's the Trump campaign. I think it's a total disaster. I think we might do that because I have a lot of supporters. I have a lot of cult-like followers. They would do it. I'll do the Trump campaign a favor. I will do what they are all afraid to do. All these shills are afraid to say it because they don't want to alienate Trump. That's what it comes down to. Many of the people that are in Trump's orbit, they agree with everything I'm saying right now, but they can't say it because if they do, it could jeopardize their chances of getting a job in the Trump administration if he wins. They don't want to be exiled. They don't want to lose their access. So maybe I'll just do the Trump campaign.
Well, see, the thing about Nick is a Leo at the end of the day. Leo is fire energy. I do the same thing. I'm an Aries. I'm an Aries with a Leo moon. This is why Nick and I get along. Nick is a Leo sun. I'm a Leo moon. Sun masculine, moon feminine. That means we go together like peanut butter and jelly. And so fiery people tend to fire is inspiration. Fire is creativity. This is why it's actually great that Nick is a virgin, because creative energy of creating something in the world is the same as sexual energy. It's exactly the same thing. And so the fact that Nick is not having sex actually makes him probably infinitely more creative because that energy's got to go somewhere, right? And so fiery people tend to be able to just have these sparks of inspiration kind of like on the fly. And so I mean, he's obviously leaning into it, and I think it's a good thing. Yeah, his birthday's in like a week.
A favor, and I'll do what they're all afraid to do. I'll do what none of them can do because none of them are independent and none of them have fans. And maybe I'll use my considerable leverage
like a little lion, doesn't he?
To make our voices heard. Then people can stop accusing me of being unproductive. I will save the Trump campaign. Me and the Groypers will save the Trump campaign. We will give a voice to all of the rightful frustrations that the Trump supporters have, whether they're willing to direct their anger at me or the campaign, and I'll let them know. And if they don't make the course correction, then it's on them, not me, for criticizing. I'll let them know. I will direct my followers to let them know. Maybe we'll do it on Monday. What do you think of that? Maybe on Monday we'll do a show. We will raid True Social. We'll raid the switchboards, the phones, and we'll let them know. Fire Chris Lasavita. Fire Susie Wiles. Get new campaign managers. Fix this campaign before it's too late, before we blow it again. That's going to be the message. And I alone can fix it. I alone can do this.
Nick alone can fix this problem.
Unlike everybody else,
he's the only
I am
one
independent. I'm not a paid shill.
He'll save us all.
I'm not getting money from the campaign. I'm not getting money from Influenceable. I don't go to the parties. I don't need access like a dog. I'm not like one of these craven, desperate, hungry, pathetic political bottom feeders
Hey, thanks,
that
Dragon
would do
Balls.
anything
Appreciate
to
it.
lick the floor of Mar-a-Lago. They get on their hands and knees for this campaign just for the chance they could breathe the same air as Carrie Lake or something. I'm the only one that can do it. I'm the only one with the faction. I'm the only one with an independent base, and I'm the only one that really has the balls to do it. So maybe I'll do that on Monday, and then best case scenario, they make a change. It's positive. It helps them win, and everything is good. And everyone can thank the Groypers for saving the campaign. If they don't listen and if nothing changes, well, then they have only themselves to blame. I will continue demoralizing. I will continue criticizing and shitting on the campaign. I will continue to tell people not to vote. And then they'll have only themselves to blame if they don't listen.
Well, I've heard Nick talking about this, about how like Nick does want to gatekeep his movement. He wants to, he only wants like the Groypers to be like certain types of people. And I think that's really smart, to be honest. Because listen, like the minute that you try to appeal to everyone and their mother is the minute that you become Tim Pool. And you get captured by your audience and you can never say anything interesting and you are beholden to your audience who will cancel you if you don't do the thing they want you to do. Nick is being very smart about how he's developing his audience, and he's been doing this for a long time now. So his audience is like really solidified together, but keeping the wrong people out and turning the wrong people away is a really good thing, because that's going to allow for a more focused, effective movement.
These are just reasonable demands. So, yeah, maybe we'll do it. Maybe we'll do it on Monday. The pressure's building. The people are panicking.
This is going to help
it's plausible.
Trump win.
They'll have plausible deniability. They won't be able to say the Groypers made us do it. They can say, oh, well, you know, it's time to make a change. Fine. They don't even need to give me the credit. I don't need the credit. I'm going to do it because it's for the country. I'm going to do it even though I'm still the villain, even though everyone considers me the villain, and they will later, and I'll never get the credit I deserve. I'll do it anyway because it's really not about me getting the credit. It's about the country.
Whose fans are smarter, me or Nick? Mine or Nick? I think both of our audiences are smart. It doesn't need to be a competition. I flat out say if you have less than 100 IQ, you probably will not do well here, and most of my audience has significantly higher than 100 IQ. I think the same is true of Nick. Like, I've never talked to a stupid Groyper, to be honest. And so I would say, let's just say that Nick and I have the smartest audiences on the internet, and we don't need to be competitive. It's all good.
Country, and I'll do a great service to the country. And then nobody can say it's just whining. So that's what we'll do. And you know what else I'm going to say? If they don't listen, I will escalate my tactics and I will go to war with the Trump campaign unless they listen.
Good.
But we're not going to go there yet. On Monday, we're going to give them one last chance. Monday on this show, 8 o'clock Central, be there. So if you're watching live or the replay, I've just decided Monday, 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern. We are going to raid through social.
Exactly.
We are going to blow up the switchboards.
We are not enemies.
Emails, voicemails,
friends,
and we are going
to
list out our concerns. But you have to tune in on Monday because we're going to write them out. We're going to do a hashtag. We're going to post all of it, and we're going to let them know. We're going to give them a rap in the beak. We're going to punch them in the nose and say, hey, listen up. You are failing us. We want Trump to win. We want America first, but you are letting us down. You're blowing it. This is the biggest missed opportunity in history. You're blowing it for Trump. You're blowing it for us, and we're not going to let it happen. And we're going to give them a little time. And if they don't fix it, I will escalate my tactics in swing states. I will go to swing states. I will go to the ones where they're in trouble the most, and I will make it worse.
Good.
And I'll bring the Groypers with me. And that I vow, because I have to save the Trump campaign from itself. I campaigned in New Hampshire in 2016. I knocked
Come
on
back to
doors.
New Hampshire. That'd be great.
I brought people to New Hampshire
Why
in
not?
buses up to Manchester to knock on doors and leave door hangers and phone bank. I did all of it in October, November 2016. I was at Stop the Steal. I encouraged people to vote in 2020. In 2024, we are going to fight the hostile takeover.
You know what? Fun fact. I was at the Atlanta Stop the Steal rally that Nick was at. I didn't like meet him or anything, and I don't think I even liked him at the time. But my friend Elle was also some bitch I know was also at the Atlanta Stop the Steal rally, and Elle was brought there, I think, by Ali Alexander, and somehow Elle ended up in the same car as Nick Fuentes, and she had no fucking clue who he was. And so she was like, "Who are you?" And the Groypers apparently that were there like, "That's Nick Fuentes. You don't know who?" She's like, "No, I have no idea who he is."
It's a different battle, but it's the same war. We're going to fight and save Trump from his own people. We're going to let him know they're not going to be able to ignore it. Trump will not be able to ignore it. Maybe we'll get guests. Maybe we'll get some celebrity guest stars. I don't know. We'll have to get some people on.
I want to be okay. So can I say this? This is my one ask. I've never wanted anything so much in my life. I feel like I've never asked Nick for anything. Even when the Groypers were giving me shit, I told Nick to stay out of it. Even when I had issues with what's his name, Lucas Gage, all I did was text Nick and apologize and tell him I didn't want him involved. I have never asked Nick for anything in my life, but this is what I want. Okay, all the Groypers, are you ready to help me fulfill this dream? If Nick does any collaborations with people talking about how much the Trump campaign sucks and doing an airing of grievances, can he please collaborate with me? Can Nick and I please have this conversation? I have so much to say. I have so many grievances with the Trump campaign and with all of the bullshit and with the MAGA boomers. And I feel like Nick and I are so aligned. But you know what's interesting about it is we come from two very different places. And so I feel like it would be like this perfect collaboration of an airing of grievances, but in a constructive way. Can this please happen? If he does this, I want it so bad. I've never wanted anything so much in my life. No, I can't. I don't have enough clout for him. He won't do it. But I really want this. I've never... Come on, please. I went to Detroit. I got accosted by a black person in 7-Eleven for Nick. I was at AFPAC. Come on. No, I really do want that, though. Can someone super chat him and ask him? Please? Can someone super chat him and ask him for me? Being very nice. I don't want to do it. I feel like Nick is the man in this situation and I am the girl. And he needs to ask me. I don't have enough clout for him, honestly. I'm saying, I know that, and that's fine, and that's cool. And I have purposefully carved out a little corner for myself on the internet where I have no influence and I'm not relevant, and so I don't get as much shit. But I really, 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 really want to do this. Please. I will go to, if Nick does this, I will go to Catholic church. I'll try on being a Catholic. If Nick does this, I will view that as a sign from God that I'm supposed to welcome the Catholic Church into my life in some way. Oh, please. It would be so fun. I've never wanted anything so much in my life. I never get anything I want. That's all I want. That's it. I think I got a super chat. Hang on. I feel like I've been very helpful to Nick in terms of giving him tie advice. You have to admit, listen, you have to admit that Nick's tie game has stepped up a notch. And I don't know if it was the new studio and he bought a whole bunch of new ties to match the colors in the studio, because many of his ties really do seem to match the colors in the studio. But I really feel like I have been very, very, very influential in terms of the tie game. And you know what? Here's another thing. It would really piss off Milo Yiannopoulos, because Milo Yiannopoulos has been cozying up to me lately. He's been tweeting at me a lot. Milo tweets at me like every day. Now, don't get it twisted. I'm not collaborating with Milo. Don't listen to Mio. I'm not on Milo. I've never even spoken to Milo except publicly on Twitter. But I feel like this would really piss off Milo too. Just a bonus. Anyway, I've never wanted something so much in my life. And I really hope it happens. But I'm a girl. At the end of the day, I'm not going to ask him. He knows how to get in touch with me. He needs to be the man and ask me. Because I don't want to. Wait, hang on. Consider this my ask. This is my ask. I'm like, please. All right, that's all I want. Thank you guys for your help. I appreciate you. Wait, did I have a super chat? Hang on, I think someone sent a super chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. Wait, I betrayed Trump? When did I owe anything to Trump at all? Please tell me how I have betrayed Donald Trump. The like, seriously, bro, he's a politician. He's betrayed me. If anything, Donald Trump has betrayed me. I believed in Trump. I put my life on hold for a year for Trump in 2020 when I was doing Trump rallies every single fucking weekend all over the country. I believed in him and he let me down. So, I don't owe him nothing. Nothing.
We'll schedule, maybe we'll do it all week. Maybe we'll do it all week next week. I'll have to think about it. I'm making this plan as I go. This is a live stream. This is live
Good
television.
plan.
I'm making it up as I go along. But maybe we'll do it all week. But it's time for us to get off the sidelines. I'm done. Listen, I'm rolling up. I'm rolling up my sleeves. Is this a look? I'm rolling up my sleeves. I'm done sitting on the sidelines. I've decided just now that it's time for Nick Fuentes to get off the sidelines and to get into the race. It's time for the Groypers to get off the sidelines and to get into the race. And it's time for us to
look at this asshole. Look at this guy. You and the Groypers will be brought to swift justice by betraying Donald J. Trump after you use it. Are you serious, bro? Are you serious? The MAGA boomers are like, we will smite thee, Groypers. Like, get a grip.
Them know this is not the Trump campaign from 2016. It's worse. So I've been saying it, but maybe I just haven't been saying it loudly enough or systematically enough. But on Monday, the Groypers will roar in one unified voice. You're blowing it. In one unified voice. Me, I am your voice. We will let them know, and they will not be able to ignore us, that the Trump campaign is blowing it. It has to change, and it has to change right now. That's our message on Monday. So that's what we're going to do. Rawr. People saying rawr in the chat. Rawr. So,
like a lion, like a Leo.
That is what we will do. So tell me in the comments of this video, DM me on Twitter, tag me on Twitter. Maybe we'll do a call-in show. But let me know. Tag me on Twitter.
You know what I'm gonna get Nick for his birthday? I'm gonna get him a present. I'm gonna get him a green tie. I'm gonna get Nick a green power tie for his birthday that matches like his whole set, like the shades of green in his set. I think that's a good idea. I'm gonna send it to his PO box. It's gonna happen. Nick needs a green tie. He doesn't have a green screen anymore. It's time. No one tell him, okay? This is a secret. It's just between you and me and the internet.
DM me on Twitter. Leave comments on Rumble. Tell me what you want for us to say to the Trump campaign next week. And I will tell them. I will bring it. They will not ignore me. They may be able to ignore you. You might say, I'm just some guy. They cannot ignore us. They cannot ignore us. Because we are a team. So
really? Ashley,
Monday,
really?
Let me know what you want us to
the
say.
Groypers hate Ashley
Give me
St.
some
Clair.
suggestions. I'll have the Groyper think tank drafted up, and we will tell them. And if they don't listen, then we'll make it hurt.
Good.
You think it's bad now? You think you don't like me now? You think I'm the villain now? Give me I haven't even fucking started.
Good.
I haven't even begun. You think I'm a pain in the ass? You think I'm annoying now? You don't like my criticisms of Trump? It's no more Mr. Nice Guy. No more talking about Baker Square. I haven't even started. I haven't even gotten off the couch
Well, he can
yet.
have another one, okay? You can have more than one green tie.
So that's our plan.
Hey, happy birthday, Steve.
It doesn't
we
matter
appreciate
who we
you.
are. What happens is our plan. And we'll let them know. We'll let them know. All right, but that's that. We're probably not going to get into the Taylor Swift thing tonight because we're out of time. We're out of time.
Hang on.
But we're still going to take your super chats. We'll see what you guys
Hang on. Nick's going to talk for a little bit more. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I need to go to the little socialist room. So I'm going to let Nick talk for a second. I'll be right back, okay?
I have to say, I can't really follow that up with more.
Well, we're going to be
monologue,
streaming
you know
for
what
a minute.
Like,
I got more stuff I want to watch.
Declare war
we're
and
not
then
done
say,
yet.
okay. And now for our next story. But that's my declaration of war. So tell me what you think in the comments. Let me know what you want me to say. Tag me on Twitter, send me a DM, and we'll make this the hub. This is now the war room. This is now the Groyper war room. There is a new meme. Dare I say it? I am declaring a new Groyper war against the Trump campaign until we can figure out what the hell is going on. I'm declaring a new Groyper war. You have alienated us. You have ignored us. You don't listen to our concerns. We have been left behind. The Trump movement and the GOP have moved on without us. It serves Israel and corporations and immigrants, but it doesn't serve Native Americans. What about Native Americans?
Look at this. This guy is still complaining in the chat. Sad that Nick can make a bunch of these disgusting threats. What threats is he making? Bro, what threats is he making? Nick is saying, I am going to go tell Trump that he is wrong on Truth Social. That's the threat? I'm going to go warn Trump that he's losing on Truth Social. And you're like, how dare you? And you're like, he can make these threats with zero consequences. That's literally what free speech is, dude. That's the entire goddamn point. He is allowed to say whatever the F he wants to say.
Americans. What about Americans? What about young white men and others too? But what about us? Charlie Kirk is to the right of Trump on immigration. That's unacceptable.
I'm to the right of all of them on immigration. Just saying.
So I think it's time for another Groyper war. We're bigger.
I'm more far right than all of them.
Stronger than ever. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Rumble. This is a big live stream every night. We have allies. So I think it's...
That's like actually starting to become a point of pride for me, by the way, that like how far right I've gotten. Because and now I understand it. Now I understand why the dissident right always look down and we're kind of like brat bastards to like normal like conservatives. Because I'm like, I do the same thing now. I'm like, you guys fucking suck. Like, that's not good enough. You guys are moderate Democrats. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, bro, you're allowed to say whatever you want, and we're allowed to make fun of you too. Yup, that's how that works.
Time to up the ante a little bit. Joker 2 is premiering in October.
Yeah! Perfect.
Joker 2.
It's a confluence of events.
5-year anniversary. The show is back. We're opening the chest. I think it's time for GROYPER WAR 2.
See, again, these are the moments where you know that the universe is winking. Hang on. That's an unfair freeze frame to Nick. Hang on. That's not that's there we go. That's a good freeze frame. See, these are the moments again where you know the universe is winking at you. Joker 2 is coming out in October. Nick Fuentes has modeled his entire studio after the Joker. This is the year of the anti-hero. Trump is going to lose if this doesn't happen. This is like the universe. These are all signs. Nick is wearing the tie from the Dead Poets Society. All of these things just coming together at the same time. And it feels really good. Everyone feel the energy. Everyone excited. This is the most exciting thing that's happened the entire election. That's how you know this is the direction you go in. You follow your excitement all the time. You follow the good energy. You follow the thing that revives you, that makes you feel good, that gives you life. Saving, yes, this is divine intervention. And the fact that Nick came up with this on the fly, it was an inspired moment. This was Nick's, I mean, he wouldn't call them spirit guides. He might call them like guardian angels or something like that. These were Nick's guardian angels whispering in his ear and saying, Nick, it's time. It's time. It's time for GROYPER WAR 2. Just in time for Joker 2. It's time for GROYPER WAR 2, Nick. Do it. Do it. Trump can't win without you, Nick. These are his guardian angels whispering in his ear. And Nick is connected enough to God where he listened. And this is why this has happened. Trust these moments. These are the moments that tell you that God is real. I'm being serious about that. I know I'm sounding like I'm doing joking, sarcastic, dry humor voice. But these are the moments that tell you that God is real. These perfect confluences of events where all of this random stuff, yeah, it's the Holy Spirit. It's the Holy Spirit. Exactly. It's the Holy Spirit. Exactly. The perfect confluence of all this random stuff coming together at exactly the right time. You don't ignore these moments. If you ignore these moments, you will regret it for the rest of your life.
Better, stronger than ever. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Rumble. This is a big live stream every night. We have allies, so I think it's time to up the ante a little bit. Joker 2 is premiering in October. Joker 2, 5-year anniversary. The show is back. We're opening the chest. I think it's time for GROYPER WAR 2. And this time, we're going all out. Justice once. And we will bring the energy. It's just a question of whether they want to get on board or get out of the way. That's the question. But we will bring, the GROYPERs will bring the energy. Memes, edits, replies, trolls. Get with us or get the fuck out of the way. GROYPER WAR 2 coming soon. I declare a GROYPER war.
1, 2, 3,
I'm done.
4.
I'm done playing around.
GROYPER war.
I'm done sitting on the sidelines and complaining. Are you happy?
Yes.
I'm done sitting around and being blamed and accused, complaining about how it's not going well. I'm going to use my leverage. I'm going to do something about it. We have power. We have GROYPER power. And this is about to become the GROYPER election. So,
how many GROYPERs do I think there are?
It's
tens of thousands. How many groypers do I think there are? Well, let's look at Nick's. Nick has what, 350,000 followers on Twitter? 300. Nick has almost 400,000 followers on Twitter. Nick has 17,000 people who have liked that tweet from last night announcing the GROYPER war. Nick has what, like 15,000 people watching him live every single night. And that's just the live viewers. That doesn't count the people who watch afterwards. I think there are tens of thousands of groypers, if not more. I mean, if you're talking about the hyper engaged ones, there are minimally like 10,000 of them. If you're talking about more of the peripheral ones that maybe tune into Nick, you know, every once in a while, he has got a very big audience. And the thing, and this is why I always paid attention to Nick, even when I didn't like him. Not only does he have a significant audience, he has a highly engaged audience. So even if Nick's audience is smaller than I think it is, they're still highly engaged. They're actually doing things. They're not just bitching and complaining on Twitter. They do that, but they're actually doing things in the real world too. So I think it's significant. I think it's formidable. I don't think anyone else on the right has anything close to what Nick Fuentes has. I think Nick's audience loves him. They love him. Nick is their guy. Nick is their voice. I think that Nick's audience would throw themselves in front of a car if it meant saving Nick. Maybe not all of them, but I think a lot of them would. That's significant. 25K max loyal followers. Do you know how significant that is? 25,000 people that are hyper loyal to you. That's insane.
So we haven't even started. 3 months to go. They're out to lunch. It starts on Monday. We're going to bring it. And we're going to have a list of demands. And that's that. Okay, but we're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. So get ready. Next week it begins. I want memes. I want your best memes. I want video edits. If you're fucking around before, it's time to get off the couch and get to your computer, open up Adobe Premiere and make some fucking edits, okay? I don't want to hear any more about communism. I don't want to hear any more about Vance. I don't want to hear about whatever. No more of that. Zin, enough. We need people to get off the couch, get on Adobe Premiere. We need edits. We need memes. We need videos. GROYPER War 2, they don't have the energy. That's okay. We'll bring it. So we're putting out the call. All editors, this is our moment. We are freeing the Trump campaign. And the message is simple. America first.
Remember, everyone to follow me on
Native
Truth Social.
Americans.
There's my
America
Truth Social
first,
URL.
America only. No Israel, no corporations, no foreign influence, no foreigners, no immigrants, none of that. None of that crap. Just America. America first and Christ the King. So this is a call to all Christians, immigration restrictionists, foreign policy non-interventionists, trade protectionists, those in favor of industrial policy. You don't have to agree with me on everything. You don't have to like me. Yeah, I'm an asshole. Okay, sometimes you need an asshole
I love it.
to get involved.
I love it.
Sometimes you need an asshole to get heard.
That's why he's awesome.
So calling all Christians, patriots, nativists, nationalists, non-interventionists, traditionalists that are not happy with the state of the Trump campaign, you are being recruited. Ultra conservatives, this is dark MAGA. This is dark night. This is dark MAGA. I'm getting the black hat. We're raising the black flag.
I have the black hat.
We're getting in a black Toyota pickup truck, raising up a black flag. Okay, don't actually do that. That would be horrible optics. But we are putting up a black flag and we're declaring war. A GROYPER war on the Trump campaign. Not on Trump,
Not on
Trump
Trump.
is a peaceful man. We're declaring war on the evil Trump campaign.
On
He
the
needs to be
establishment.
liberated.
Yep.
We will liberate him.
This is liberating Trump from conservatives. That's what this is. This is the fight for Trump, guys.
We will make him independent from his donors. We will make him independent from Silicon Valley. We will make him independent from foreign influence. That's how it has to be. Otherwise, there's no hope. Otherwise, and if we don't succeed, there's no hope. You're done. If we don't succeed, if this doesn't work,
I'm seriously thinking about doing a whole like line of like dark Trump like merchandise. Would you guys buy that? If I did a whole line of like kind of merchandise, I won't use like GROYPER WAR specifically, but kind of alluding to this whole war thing. I think that'd make a cool t-shirt. Like a lot of like black on black stuff that just looks sick.
No hope. You either get Kamala and it's total left-wing oppression, it's total bullshit, BLM.
I want to do a t-shirt
nonsense,
that says "This is war"
or if you get
on it
Trump,
in really cool
it's going to be
font.
total Zionist corporate domination. So if we don't succeed, it's over. You need to get involved in this or honestly just quit. Calling all Groypers starts next week. We got big plans. This show is now the war room in the headquarters of the pro-Trump, anti-Trump campaign movement. I'm saying it now. It's not even, Groypers are going to be the backbone of it, but it's not even exclusively Groyper. It's pro-Trump, but anti-Trump campaign. We like Trump. We don't like this campaign.
Exactly.
We don't like these I don't like Vance. I don't trust him. I think he's got to go. I don't like La Savita. I don't like Susie Wiles. They got to go. We need loyalists. We don't want Nikki Haley involved. We don't want Rick Grinnell involved. We don't want the log cabin people involved.
True. Rick Grinnell's such an asshole.
That's what we're going to do. That is what we are going to do on this show.
Gonna do a whole black flag merch. Yeah.
From now until election day, if it doesn't change. If it starts to look good, we will become very positive and I will bring it. I will bring the meme energy and it will be fun for Trump. We will get people to vote for Trump. We will be the ground game. We'll do it all. But we're going to need some concessions first.
Yeah.
But that's that. Okay. All right. But we're taking a look at our super chats. I will not serve the GOP. I'm not going to fight Kamala on behalf of the GOP. No.
Yeah.
Good enough. This is the art of the deal.
See,
okay,
people were DMing me last night when I was in that Twitter space. They were like, Carlin, can you pass on this information about Kamala or Tim Walz? And I was like, that's not the point of this. They're not going after the left. The Groypers are not going to go after the left right now. Maybe someday I can convince the Groypers to go cause problems at the socialist organizations in Chicago. It would be a great little group bonding activity. Maybe someday we can do that. That's not where we are right now. Where we are right now is the conservative establishment needs to get burned to the ground. Trump's campaign advisors need to get fired. This is a more immediate, short-term goal. And quite frankly, the entire conservative establishment is complaining about Kamala. No one needs that. This is what we need.
We're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say. So Chad Champion, we need you. We're drafting you.
We're going to watch for a little bit more.
Chad Champion, we need you.
Yep. Chad Champion, GOAT.
Red, we need you.
Yep. Red, GOAT. True.
We need you guys.
They do a great job.
We need them bad. We need the young Zoomers. We need the
Chad
Groypers.
Champion's been pissing them off lately with his Minecraft
and then after
server.
the election, you can go and take a vacation. But
That's
for
all.
the next 3 months, we need all hands on deck. We need everybody involved. And we're going to articulate our campaign on Monday. We're going to draft our theses, our grievances. We are going to list them.
More beer.
We're going to demand concessions. And if not, we'll be very ugly.
Yeah,
the campaign starts Monday. So you better not miss the show. Monday, you bet.
So by the way, on Monday, again, I'm just like doing Nick so dirty. Oh, that's better. Okay. On Monday, we're going to have to change up our schedule a little bit because on Monday I do want to I want to stream the Trump Elon Musk discussion. I know Nick is going to stream that too. So we'll probably just stream snipe Nick, because then we get to kill two birds with one stone. We get Nick and we get Elon Musk and Trump, and so that's good for all of us. But I also want to stream Nick's show on Monday to hear him talk about the Groyper War. So we're gonna have to work around the community Zoom call for my supporters that I have on Monday. I'm sorry, but this just takes priority, okay? Everyone can talk in the Discord if they want to talk, but our streaming schedule on Monday is gonna be a little weird. We just don't know what time that Elon Musk thing is with Trump. And I think you guys want to watch it live anyway, so
we're going to demand concessions, and if not, we'll be very ugly. The campaign starts Monday, so you better not miss the show. Monday, you better not miss the show, because on Monday, it's going to be explosive.
Yep.
Metaphorically. Okay, we're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say and let you know. And honestly, the boomers are going to hate us for it.
Yeah.
Let them cry.
Yeah.
You know, all the boomers are going to hate us. They're going to say, let them cry. Let them talk. We got to be the villain. We have to be the villain this year.
Yep.
We have to be the villain.
Do not be afraid to be hated by these MAGA boomers. I said this on the space last night. I'll say it again. You have to treat MAGA boomers like they're toddlers. Like they're unruly toddlers. They don't have the logic, reason, function of their brain. They are completely controlled by their emotions. MAGA boomers are fearful by nature. They aren't really hinged into what's going on. And they're going to hate you guys. I'm saying this to the Groypers. They are going to hate you. They are going to come at Nick for this like they've never come at Nick. You guys think that Nick has had it tough with the Daily Wire? I promise you. The entire conservative establishment is going to come at Nick like they have never come at Nick before, because Nick right now is more relevant than he has ever been in his career. Would everyone agree with that? It's not that Nick hasn't been relevant, but Nick is hyper relevant right now. And so the MAGA boomers, all the establishment shills, all of the paid influencers, they're all going to come for him. And you guys have to know that. And they're going to be coming for you too. If you're posting, they're going to be coming for you too. They're going to be yelling at you. They're going to call you communists. They're going to call you Democrats. They're going to be whining in your replies. They're going to make all this shit up. They're going to try to gaslight you. Nick is 100% correct about this. Let them cry. All tears are tasty, guys. If they're crying, that means that you are winning. And don't worry about it. None of them care about you. They're basically NPCs. They're just repeating the script that's been given to them. They're not even really thinking sentient beings. So let them cry, let them whine, let them complain. Nick is more than strong enough to withstand all of this, and just keep focused on what the goal is, which is reaching Trump, staging an intervention, doing it nicely. I mean, Nick is going to give you guys instruction. I'm not giving anyone instruction. I'm just stating my opinion. I think doing it nicely, not doing it like as antagonistically or like with like, you know, some of the words that you guys use or things like that. But keep focused on the goal. Do not deviate. Listen to whatever Nick tells you to do. And don't worry about it. Because no matter what, they're going to whine and complain anyway. So just try to find a way to enjoy the whining and complaining. Because that's when it really gets fun. When every time one of these boomers like tears up and they're yelling at you and they're calling you all sorts of names, just like love, be like, give me more. Give it. Take all that energy that they're giving you and take it in and redirect it at the mission at hand, which is staging an intervention that Donald Trump desperately needs in order to not lose this election.
So when you return home from the Groyper War, they will spit on you. And these hippies, they're going to hate us. These boomers are going to hate us. But we must do what is necessary. They're going to hate us. They're going to call us names.
Yep.
You have to just let us roll off. It has to be laser focused. A tough rain is going to come. A rain is going to come. A storm is brewing. You have to let it wash over your Groyper helmet, your Groyper uniform. It's going to be wet in the trenches. It's going to be a downpour. It's going to be muddy. It's going to get dirty.
It is.
So you got to strap in. We have to be the villain because there's no heroes. There's no heroes. We have to create one. There's no heroes in this cycle. There's two sellouts fighting for different factions, two mechanisms of the establishment fighting for different factions of the elite. There are no heroes. We have to become the villain. They will hate us for it. They will not be grateful. We won't get the credit. That's our sacrifice. They know not what they do. But anyway, that's what it has to be. It's ominous. The Groypers are coming. The Groypers are coming for you. But all right. So it's gonna be messy. But Apple's going green. Hey, Apple is going green. All right, but we're going to move on. We're going to take a look.
So I just want to say something about that. So Nick is referring to like his Apple account that he had back in the day. The Apple account is when Nick first followed me on Twitter and when the banter first started. I have fond memories of that Apple account. And now the Apple account has turned green for the Groyper War, which I think is just so apropos. Anyway, so they get into super chats, but you guys did meet the super chat goal that I set for you. And I promised you, if you met the super chat goal, that we would listen to the part of the Twitter space last night where I got into a fight with Myron from Fresh and Fit. So one in the chat, if you guys want to listen to the Twitter space I did last night with Chief Trumpster and Sam and all of those people, where Myron from Fresh and Fit came in and then we got into a fight and things were said. One in the chat if you want to do that. Two in the chat if you want to continue with Nick in the super chats. Let me know. Yep. Okay. Yep. Everyone wants to listen to that. Yeah. I knew, I saw that coming. All right. Fine. All right. No one can hold against me what I said. I am innocent. I am innocent and virtuous and definitely not racist. All right, so we have to go over to Cozy TV about this because Chief Trumpster was streaming it on his Cozy channel. And what I'm going by is someone in the chat said, when did Carlin fight Myron timestamp? And someone said it started at 2:38. So that's what I'm going with. And we're almost at 2:38 in this.
He signed up for the guy that's called.
So I just want to say that I can't be held responsible for anything that I said in the course of this Twitter space. It was at 3 a.m. and you know, Myron, it's really Myron's fault for calling me a whore about 15 times. But here's what happened. All right, fine.
Calling out all these interests that David just brought up, these special interests and global.
Hang on, I'm turning my microphone down. Everyone's gonna have to turn their personal volume up because this is not loud at all. This is not loud at all.
List, and he was basically naming them without naming them, and was an outsider that came in, and the
Myron's not even in it yet.
They
politician that he campaigned against back in 2016, right? That's
Oh, here he is. Okay.
over the past 8 years, he's been.
Yeah, someone give me an N-word pass.
Well, we
I need an N-word pass real quick.
The very politician that he campaigned against back in
Please,
right?
Yasmin, give me an N-word pass.
Now he's officially a politician, which, you know, kind of sucks. But let's be honest here, guys. All of us in this fucking group right now, right? There's what, 636 of us. All of us, more than likely, if we go to the fucking polls and vote, we're all voting Trump. So he looked.
Now, when Myron said that, he said, "We're all going to the polls and voting Trump." I did a thumbs down in the super chat in the Twitter space, and that's when this started. Okay.
Looks at it like, okay, these guys might not be happy now, but they're gonna fucking vote for me. It doesn't matter because people that support Trump typically tend to be, you know, well, for whoever's put a thumb down. If you're gonna vote for Kamala, well, then you're just a fucking retard.
Well, no,
Right?
I'm just not. I'm not going to vote at all right now. And I want to add this too because I fairly
Wait,
certain.
hold on,
Hang on,
whoa,
hang on,
whoa,
hang
whoa,
on,
whoa,
hang
whoa,
on,
whoa.
hang
I
on,
was talking.
hang
I
on,
was
hang on.
talking.
Well,
I was talking.
you addressed me specifically, and I just like
I
to add
was
this
talking.
too.
Hold
You
on.
Well, that's
addressed me
fine.
specifically,
Dude,
so I just like to add this too real quick.
why do random women think that they have the fucking power to say what the
I've
fuck
been
they
in
want to
this
say?
space all
Shut
night,
up.
bro.
I don't give a
I've been
fuck
in
who
this
the fuck
space
you
all
are, bitch.
night.
Shut up.
Oh, okay, hold on. Myron, continue, then we'll go Carwin after. Yeah. Sorry. Myron, continue, then we'll go to Carwin after response.
Dude, let me be explicit about this. No one knows or gives a fuck about what you got to say, dude. Shut up. This is why women shouldn't be in fucking politics. It's so goddamn annoying. You guys think that you got to the same level of meritocracy. Nobody knows who the fuck you are, bitch. Shut up. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Okay.
I'm sure you have a
People are
penis
gonna
the size
vote.
of my pinky finger, bro.
Fantastic.
Keep
Who
going.
gives a
Keep
shit what
going.
you got to say,
Keep
dude?
going.
Seriously.
Keep
You're
going.
fucking
Keep
nobody.
telling men to
You're a
fuck
random
50
bitch on Twitter.
women before they
You're a
marry the
random bitch on
virgin
Twitter.
that they'll never get after
Absolutely.
they fuck 50
Absolutely.
women.
And I can back that up with stats, you dumb whore. So shut the fuck up. Because I know you ain't a virgin anyway. So shut up.
No, I've
Don't
been
fucking
married
talk-
for 13 years. I'm absolutely not a virgin.
Fantastic. You weren't a virgin on your wedding day either. Shut the fuck up. Anyway,
not
back to
either.
what I was saying. These fucking trad whores, man, always got something to say. Dumbass bitches. Back to what I was saying. People are going to vote for Trump no matter what. Obviously, you got people here that are, you know, oh, well, I'm not going to vote, blah, blah. That's cool. Hold your vote. That's fine. But the people that are actually going to vote, if we do show out and vote, what are we going to do? We're going to vote Trump. So Trump looks at it like, yo, I got their vote anyway. These people supported me. They're invested. They might have voted for me in 2016. They might have voted for me in 2020. Hell, they might have been there at January 6th. They're going to vote for me no matter what. So what I need to do is I need to go ahead and flip the people that don't already like me. I need to flip the people that don't like me. That's why we've seen him turn into the politician that he campaigned against back in 2016. That's all I got to say on that.
Okay. Carwin, you respond. Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Chief Trumpster, and thank you for always being a gentleman, of course. I really do appreciate you. Listen, I'm fairly certain I'm the only speaker on this stage now that was a Democrat in 2016, and so I say this from a little bit of experience. Where the Republican Party is right now is exactly where the Democratic Party was in 2016, where everyone assumed that Hillary was going to win, and no one was really worried about it, and no one was really trying, and there were a lot of Democrats, and I was one of them, that really didn't like Hillary Clinton. And we had to work our way up to voting for her because we really didn't want to vote for her in the first place. And I'm fairly certain that some of those people staying home is probably one of the reasons that she didn't win, because a lot of people just didn't work their way up to vote for her. And thank God for that, because I mean, we'd be hang on. Naruto, earlier in the show, Nick said, I'm not crazy, I'm just ahead of the curve. That's a line from Heath Ledger in The Dark Knight. Thank you, Naruto. Appreciate it. In a very different position right now if she'd won. But right now, the Republican Party isn't exactly. Does Myron know I'm smarter than him? Myron's one of those men that thinks that no women are smarter than him. And so, yeah, I'm fairly certain that he thinks that every woman is beneath him, which just shows you, honestly, how fucking stupid that guy is. Same place. And Myron, you are a fucking retard if you actually believe the hype about they're just going to the rallies for a free concert, bro. Have you actually even watched the rallies? Have you watched the videos? Because I've watched all of them on my channel, along with the organizing information that the Harris campaign is putting out as a part of the after shows that they're doing at that rally to tell people exactly what they're doing. Trump's campaign has nothing on these people, and they've only been operating a couple weeks. So if you want to believe all the conservative hype like the retard that you are, please go ahead and do it, and they will lose. But right now, you've given me no indication that you are actually hinged into reality about what is going on the ground. Trump is losing for a reason. He is tanking in the betting markets for a reason. This is a very clear pattern that's been coming up over the last couple of weeks, and Nick Fuentes and the GROYPERs are the only ones that can actually do anything to stop it. So I don't know about you, bro, but I'm not comfortable voting for Trump right now. I'm not comfortable voting for him with his policies, mostly because I'm not a moderate liberal pussy like you. I want Trump to defeat the left. I don't want Trump pandering to the moderates. I don't want Trump pandering to the liberals. And if this is the vein that Trump is going to take, I'm absolutely not giving him my vote in November, because I'm more right wing than you are, bro. True.
Okay, if bragging about being more right wing than me is a fucking thing that you're gonna flex, then I don't know what to tell you, because you literally voted the other way around. In 2016?
8 years
so again,
ago, eight
back
years
to
ago,
proving
actually,
what I'm saying.
8.
Women always
Low IQ.
always adopt the fucking values of the man they're with. So shut the fuck up, because at the end of the day, you're following a man. That's number one.
No.
Number two, I was very explicit when I said, hey, look, dude, can you stop interrupting? I let you fucking rant, right? I let you rant, right? So shut the fuck up, bitch. Anyway, back to what I was saying, right? Again, I said that she has pull right now because she's cool. She's not Biden. She's bringing in celebrities. She's bringing in relevant celebrities, not dumbass sluts like this fucking chick that used to do OnlyFans that dated Kanye
It's a
West back in the day.
concert. It's a
Dude,
concert. It's a
holy
concert.
shit, are you
bro.
fucking retarded? Shut up. I'm fucking talking
hold
to you,
on.
dumb fucking bitch. Holy fuck. I let you go ahead on your stupid ass rant where you made a bunch of ad hominem attacks, right? So now I'm actually talking about your argument versus you, but you interrupt like the fucking low IQ dumb bitch that you fucking are, where you dumbass whores, you trat thoughts think that you guys could come into fucking male dominated spaces and dominate like usual. Be like, oh, well, my opinion matters. Shut up, bitch.
I'm
You
a
just started
trad
getting on
thought
this
now.
side
I'm a
just because
trad
of a
thought.
man. So shut up. Your thoughts aren't your own. They're your fucking
Wrong
husband.
and wrong, bro.
Shut up.
Wrong and wrong.
Shut up.
Jesus Christ. Do you do any research
Shut
at all?
up.
This
Shut
is
the
why
fuck
people
up.
like you
Anyway,
are
I'm gonna
actual
finish. I'm gonna
losers
finish
that
what
will
I was
always
saying.
lose.
I was gonna finish what I was saying. Nobody interrupted you. Shut up.
Maybe yelled a
Nobody
little
gives
bit
fuck
much
what you
there,
gotta
but
say.
that's
Shut
all
the
right.
fuck up. Anyway, back to what I was saying. What I said is that she got to push right now. She's using celebrities. She's using smoke and mirrors. She's cool. She's the hip thing to do right now. Of course, she has a little bit of a push right now. And then obviously anything is better than Biden. So of course the Democrats are going to rally against her. She's going to get a little bit more push, etc. I'm saying that it's going to fade. We still got 90 days. I know people are panicking like, oh my God, this sucks, whatever. I think that the steam is going to go down off significantly. We still got a chance to win. I'm not saying that we still don't need to fucking do something better with Trump, of course, but I think it's a bit inflated how people are panicking and saying, oh my God, Kamala. We can't refute the fact that like she's bringing on celebrities and bringing on relevant celebrities, real celebrities, and that definitely has a pull in her rallies and people showing up.
Hold on. I do
That
want to.
that does matter.
Hold on. We do. I do want to kind of move on from like back and forth. I want to go. I want to go to.
Chief Trump
I
has tried
think
so
Red
hard.
is
It's not
speaking
over
first,
yet.
and I've not heard Red speak just yet.
He tried so hard.
Red, go ahead. What are your
Such a
thoughts on
gentleman.
the GROYPER war?
Yeah, so this would be my first GROYPER war. I can't really say too much. I'm really not a hyper political person. I watch Nick and I follow Nick because I'm a Catholic and I'm a Christian. And that originally, I'm 23 years old, so I didn't even vote in the last election in 2020. So this would be my first time voting as
Yo,
well.
true, Yasmin.
And I'm
True.
not too sure what Nick has planned, and I'm not too sure what his logistics are. But I think ideally, what I would like to see is I want to see Trump's fangs out. Like
Yeah.
Beardson talked about it
The
earlier.
hang on. The idea that Myron has that women always follow the men in their lives. My husband doesn't even care about politics. He doesn't care at all. He's not involved in any of this stuff. My husband and I literally never talk about politics. I don't even, honestly, I actually have no idea where my husband even stands right now. My husband's not a citizen of this country. He can't vote. So this idea that Myron seems to have, that all women just follow the men in their lives. Myron must be around a lot of weak ass women.
But, I miss the Trump that was calling,
Not yet.
like Ted
No,
Cruz's
wait.
wife, like fat and ugly. And yeah, sure, that's not the most important thing, but I want to see Trump with his fangs out, and he needs to become hip to the people that are around him. I don't know if he's just sort of like sedated and it has accepted people like Chris LaCivita and Susie Wiles, but I want to see the Trump like everybody else from 2016. So any part I can play in that, I'm willing to do it. I'm excited to do it, and I think all the Groypers feel the same. So that was really
One
it.
other thing too, I want to say
Yeah,
real fast.
probably.
The chick that claims that she's far right or whatever. If you were as far right as you
He's
say that you
still
are, you wouldn't be.
he's still going. By the way, we had completely moved on to someone else talking. And Myron is sitting over there just stewing on it because he's still pissed off that a woman didn't capitulate to whatever he wanted. And so he just steamrolls over Red, who was actually saying something that was far more interesting than anything Myron's going to say. And he's like, let me tell you what about this bitch.
Fucking space talking to a bunch of men. You should be far right in a fucking kitchen, making a fucking sandwich for your guy.
I literally never said I was a trad wife, bro. Literally
No,
never
you
said
said,
that. That
"I'm
was
more
your.
right than you
I
are.
am
I have
more,
a
but that
husband
doesn't
for
mean I'm a
13
trad
years."
wife. That doesn't mean I'm a trad wife. My
Okay.
husband works earlier than I do. He's asleep
Okay.
right now. I can do what I want.
That's
You
cool.
worry about your
But you
house,
should be
bro.
in a
You
fucking
worry about
kitchen.
the 50 women that you need to fuck before you ever find a wife to bed down with. You worry about that. Don't worry about my
I
home
have way
life, bro.
more than
I
that.
got it. I
have
got
way
well.
more than that, but that's
Congratulations! I'm
fine.
sure you're very proud of yourself, and I'm sure none of
I have
them
way
were
more than
pleased with
that.
the
But anyway,
experience.
that's you see, here's the thing: it's to combat stupid bitches like you that think that they can go ahead and sell the dream to a guy that I'm a trad woman,
You
whatever.
are
When
so
in reality,
triggered.
here's the reality.
Why
No,
are
no,
you
no,
so
no,
triggered,
no, because
bro?
I expose
Why are
dumb
you
whores
so
like you.
triggered?
Be
It's
quiet for 2
3 a.m.
seconds. Be
I've
quiet,
been married for
I'm about
13
to
years.
embarrass
How
your
am I a
dumb ass
whore?
right now because you're trying to come in
Exactly.
here and say that you're more.
Because I'm saying
I'm
things
more
you
right
don't
than you,
like.
bro. I'm more
Because
right
I'm
than you,
saying things
right?
you do. You are so
No, no, no,
triggered
no,
right
no.
now, bro.
No, I'm not
You
triggered
need
at
to
all. I'm
chill the
cooking
fuck
you.
out.
I'm embarrassing
Oh
your
yeah,
dumb ass
yeah.
because you're
I'm
claiming
cooked.
you're claiming that you're
Yeah,
far
you got
right,
me.
but you're
You
in a
got
space
me.
talking shit
You
when you
got
should be
me.
in a fucking kitchen. You shouldn't be involved
You
in
don't
politics
get
at all
to
if you're far right.
you don't
You
get to
shouldn't be
dictate my
involved.
marriage.
So shut up.
That's not your job. Go fuck your bitches, bro. My husband is fine.
I definitely will. Definitely will.
I'm sure they won't enjoy the
That's
experience
not
at
an
all,
insult.
but go ahead.
That's not an
Go
insult, by the
ahead.
way. It's not an insult at all that I got multiple bitches. Like, well, what the fuck am I supposed to be offended by that?
I mean, I think you're just
I
pretty
feel
triggered.
sorry
I
for
think
your
it's
guy because
pretty
he's got
obvious
only
that
fuck
you're
you.
the one
That's
that's
the
triggered
problem.
in this circumstance.
That's the real problem. Your guys only
You
got
know,
to fuck
bro.
you. That's
Before you
miserable.
went, listen, bro. Before you entered this space, we were all having a really productive conversation for hours about how to help Donald Trump win, and then you come in and start throwing stuff around and acting like a low IQ fucking nigger.
And it's went up by 200
here
people.
we go.
And it's went up by 200 people. So shut up, bitch. No one gives a fuck what you got to say. Let the other person go ahead and talk. But don't sit there and call yourself far right when your dumb ass in here arguing with me about political matters. We should be in a fucking kitchen. You're not even as far as you claim you are. Stop fucking posing. Shut up.
How about
another undercover feminist in a fucking Twitter space trying to take trad ideals? Get the fuck out of here, man. I expose you dumb bitches every day.
Why are you continuing to disrupt what was a productive conversation before you got here? You are worse than a woman. You expect all the attention to be on you. You expect all the focus to be on you. We were fine before you arrived, bro. Let other people
Just make
speak.
a sandwich. I'm done. Just make a sandwich.
I'm glad that Myron's here, for the record.
Hold on. Okay, so
no infighting too. We love Myron also, but no
here's the thing,
infighting.
though. I will say that, in terms of, I guess what.
That's all. That's basically all. That's basically all. I think I may have yelled at Myron to tell him to let other people speak one more time, but that was basically it. That's what happened. He thought he was coming for me, and yet I won. Everyone knows I won. All the Groypers know I won. Everyone knows. Myron knows I won. It's the way it goes. It's the way it goes. And, that's all. That's all. That's all. Yeah, I mean, it was really unhinged, though. Listening to it back, he was so triggered. How pathetic. Honestly. He's got to work on that. Myron has got to just do a little. Yeah, I mean, I really actually do feel bad for Chief Trumpster, because Chief Trumpster is obviously just trying to keep the peace. He's trying to run a ruly Twitter space. He's a really good guy. Listen, and I will say this too, and I actually meant that when I said that. It's the entire Twitter space was awesome, except for Myron coming in and throwing around shit like a goddamn troglodyte. It's everyone was fine. Everyone was getting along. We were having productive conversations. Everyone was excited. The energy is really good. Myron enters, starts yelling at me and calling me a whore for no reason. You know? You get what you deserve. You get what you deserve. That's it. You get what you deserve. So that's what happened. If you want to listen to the full Twitter space, it is on Chief Trumpster's Cozy channel. You can find it there. Anyway, I do have, let me show you guys. So I've got some videos here. Can the Groypers in the chat tell me if these are good videos? I want to watch some stuff from Groyper War 1. So, I basically just searched Rumble for Groyper War. And we've got Ben Shapiro triggered by Groyper Uprising. We've got Charlie Kirk gets owned by Groypers. Should we check these out just to see? These are a little bit older, but I thought it might be fun to go back and watch some stuff from Groyper War 1 just to see what's going on. What do you guys think? You want to check this stuff out? Let's watch this Charlie Kirk one first. Let's see. Hopefully this is good. I can't vouch for this, but hopefully it's good. Oh, it's Del Groyper, so it'll probably be fine.
Oh, we've got somebody in chat who says, Nick.
Oh, look at Nick.
You effing fag. Why do you block people who disagree with you slightly, coward manlet? Yeah. I could tell you're really not mad, bro. That, wow, you really owned me with that one. That was definitely not a self-own.
So I'm looking at what piece of legislation is introduced to Congress that will cut the amount of
Upside down? Seriously? What's wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you?
go from the right to the left. Anyone have
There it is. There it is. Right to left. Eat shit, dude. No, nobody from the left wants to challenge you. It's all groypers.
What is that? Huh? Well, that's very interesting.
This was the final victory.
He's got the Epstein shirt. Groyper chat.
Okay, so like I've been asking all day, is there like we can go back and watch the other stuff too, but like people got to send me clips, man. Send me a good video. There should be, listen, why is there not a Groyper War 1 compilation video like telling the story of the whole thing? I'm really disappointed in you guys because the Groypers are usually awesome at making clips of things and like putting these things together. And it's like, why can't there just be a Groyper War 1 overview documentary? I don't get it.
You're still surrounded, bitch. You call us white supremacist. Yeah, good morning, bitch. Good afternoon.
Are you willing to come out and say that you are an American First patriot, like Nick Fuentes and
Yeah! We're back! Oh, here we go with the identify you.
Yeah, where is it? Send it to my DMs. South Florida Slammer. Send it to my DMs on Twitter. I'll pull it up. Hang on. Maybe is there something sitting in my DMs right now that I just haven't seen? Hang on. Let me see if there's something. Let me see. Maybe there's something in my DMs. I don't know. Let's see if someone has sent me anything. Yeah, I'm sorry for the sound. I don't control the sound. Let's see. Oh, hang on. Hang on. I might have something. Hang on. Okay, 5 hours? Oh, shit. Someone sent me a 5-hour video about Groyper War? Okay, hang on. South Florida Slammer, can you send that to my DMs, please? Because I can't get into the chat on Twitter. Can you just send that to my DMs or tag me in a tweet? Okay, someone just sent me. I'll watch it. I don't care, but like, someone just sent me this. Is this good? This has 14,000 views. All right, South Florida Slammer is going to send it to my DMs. Well, how was he instrumental? Don't fucking give him credit. I've never seen any videos of him in the Groyper Wars. How was he instrumental? Hang on, let me see. No, he was around. I know he was around. He was at UC Berkeley, but thank you, South Florida Slammer. I appreciate you. I got it. Okay, let's see what this is. This is 5 minutes. Let's do this. Let's do this 5-hour one though. Is there anything wrong with this 5-hour one? See, this is what I thought. Big Tech was not instrumental. He latched on. See, this is what I thought. Wait, seriously? He bullied Donald Trump Jr.? Is there video of this? Does anyone have video of this happening? I would watch it. Someone show me video of that happening, please. Send it to my DMs. Big Tech asked Don Jr. one of the biggest questions that triggered Kim Gargoyle. Really? Send me video, please. Listen. It was a special occasion. He called me a whore repeatedly for no good reason. I don't even like saying that word, but if you're going to come onto a Twitter space at 3 a.m. and call me a whore repeatedly with no provocation just because you're a low IQ retard, sometimes it has to be done. It wasn't because he's black. It's because he's retarded. And it needed an escalation. Okay? But I still appreciate you, Hibida. That's all. That's all. I had my pass. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I'm not gonna. You can't pull that shit out of your back pocket all the time. If you pull it out of your back pocket like every day, it loses its impact. You really have to wait for the right opportunities because that's when it hits the hardest. Oh, is big tech in this? That's what we're watching, Misa Groyper. I appreciate it. All right, let's watch.
So from America First perspective, why do we give $3.8 billion to Israel, which is more aid than we've given to Africa, more aid than we've given to South America, and more aid than we've given to the Caribbean combined, which is home to 1 billion poor people, especially when they deliberately attacked the USS Liberty in the 1970s.
That is incorrect. Do not peddle conspiracy theories in our event. That is not acceptable. Do not say that.
Okay, Dean Rusk disagrees with you, and he was the Secretary of State at the time, but that's fine. And then the second part is also, you have the Apollo incident in which they illegally stole weapons-grade uranium. The CIA has reports on this.
Anti-Zionist,
No, I'm not anti-Israel. I'm just asking from America First perspective because it's not in our interest. They act against our interest.
Remember the short question part?
Sure. I mean, how is it in our interest that we give this money to Israel?
All right, so it's required that they have to buy American weaponry. Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, the only place where all 3 monotheistic religions are allowed to peacefully practice. It's the only country in the Middle East where all 3 monotheistic religions are represented in their government. It's the only place in the Middle East that has any appreciation for LGBT rights whatsoever. It's the only country in the Middle East that doesn't throw homosexuals off the top of buildings when they find them. It is the only partner that we have in the fight against radical Islamic terrorism. And the subtext of your narrative could be extrapolated to say, well, why on earth would we have a partner like Israel? Guess what? The world's a better place because of Israel. The medical patents, the technological innovation, the human rights. The one common denominator of Israel since its founding, since Israel was legally founded in the 1940s, Israel has been under attack from every direction you can point a compass at. From the north.
Look how passionate Charlie Kirk was about Israel. Have you ever seen Charlie Kirk this passionate talking about America?
From the south, from the east, and the west. And guess what? They have water to the west, and that was even at war with them. And Israel has rightfully defended its borders time and time again. It's an unbelievably complex issue. So you say, how could you possibly believe in an America First policy? Well, I'll tell you what. It's important to have partners in fights against mutual enemies. And guess what? It's Israel that time and time again has stood with America against the mutual enemies and will continue to do so. Thank you for your question.
Yes, and thank you, President Trump, for moving the embassy to Jerusalem, right? President Trump moved the embassy to Jerusalem.
It's so crazy.
All right, we'll do 1 or 2 more. I think we're running 2
more
questions. I don't know. Okay.
Maybe 3, maybe. Well, that was bashful. Charlie, I speak for a not insignificant coalition of students in your organization that believes that your movement is utterly toothless. There was a young man, I think a week or 2 ago, that slapped you around pretty good on immigration. And so I guess my perspective is this. When we look at somewhere like Texas where immigrants are coming in and they are voting something like 70-30 for Democrats, they're utterly anti-gun. This is Pew Research, and utterly against free speech. I don't really think it matters how many young leadership, whatever conferences you hold. Demographics are going to catch up to you and you're going to lose. This is a culture where you're going to get routed in.
It doesn't look like it.
Wait, you talk super fast. I think what you were saying is I'm wrong about immigration, basically, is what you're saying. So, okay, effectively. Okay, so I'll make my stance perfectly clear. We should build a wall. I've said that time and time again. We should restrict illegal immigration. I don't even describe illegal border crossing as immigration because it cheapens people like Kimberly's family. That is border jumping and line cutting. Immigration is applying at your embassy and getting peaceful entry into the country. I said something so explicitly clear. There should be no limitation on EB-5 visas. You know what an EB-5 visa is? No, you don't. EB-5 visa means that you come with $1 million cash and you have to create 10 jobs. Right now, we limit the amount of EB-5 visas in our country, which is one of the most backwards, stupid things we could possibly do.
So I feel like I maybe should have given a little bit of context. Groyper War 1, for people who weren't familiar with this, is basically the Groypers started showing up at Turning Point USA events. And at Turning Point USA event, and this was back in what, 2019, right, guys? Or maybe it was President Trump. Yeah, so it's like 2019, right? So at TPUSA events, there were like lines for left-leaning students and right-leaning students, and so the Groypers would surprise TPUSA by getting in the line for right-leaning students and then asking them questions that were critical of TPUSA in order to try to drag Turning Point further right than what they were. That's what we're watching right now. It's like subversive. Thank you, Angel Eyes. I appreciate you.
If you have money and you want to do good, you should be given entry into the United States and saying, welcome to our country.
And that's a merit-based system.
And this is what the president has fought for. Some people on have intentionally misrepresented my comments by saying that somehow I don't understand the threat of border jumping or line crossing into line cutting into this country, which is just not true whatsoever. I will say this though, that I don't believe the conservative movement, and some people believe this, should become an anti-legal immigration posture. And I'm afraid you hold that position. I'm sorry? Pick you, that's fine. Happy to. You're wrong. I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. Because if you believe in market economics, you want as many ambitious, aspirational, ethical, and entrepreneurial people to come into your country as possible. That's the position I hold. Thank you for your question.
Right?
Thank you.
Yeah. Charlie, thanks for doing this. I really appreciate you opening the dialogue and everything. So I'm of the right. And my biggest thing with the right is I know that there's a debate going on in the right, and I'm sure you're aware of this, with immigration. And I think that this is
music is loud,
really
too
why
loud.
Trump got elected. And I think at the heart of it, it goes to the DQ, the demographics question. And I think at the end of the day, you could debate about numbers, you could bring up GDP, but do you think, and could you give me an example of another nation where the native demographic has been replaced and put into a minority, and the nation has retained its ethos, retains its nation state status?
So thank you for being here. Let me just tell you what I believe on immigration, first and foremost. I believe we should get rid of chain migration. I think we should get rid of the visa lottery. I think that we need to have a super secure southern border. We have a zero
I'm not responsible for the fact that the music is too loud. I don't want to be dinged for that. It's not my fault.
tolerance policy of any sort of illegal crossings coming into our country. I also believe that, we have to get, thank you. I believe that we have to start to get tough about visa overstays, and also people that have been allowed to break the law and come into our country and disenfranchise other people that come here legally. And with that being said, I think that the current numbers that we have with spike in legal immigration, I think there's some very interesting statistical analysis that 1 million people a year might be too many people to actually be able to bring into our country effectively. I've said this, and some people have
changed his entire view after this. True.
I believe that there are people around the world that are entrepreneurial, that come with great ideas, a merit-based system that should be able to legally come into this country, that they are a benefit to our country. Now, to your question about the replacement of the nativists, I'll push back a little bit, and I'll push back respectfully, of course, because that's not what it means to be an American. And maybe you agree or not agree. I don't believe inherently what it means to be an American is a race or an ethnicity or a religion. I believe it's a set of ideas. It's a set of ideas around the idea of e pluribus unum and liberty and in God we trust. Now, if people are coming into this country that are at odds with those ideas, that does not have anything to do with race or ethnicity. That's ideology, two totally, completely different things. I will say this, though, is that there's been an amazing track record for America in the sense that we have been able to show that people can come from all over the world and be able to basically get along the best possible way. We are the most diverse country in the world. Now, I think there's something to be said that, certain urban areas such as New York City and Los Angeles, they're busting at the seams. Real estate prices are going up at such a, escalating rate. And I would attribute a lot of that to a uncontrolled, porous southern border, a lot of it. But also, you look at the 1 million legal people we let into our country. Look, I think the chain migration visa lottery, that's not what our immigration system should be based around. Our immigration system should be based around what is best for our country. Entrepreneurs, people that come with merit, good ideas, and I think that we should build our immigration system based around that. So I'll kind of maybe disagree based on the displacement of a native population, but I think we might be able to find some.
Do you think it was a good idea to change the 200-year precedent of European immigration in 1965?
I don't know enough about that. I do know that we spiked to 1 million in
we changed it from mainly Europeans to whoever wanted to come in.
So
And they promised it wouldn't change.
So outside
the
of Europeans,
demographics.
I'm going to push back on this idea of European ethnicity. I will say, let's take a continent that has had a lot of legal immigration to this country, and I think has made America a better place. Vietnamese, South Koreans.
Could you name another country?
Japanese, Indonesians, Indians, Bangladeshis, Filipinos. Those are a couple of countries,
So
right?
could you name another country that's had an influx? Where the
No,
natives have
and there's a
been
reason for
minority?
that, because America is the only country that has this specific set of ideas, and that actually, I think, what makes us exceptional. And so if we want to be Japan, which is the furthest extrapolation of your argument, I'm not saying that's what you believe, and I'm going to have to get to the next question, but the furthest extrapolation of your argument is Japan, which takes in no immigration whatsoever. None. I don't think that's what is right for America. I don't. They have a declining aging population. They have a 327% debt to GDP ratio. I don't think that's what in the American spirit. I don't think that's what makes us competitive. I don't think that's the right thing for the country. However, I do think that no uncontrolled, unlimited immigration with no barriers whatsoever, unchained migration and visa lottery, and a poor southern border, that does not make America a better or stronger country whatsoever. So thank you for your question. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here tonight. Thank you. And again, if you disagree, you guys can come to the front of the line. We want the disagreement. That's why we're here. We want to have the respectful sharing of ideas. Thank you for being here tonight.
Hey, Charlie. Thanks for coming out. I have a question. It's kind of, I'm going to
Good
try
tie.
to
That's a great tie.
Establishment conservatives like yourself hold that national health care for Americans is too expensive, immoral, and doesn't work. Yet the U.S. gives Israel, Central America, Africa, and other regions billions in foreign aid. In particular, Israel received $3.8 billion to subsidize its immoral, expensive healthcare system, while Americans are made bankrupt by healthcare costs and pay a far higher effective tax rates than Israelis. My question, therefore, why would white Americans send their taxpayer dollars to fund Israel's healthcare while our mothers fight cancer, our brothers die of opioid overdoses, and the news of a coming baby brings not joy and happiness, but grave concern for thousands and thousands in future medical bills? How is that America first?
Thank you for being here tonight. So what is the foreign aid we give Israel spent on?
Bombs for blowing up children. But also their healthcare system, their wall, which we don't have.
That's quite a bold, inaccurate way to do it.
I'm having a little fun.
So I'll answer the question for you. The foreign aid we give Israel is spent on American defense manufacturers that employ Americans and is built on a joint alliance. It's not built on their domestic welfare programs. Let me finish. So you believe that Israel is immorally existing in the Middle East, or you said something of the sort?
I don't believe I said that.
Okay, you said, well then...
I said that we're financing their healthcare system, their
not.
public healthcare system, which by your moral code is immoral.
So we're not. We're actually in a joint partnership where we give them certain amounts of money only if they spend it on U.S. defense manufacturers. So Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, millions of Americans are employed by the very countries that we have a joint partnership alliance with Israel. Let me say something else. I appreciate you being here tonight. I get a lot of questions about Israel. I'm a proud American. I'm a proud freedom-loving patriot. I believe in America first. But I also believe in the sovereignty of Israel. And I also am so perplexed and puzzled by the amount of hatred that goes against the country that has half of the Jews in the entire world, the only democracy in the Middle East, the only place where Muslims, Christians, and Jews all represent the same government in the Middle East, the only country in the Middle East that doesn't throw gays off the top of buildings when they come in contact with them, the only country in the Middle East where all three monotheistic religions are able to actually visit their religious sites. Would you like to say something?
The Christians in Israel were actually Palestinians, and they've been displaced
Well,
in an
Palestinians
open-air
are
prison
Jordanian
for
refugees.
the last 20, 30 years.
Okay, so Christians in the Middle East have been
open-air prison.
Okay, I'm not
They're
sure
not
what
part of the government.
The music is so
So
loud.
I'm not sure what a Palestinian is because Palestine is not a country.
I'm not sure what Palestine. Excuse me. What?
You might
don't
be
know what they
referring.
are, but
Thank
why
you.
are you comfortable talking about things that you don't recognize?
Well, Palestine's not a country. If you're talking about Judea and Samaria and the West Bank, which is rightfully Israel's land, then we can have a conversation
Wow,
about-
Charlie Kirk.
And then I have to
Holy
continue to move on.
shit.
So I believe in the sovereignty of Israel. Let's just be really quick. Israel was legally founded in the 1940s. Since its founding, they've been attacked from every single direction you can point a compass at, including the West. Let me finish. And guess what? There's no
Listen, I agree the music is loud. I agree the music is too loud, okay? I didn't make this video, but it does seem to be the best compilation of all the different things people have sent me. So we need to suffer through this. Listen, We watch socialism on my channel. Do you know how bad socialist audio is? We've heard way worse than this. This isn't even in the top 10 of bad audio that we've sat through. So you need to suck it up and listen to what's going on and use the captions. It's fine. I want to see what happened.
Land to the west. They were attacked from every single direction. They were illegally attacked in the Yom Kippur War in the 1967
The
war.
West Bank is to the west, isn't it?
No, the West Bank is called the West because it's West Jordan, and if you knew the actual geography of why it's called the West Bank, then you would understand that that's why it's called the West Bank. So, and Israel should never have given up Gaza in 2005. The only common denominator of Israel over the last 30 or 40 years is that Israel gives
We'll be right
up
back,
land
guys.
in the pursuit of
Listening.
peace, and they get missiles and rockets and suicide bombers in return.
Where's the land they give up?
I'm sorry?
Where's the land that they give
Gaza. So 10,000 Jews were stormed out of their houses in 2005 in the pursuit of peace with a peace negotiation with the Palestinian Authority. And guess what they got in return? Rockets, missiles, and suicide bombers. In the 1970s, they gave up the entire Sinai Desert for a peace negotiation with Egypt. And guess what? That's one of the few ones that might have almost worked. Finally, Israel has given up land in the West Bank. The only time that Israel actually is able to defend their borders and defend their sovereignty is when America stands with this country, the country that has made the world a better place. And guess, I will say this, the world is a better place because of Israel. The medical patents, the technological breakthrough, their respect for human rights, their humanitarian aid. Israel is a country that gets such unfair criticism and accusation from particularly academia. They are not a country without flaws. However, I'm so fascinated that while they are surrounded by a sea of totalitarianism, when they're surrounded by countries like Saudi Arabia, that if a Christian or a Jew dared profess their faith in the streets of Riyadh, they won't be living much longer. If someone in the streets of Tehran, is a pastor, they'll get locked up indefinitely. The Middle East is the worst when it comes to human rights, and yet there's this jewel, this crown jewel, where you are allowed to practice any religion you see fit, where you have the freedom of movement, the freedom of commerce,
All right,
the
I'm
freedom
back.
of private property. Yet that country's under attack.
Private
And I'm going to
property?
say something that gets me a lot of blowback. I'm going to tell
Israel
you why.
doesn't. Hang
Is that it
on.
has half the
Hang
world.
on. Hang on. Israel, for the record, is way more socialist than Palestine. They literally call each other comrade in Israel. I don't even know why this is confusing to Charlie Kirk.
Jews over 2,000 years.
Did I block you on Twitter, Dan? I think I may have blocked you on Twitter. Let me know if I blocked you on Twitter, and let me know if I should unblock you. I think I may have blocked you. If I didn't, never mind.
One thing that is common. It is the common theme of anti-Semitism. There is an anti-Semitic nature to the critique of Israel. People disagree with me when I say with it, but why is it? That
All right,
that
what's
half the
your
world's Jews, there's only
username?
13
I'll
million
unblock
Jews in
you.
the
You're
world,
probably
and
being
the
a dick
singular
the other
country
day.
that does
That's
the
fine.
most for
Tell me your
humanitarian,
username,
the
please.
most for military and defense of the Middle East. That's the country that comes under harsh and total accusation. I appreciate
Tell
you
me
being
your
here tonight. I'm not sure if
username.
we're going to find common ground, but I do
All
appreciate
right.
you coming to the front of the line. Thank you.
Hi, Charlie. Thanks so much for coming to the University of Iowa.
All right, you're unblocked.
City being my hometown. There's plenty of leftism here that needs combating, so I'm thankful that you're helping.
Listen, there were a bunch of people who got blocked when I was talking, and really, like, I want to say this. You know who's really to blame for Groypers getting blocked on Twitter? Mio and Brittany. Because I wasn't even talking about Groypers when I was talking about the Christians. I was talking about MAGA boomers. And then Mio and Brittany have to insert themselves and create drama where there is no drama. There's no problem, but Mio and Brittany need to come in and cause problems. And so I just want to say I will issue a general amnesty for any Groypers that got blocked because of Mio and Brittany's bad behavior. And Dan, I know you're a fan of theirs and you're allowed to be a fan of theirs, but I'm just saying that it's Mio and Brittany's fault. If Mio hadn't come in and started spreading the lie that I'm on Milo Yiannopoulos' payroll, this probably would have happened. I've never even spoken to Milo apart from a tweet here and there. So if you got blocked by me during the Christian thing, ask a friend to ask me to unblock you. It's not my fault. It's Mio and Brittany's fault. And I'll unblock you, and that's it.
do that. And also, as an entrepreneur, I admire what you've done in building this program up, Turning Point. My question is, you said our immigration should be based on what is best for our country. Should the U.S. continue its present immigration policy, which currently ensures, as you said, nearly 1 million new immigrants are allowed in each year, with the lion's share being
good-looking guys,
leftist in their ideology and democratic in their voting patterns? And I think this question is different enough from the earlier immigration question. The Warden response,
yeah,
given
I
that some
know.
elections are lost
Yeah,
by
I'm not
100,000
talking to
votes or
him.
less.
Relax.
So I try not to look at immigration in terms of political. I'll look because I think that would be very convoluted. I will say that 1 million people a year, the way we've been doing it, is not what's best for our country. I've been looking at the data. Senator Tom Cotton has a great bill that he introduced to bring it down to 500,000 based on merit. Again, I believe in ending chain migration and ending the visa lottery. That's hundreds of thousands of people in that million figure. I've also said that if you graduate from a United States university with a skill, upon graduation of your diploma, we should staple a green card behind
This
your
is
diploma.
Trump's position now.
If you have a skill and you've been educated in our country, I don't think it makes sense to export that person to go back to Korea or Sudan or wherever. So then all of a sudden we export the intellectual investment that we made within our own university. That doesn't make logical sense to me. I do think, though, that we have to be for legal immigration, but we have to be very smart in the way that we do it. It can't be unlimited. It can't be unrestrained, and we cannot have a porous southern border. And guess what? I want to look at the data and analyze exactly what's best for our country, and I think you and I could probably agree on a lot of that. So thank you for your question, and thanks for being here tonight. Thank you.
I reject this idea of dual loyalty. I have loyalty to ideas. And of course, I love the Grand Canyon. I love the Rocky Mountains, and I love Boston. I love Chicago. But if all that disappeared and all I had was ideas and we were on an island, that's America. That's Israel. And that's what people have to realize, that America is just a placeholder for timeless ideas. And if you fall too in love with, the specific place and all this, that's not what it is. Israel will be the exception because there is a holy connection to this land.
My question is for Charlie Kirk and is inspired by the work of YouTuber John Mark, who has a lot of great information and strategy on how to win the battle for America. My question is this. Charlie, you often express the view that America is a nation of ideas, not of blood and soil. But traditional American ideas have very little purchase these days in the state of California, which, due to immigration-induced demographic shift, has been irreversibly transformed from a reliably Republican state to a Democratic stronghold. Taking this in combination with the fact that the least desirable immigrants are also those who are most likely to lie about their beliefs in America, how can we prevent America from suffering California's fate without taking into consideration blood and soil in our immigration policy?
Thank you for being here tonight. So look, I think one of California's biggest issues is the fact that we have a porous southern border, and we've allowed 15 to 20 million people to border jump into our country and cut in line, essentially illegally enter into our country. That's number one. Number two, I think we should get rid of this ridiculous visa lottery and chain migration system that we have in our immigration. And kind of close the loop on that. I mean, I think currently you look at the trends in the 1990s, the amount of legal immigrants that we brought into the country spiked dramatically.
I don't really have any thoughts on Richard Spencer, if I'm honest about it. I don't really know anything about him. I've never really watched his content. I don't know. What do you tell me what to think about Richard Spencer, guys? Give me your opinions. I don't know. I'm not saying I'll agree with your opinions if I actually look into it. I'm not really that interested, to be honest, but you guys tell me what you think.
And the amount of low-skilled workers that we brought into America correlated with it. And I think that's pretty troubling, because if we look at our country, every country has capacity. We happen to be enormously wealthy and very, very generous. But we also have capacity.
I will say that I did like that Richard Spencer called out libs of TikTok for going after minimum wage workers at Home Depot. I liked that. That was the classy thing to do, because that thing from libs of TikTok where she's going after minimum wage, just normies, because they weren't compliant enough around the Trump stuff, is just, that was gross. It's gross that a cashier at Home Depot has to worry about a conservative coming in and sticking their phone in their face and recording them. It's just gross.
Capacity that we'll reach as well. And so I'm not sure if we have much to disagree with on this, except in the sense that our ideas are the greatest ideas ever to exist in the history of the world. And we've created that country around those core set of ideas. But a nation is defined by its borders. And if we have a porous southern border and we allow it to continue, then we'll have an uncontrolled problem of child sex trafficking, opioids coming into our country, and lawlessness. So I thank you for your question. Appreciate it. So thank you. Thank you. You want to comment on that?
Well, the only thing I would add is if we're building a wall in Colorado, we might as well do one between California and the United States too. So.
Not actually the worst idea in the world.
Just saying.
Not the worst idea.
I was just joking there, so don't take everything I say literally.
Hello. My question is for Charlie Kirk. Why do you deny the attack on the USS Liberty, which is well documented by both U.S. and Israeli sources, and which resulted in the death and injuries of over 200 Americans?
I deny that it was a deliberate attack by the Israeli government. That's what I deny.
Wow.
Thank you for being here tonight. Is there another comment you'd like to make about that? Sure.
Some people would disagree. I would just like to ask one more quick thing. Would you be willing to debate somebody that is an actual America First conservative like Nick Fuentes?
No. Thank you.
See,
Hey guys,
look,
doing? Thanks
look
for
how
coming to New
good
Hampshire
this
today.
Groyper is.
My question is from
This
Mr.
was in New
Kirk.
Hampshire?
I was just going to say,
I
why are
could've
you
gone
so
to this.
obsessed with pushing homosexuality into the conservative movement when America is a
Very
Christian
good looking
country
Groyper
based
right
on
there.
family
Come on.
values? Maybe Mr. Paul come in at the end of that because he has said about the gay marriage question.
Why
at the
didn't I go
beginning.
to this?
Take exception with the word obsession. I'm not really sure where you would get that from, but I'm proud that I have
Missed
some of the
opportunity.
closest friends and some of our most
All right.
productive and amazing spokespeople.
I hope that if Nick starts traveling around the country to bring retribution to the Trump campaign for not listening to him, please come to New Hampshire. Please. I know it's a small state, but it is technically a swing state. I mean, we don't have a lot of electoral votes, but just please, please come to New Hampshire. It'll be so fun.
And employees for Turning Point USA are individuals that are gay, and I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with the conservative movement that embraces talented people that also happen to be gay.
I would just say it's none of my business, really, what you are, who you are. I don't care.
Thank you for your question.
Mr. Senator, Mr. Kirk, thank you both for coming up. When President Trump speaks, he mentions many of his successes in regards to specific races, unemployment rate among blacks, small business ownership among Hispanics and Asians. At the same time, he not only avoids mentioning...
Listen, I said this after AFPAC. I'm going to say it again, and you're seeing it. The Groypers are good looking. The Groypers are not incels. They're volcels. I stand by this. If they don't have sex with girls, that's their business. I don't care. But like, the Groypers are good looking. A lot of them are tall. And even the ones that aren't tall, they're still like they're not irredeemable people or anything. So, yeah, all this about the Groypers being incels who can't get girls. The Groypers can absolutely get. They're also funny. They're smart. Such bullshit.
the main demographic that voted for him, white America, but continues to promote a progressive post-racial politics.
Well,
that suggests white.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I've seen, let's just call them husky, okay? Because I don't like this. I don't like this thing that you guys do about attacking people about body size. I just don't like it at all. I find it really off-putting. Maybe oftentimes because you're attacking me about my body size, but you know, whatever. But I will say, like, you know, even like, yeah, I mean, listen, man, I saw Wurzelrud in person. I don't think Wurzelrud is actually bad looking. I really don't. He actually looks much better in person than he does on the internet, I think. And like I saw Beardson. I mean, Beardson's not like bad or anything, but like, you know. So I have never met a groyper that I thought was irredeemable and that couldn't get girls. These are and listen, and I'm not trying to make any insinuations. I'm just saying these are the types of guys that I dated in college. These are the types of guys I dated in my 20s. These are the types of guys I like. Men like big tech can think that women only like big guys that are tall and blah, 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 blah. I mean, yeah, I guess kind of. Like, I'm not saying I've never dated guys like that, but like, I think they can do just fine with girls. I don't think that it would be a problem.
White voters should be grouped only by their political beliefs. As a white man attempting to move past identity politics, much like yourselves, I am wondering how realistic it is to expect other racial groups to stop banding together based on ethnicity and move forward as we have, especially when there is no pressure to assimilate to an American identity beyond that of having access to and consuming the same products.
Well, I mean, I guess I kind of treat it the same. I kind of treat it the same as the last question a little bit, in that the best kind of justice, the best kind of government doesn't care what the color of your skin is, whether you're man, woman, black, white, and that's the direction we should go. Can I make you not think about identity, or can I make us? I can't do that, but I think we're heading in that direction. And I think there was a time, look. My wife's dad's a Baptist, and my wife's mom is Catholic. It was a big deal. The Baptist wouldn't come to the wedding because he married a non-Christian, according to them. All right, Catholics and Protestants didn't get along. Now you'd almost never see that anymore. But you see people marrying across racial boundaries. You see, we are an amalgamation that. All the bad stuff you can say about our country, about us not figuring out how to get along, is better than it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. But some of it isn't my job either, because people come to me and they complain about cultural things. Like, you know what the biggest problem we have related to poverty
I
in our
agree with
country?
this.
It's having
100%.
kids before you're married. I can't do anything about it.
I thought that the groypers that I met in Detroit at AFPAC were so fun. They were funny. They were kind. Even if they're dicks on Twitter, like there was not a single groyper that I met that I didn't enjoy, and they're all different too. I mean, they have different personalities. I mean, not like just the groypers are people too, as it turns out, and they have different personalities. They have good senses of humor. They're funny. They're smart. Nothing wrong with groypers.
Make you not do whatever it takes to have children. That's your business. But preachers should talk about it, and your community should talk about it. I'm not saying it's not important. It probably might be one of the most important things that people know in high school and as they become an adult, is to try not to.
Would I sleep with one? I mean, I'm married, and so I wouldn't now. But would I have if I met a groyper, if I went to AFPAC when I was like 21 or whatever, would I have slept with them? Oh yeah. 100%. Now, they wouldn't do that because they would never fornicate outside of marriage. But like, would 21-year-old Carlin have hooked up with a groyper? Yeah, probably several of them. Like, if I'm I mean, I'm not saying all at the same time or anything, but I'm saying there were many good options at AFPAC that if I was younger and I was not married and I was against maintaining propriety. These are the types of guys I dated when I was younger.
To have kids until you're married because you'll live in poverty. And yet, I can't do it. I can't make a law to tell people to do that. It doesn't mean I'm not for it, but it kind of means ministers will come to me and I say, well, that's your job. You've got to tell people to do that. So some of it's through exhortation, trying to get people to do what we think is the right thing, and then some of it's through law. And being more libertarian leaning, I'm for the law doing very little with the federal government other than defending the country. That's about it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Tonight, this is more directed at Charlie.
It's just going to be an easy one.
Listen,
you get the easy one.
Listen, more husky, still handsome. Still handsome. I'm just saying.
So I just have to take issue with the stance most right-wing pundits like yourself have, which I find hypocritical. Recently at a talk in Jerusalem, you made the claim that America isn't a people, it's just an idea. You also claimed that Israel isn't just an idea.
Yasmin, Kelcorp sent you. She sent Fake Cell sent or Femcell sent you a picture of Kelcorp. Send me the picture, Yasmin. DM me the. I want to know what Kelcorp looks like. I won't share it. I promise. Yasmin, if you have a picture, you are obligated to send it to me.
Yeah, it's a people. This had me thinking. You cherish Zionism and people like Bibi Netanyahu or Theodore Herzl, the founder of Zionism, people who are open ethnic nationalists who care very deeply about maintaining a Jewish ethnic majority in Israel. How can you be that vocal? I mean, how can you be a vocal critic against any and all forms of European ethnic nationalism while holding them opinions?
Thank you for being here tonight. I expanded on those comments later in the video and beyond that, saying that America also has a beautiful history and is a place, and I expanded on that in a variety of ways. Not the first time I've gotten this question this week. It seems like it just keeps on coming back, and even tonight. Look, I'm a proud American, and I believe in the ideas that built America, and I'm also proud to stand with Israel, our greatest ally in the Middle East, and I apologize for that. I want to apologize for their history and the unfair amount of persecution that they're under from every direction imaginable. I mean, Israel is not perfect. They have their fair share of mistakes. However, considering that they are in a sea of totalitarianism, democratic state where Arabs, Muslims, and Christians can visit their holy sites, can vote in democratic elections, and can all cooperatively serve in the Knesset is something that deserves appreciation, especially when it's in a region where their other neighboring countries are 600, 700, 800 years behind them. And I just find it puzzling at times the amount of criticism that Israel gets, considering the amount of horror for human rights that actually happen in the Middle East. And so, to build upon your original thing that you said, that I said in Jerusalem, I even expanded upon America. That of course we should be proud of all the amazing sacrifice that our country, people before us in our country, went through to make us possible. But yes, the ideas behind America are ones that are based in Scottish Enlightenment ideas. The Constitution, which is one that rights come from God, not from government. And any country that has ever had any form of success has duplicated and replicated the American ideas and implemented them in their country. And I think that's something that we should be very proud of. So thank you for being here tonight. I very much appreciate it.
We need to make it so that these people cannot show their face at a public event.
Look at how young Nick looks. There he is. That's an okay tie. It's not the. It's like a. This is like a picnic. This is like a picnic blanket tie.
Without being asked a question like this. In other words, without being held accountable. Because how long have we seen this going on? Where people like Crowder and Shapiro and Kirk and all the rest can go out there and parade themselves like they're free speech icons. They are ideas warriors. You know, they're fighting in the marketplace of ideas for conservatism. And they pretend like they'll answer anything, they'll take any challenge and so on. But how long have we seen over the past 2 or 3 years that they have
And I know that, hang on. There we go. I know that Nick wouldn't like me saying this too, but I'm going to say it. I like that Nick has gained a little bit of weight. I think he looks better, a little bit more I don't think that super scrawny people look good. I think he looks better now than he did then. You know, he's still got all his features. He's got much better hair. I don't think Nick should lose weight. I think Nick is good where he is.
In the censorship and the suppression of real America First right-wing ideas, real America First right-wing thought. For once, I think since this phenomenon has begun, we can really get them and call them on the carpet and demand an explanation for what they've been doing, which is not right and hypocritical. And so to me, I think that's probably the most white-pilling thing of all. To me, that is the most priceless thing about this, is that Charlie Kirk will be a Politicon this weekend. And who knows, maybe he'll get a question from a more high-profile Nicker. I don't know. I don't know what he can expect at Politicon. We'll see. But at the very least, there'll be a Politicon tomorrow. He'll be back on the tour next week. And he will know every time
God
as
was
he's
best
getting
for-
ready, as he's
God is
putting on
best,
his
God is
necktie and
worst.
buttoning up his shirt and
Gotta wear
everything,
ties.
and he's putting on his makeup and so on before he steps out, he will dread the question and answer portion because he will know that there will be at least 1, 2, 3, 4 groypers out there ready to grill him about the USS Liberty incident in front of sitting senators or the president's son that will grill him about the First Step Act, criminals that are killing people because of policies he supports, mass immigration, the hypocrisy on free speech. And this is very satisfying. The Knicker Nation, the Joker heads are rising. You know what? If being a campus conservative is a thought.
The Knicker Nation. Yep, Nick's ties have gotten better. They have. It's true. The Knicker Nation. All right.
Crime, lock me away. If being a Latino campus conservative is a crime, then lock me away. But if not, then the show must go on.
I can't go in this one. I'm a paying customer. I can't watch the event.
You look so handsome there. Nick looks so handsome here. This is a good outfit for Nick. He should go back to this.
I'm a paying customer. I can't watch the event. Why? I won't be disrupted. Could you remove me if I am disrupted? What would be that I would be yelling or something?
Do you know who else kicks people out of events? Socialists. Literally. I've gotten kicked out of socialist events. I've gotten preemptively banned from. I've gotten preemptively banned from socialist events, just like Nick has gotten preemptively banned from Turning Point events. It's almost like Turning Point events are socialist. Listen. I'm married, all right? But if Nick wants to collaborate with me and complain about how bad the Trump campaign is, I think it would be a great talk. I have so many things to say. I have so many feelings to work out about how bad the Trump campaign is and about how I think that Nick is the only person that can save us. And so if Nick wants to collaborate with me to talk about the Trump campaign, I'm game. I'm there. I will rearrange my schedule. I'm no joke. But breeding, maybe not. I don't think he's ready for that either. It's not an insult. Yeah, it doesn't even matter. Nick's height doesn't matter. I'm sorry. Listen, Nick's height doesn't matter at all. Nick walks like he's 6'5". He has the aura of someone that's much taller. It doesn't matter at all. Nick is hot, guys. He is. Nick has this attitude. Nick last night on that stream, okay, maybe this is the beer talking. I'm just saying, again, I'm a married woman. I have propriety. But Nick was hot on that stream last night. He was. And someone in my comments somewhere or like on a tweet or something said exactly what I think about this, which is whatever young wife Nick ends up marrying is going to have her hands full. She's going to have to hire a staff with how many children that union is going to produce, because that sort of fucking energy that Nick had last night, damn.
It's like when you go to this random battle, you got to see everything else.
It's just not being let in.
As I said, it's like going to Disneyland matter once.
It's not quite like that because I'm being singled out.
Yeah,
it's
Nick.
It's close for everybody. It's close.
Nick at AFPAC did give me a hug. He broke away from being dragged out of the event to give me a hug. And then he said in a super chat he'd like to sit with me a spell. I'm just saying.
For me, for no reason.
6, 7,
Thank you, everybody.
8. Thanks, sir. Please. All 8.
Big fun.
Look at them! They're holding him both arms.
Speak a little louder, please.
I would say that I think Nick might be just a smidgen taller than me. I'm 5. Well, no, hang on. I was wearing platform Doc Martens at AFPAC. And so I'm 5'6" naturally. I think my platform docs are like 3 inches. So yeah, well, no, he's not 6'9". He's not 6'9". But he's not the shortest guy ever. So again, I only saw Nick for like a second when he came by and gave me a hug on his way out. But I was wearing platform Doc Martens. I'm 5'6". I think we were around, like, I think the platforms are 2 to 3 inches. I think we're around the same height. So that's what he's not like, I mean, Beardson's not the shortest guy I've ever been around. Like, I mean, I think that Beardson and I are relatively the same height. So Nick, I think, is a little taller than Beardson, but they're not. Listen, guys, I mean, like, I don't think they're not the shortest guy. They're not the tallest guys in the world. They're not the shortest guys in the world. But again, being around them, I didn't even notice their height because they have aura. They have presence. The height doesn't matter.
Charlie, welcome to the best state in the union, Ohio.
The Ohio State University.
So my question is, if the president were to enact a policy that would completely benefit the United States and her citizens, but to the detriment of Israel, would you support it? Yes or no?
That's a false choice. Thank you for being here. I get a lot of
Someone, by the way, I'm just gonna keep, guys, here's the thing. This is a 5-hour video. I'm just going to keep watching this video and hanging out until Nick goes live, and then we'll go and watch Nick, okay? But someone tell me when Nick goes live, which should be in about 15 to 20 minutes or so. And if it's not, he's late. But we'll watch. Why don't we just watch Nick tonight? Why not? We're here. I have drinks. We're here.
questions about Israel in the last week. I will not apologize for my defense of our greatest ally in the Middle East. I will not apologize for the fact that I defend Israel against its critics, both domestically and abroad. And I'm always just very puzzled at times when I get the amount of attention that is on the only democracy in the Middle East, the only
Casual
place all
Friday.
three monotheistic,
True.
all three
No tie tonight.
monotheistic religions are allowed to peacefully visit their religious sites, the
Yeah,
place that
probably
has respect for human rights, the place that
All right.
the Knesset has representation for all three monotheistic religions, something that does not exist all throughout the Middle East.
Not to mention the only pro-gay place in the Middle East, by the way.
Yeah, so Rob, let's talk about that. How would most Middle Eastern countries treat you if they found out you were gay?
Let's see. You know, they can be like Iran, and they can force gay men to transition into women. They can be like other places in the Middle East where they stone gays to death in the streets, and they throw us off rooftops. And these are very real things that continue to happen. And so when I hear those criticisms of being pro-Israel that are coming from the left, that's really shocking to me. And this is why I call it the intersectionality cult. And this is why I say that intersectionality makes zero sense, because you have so many criticisms coming to Israel from the left. And Israel is the most pro-gay place in the Middle East. It is the only place where gays can be. Yeah.
The left doesn't care about being pro-gay. The left cares about being anti-capitalist, and the right does not understand this.
Is the only place where gays can be open to be who they are
I hate
without
him
fear
so
of
much.
being
He's
murdered
such a
for
fake
their sexual
bastard.
orientation.
And then to just answer your hypothetical
I don't hate
that has
anyone.
no concrete example to this day, if any country would ever support a position that would be against our own interests.
No,
I would
Rob
not support
Smith.
that.
Rob
However,
Smith.
time and time again, Israel and Rob, can you second this? They helped you when you were a veteran in Iraq with intelligence, supply lines, medical assistance.
Absolutely.
You know, when you were there. And so they stood side by side our efforts. And look, I was against the Iraq war, but I am glad that they helped you, when our servicemen and women went overseas there. And so I'm answering your, unlikely hypothetical with that answer. And I'll say this as fine.
Should I make an Israel is gay t-shirt? I have a socialists are gay t-shirt. Maybe I should make an Israel is gay t-shirt.
I wish that the amount of attention on college campuses, there was 1/10 of percent of the attention on other countries in the Middle East that Israel seems to always get. The only democracy, the only free enterprise country, and the country that most supports values that are closest to America. So
Yes.
Thank you so much for your question. We appreciate you being
Thanks.
here tonight. So thank you so much. Thank you. We'll go to the next question. Thank you.
Where
I
I
think
will
you
be
need to find
much,
one.
much
Be
more
quick,
than
straight
him.
to the-
I will. Somebody outside a protester was asking about the term culture war. It's got a long history, started late 1800s, Otto von Bismarck, Culture Kampf. In the late 1990s, mid 1990s, it was reclaimed by conservatives. One of those being E. Michael Jones, who actually started this magazine, Culture Wars magazine. And because of his fantastic work, we now understand. Thank you. Give it up. Because of E. Michael Jones' groundbreaking work, we now understand that sexual liberation is political control. It's a form of political control. And
Yup.
you have multiple
True.
times advocated on behalf of accepting homosexuality, accepting homosexual acts as normative in the conservative movement. How does anal sex help us win the culture?
Is this David Riley? I think this is him, right?
Culture war.
I'm going to let the gay man answer
Wait
that.
a minute.
How does anal sex?
So
help
can
us
I
in the
ask you a
culture war?
question? Can you have the balls to ask the gay man on the stage that question and don't defer to him? So ask me that question. I will answer you that question.
How
So I'm
does-
gonna answer you. You already asked the question, so I'm gonna answer that question. I'm gonna ask you that
got a
question.
rosary?
This is America. This is the greatest freaking nation in the world. We realize that America is great because we have Western values. We realize that, no, let me finish, dude. We realize that gays and lesbians are able to contribute to American society.
What I love about this is they're talking to the groypers in exactly the same way they would talk to leftists. It says everything.
In the same way that everybody else is. And let me tell you, when you continue doing that, okay, you realize that we are here. We are able to do everything. And let me tell you something as well. I served in the military, right? I served 5 years. I did an Iraq tour. What's up?
How does homosexual sex help us win the culture war?
Who said homosexual sex helps you win the culture war?
Why are you promoting it?
Well, it's a BS question, and you know it is. It's not. It's a question that is not being. It's not a good faith question.
So I'm
it's
going
not.
to
It's
be,
the dude.
I'm
It's
gonna
not
be
a good
honest.
faith question.
Rob, like, honestly, I don't care what two consenting adults do. So that's
the whole thing.
And your hyper focus on it is kind of weird. Thanks for
I mean,
being
you
here.
seem to be really interested in gay sex. I'm pretty sure if you're into that, you can go find somebody to do it with. I don't know, maybe. Next question.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Mr. Kirk.
And wait a minute, let me. This is my first culture war, so I want to say that I have to make a statement, and I'm not here to tell anybody what to think or what to believe. But for me, somebody like that doesn't really have any place in the conservative movement because it's something that is so behind the time.
You know, when I debated Lauren Witzke and John Doyle about do gay people belong in the MAGA movement, I wasn't fully aware of this whole context. All right. And I think had I been aware, because I had been touring with the walkaway movement for 6 months leading up to that debate. I didn't really know what Nick Fuentes did. I never heard of the GROYPER War. I never heard of any of that. So I wasn't aware of all this context of why Elijah Schaffer was having that debate and why that debate was even a thing. And I think I would have handled that debate very differently today. Now, don't get it twisted. Lauren Witzke was still a bitch. She and I Lauren Witzke and I are cool now, but Lauren Witzke did call for the deportation of my husband, specifically. And that wasn't cool. It wasn't cool for Lauren Witzke to call for my husband to be deported, all right? But that aside, I think I probably would have handled that debate differently had I been aware of this larger context, but I just wasn't, okay? It was the world I lived in at the time.
And you can boo and you can do whatever you want to, baby, because I'm going to be me, and I'm still here.
Next question.
What's the question?
My question is largely directed to Mr. Kirk because you were raised as a conservative. Part of the issue I see here is, what's your name, Rob?
Yeah.
So you're saying, oh, you're behind the times, this isn't conservative. Well, we don't want centrists in the conservative movement. We want to retain our core values.
Yeah, but here's
we
the
don't
thing.
want drag.
See, now I agree with this. Now I don't, and I personally don't mind if people are gay. I don't give a fuck. I don't care who you sleep with. I don't care how you do it. I don't care what you do in bed. None of my business. I don't care. But I actually agree with this. I don't want centrists on the right. I don't want moderates. I don't want liberals. I don't want to appeal to them. I don't care. What needs to happen is they need to be woken up to all of the bullshit that the left has inflicted on this country. Becoming more left is not a way to wake people up.
But here's the thing. It's not about what you want, because here's the thing. The beauty about social media is that I can be me and I can bring myself to the table. And it's not about what you want, it's about what the people want. And if there are enough people in this movement that say, hey, Rob is cool, he's gay, whatever, it really doesn't matter what you think. You can say whatever you want and you can believe whatever you want to believe. But it's not going to stop me from doing what I'm doing. And it's not going to deplatform me.
So my question is, again, it's directed to Mr. Kirk because he was raised as a conservative. As the guy before has said, you've advocated for homosexuality, said that there's a place for the gay agenda within the conservative movement. My question is, and you're also comfortable with transgenders and cross-dressers, I understand. So my question is there any point where conservatives should take a moral stance on Christian morality, or should we abandon it altogether? So in other words, what is what is your brand of conservatism doing to actually conserve Christian morality? If we're ceding to the left on transgender, gay rights, gay marriage, we don't want that in conservatism.
So you don't want him in the conservative movement?
No.
I just want to be very clear. Let's just be
no.
So you don't want me in the movement?
No.
Hold on a second. I want to be very clear.
And to be quite frank, the fact that Rob Smith left the conservative movement is evidence of the fact that he didn't belong in it in the first place. And now he's come crawling back because he realizes that MAGA is his only grift. But Rob Smith doesn't even want to be in the conservative movement. He just wants to make money. That's it.
Hold on a sec. You're bringing some very charged language. I'm going to try to calm down the temperature in the room, so I can try to rationally understand an irrational position.
Why should we
Let me finish.
compromise our fundamental beliefs?
Let me finish. So I'm a Christian. I believe the Bible is the greatest book ever to exist in the history of the world. And I believe Rob Smith has decency and dignity as an individual in the United States of America. Hold on a second. We're not a theocracy. We never have been.
And you know what? And wait a minute. Let me hop in here. Hold on, because I'm in it. He's addressing me. The thing that I don't understand. Well, I'm addressing you. How about that?
You don't even have the courage to address the gay man on stage.
So the problem that I have with as somebody that is a gay Christian, and this is the problem that I have, because my relationship with God and coming back into the church over the past year and a half is one of the greatest gifts that has been given to me in terms of being in this movement. So my question to everybody who tries to say that, oh, you shouldn't be, Christian because you're gay. Why are you trying to turn people away from God? So if you love God and Christianity is so right, because I do love God, so why would you be trying to turn me away? Why would you be trying to turn me away from God?
So we're going to get
and another thing, and one thing that I don't do,
question.
And one thing that I don't do is that there is no man that is of this earth that is going to tell me what God has for me and how much God loves me. So goodbye. Thank you for your question.
Next question. Thank you.
Holy shit, that was homophobic. Sorry about that, Rob.
Don't ever apologize for ignorance, dude.
Well, I'm not a conservative, so this is probably something you're going to have to get used to.
Before you answer the question, this is the first time we've gotten that kind of flow of whatever the heck that was. So continue.
So my point's going to be centered on capitalism and its relationship to immigration. For the record, I'm not a conservative. I'm a revolutionary socialist, anarchist, communist, to be precise, which is much further left than Hillary Clinton. And if you ever want to debate with a real leftist, I'd be happy to debate anybody in Turning Point. But my point is, Venezuela, we don't consider communist. It's state capitalist. But
Guys, stop interrupting the questioner.
So my point is, you sit there and you call al-Baghdadi the greatest terrorist or the greatest genocidal maniac in the world, right? While ignoring the United States' historical role in the exploitation and the genocide of the indigenous peoples that lived here and the conditions that we consistently subject African American communities to, which I know what you're going to do. You're going to point it to Democrats. Yeah, the Democrats suck, by the way. I don't like the Democrats either. But like if Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton is about as far left as you go, you need to keep going. Don't go the other way. But my point being is, how can you ignore the contradictions within capitalism and its exploitation of indigenous peoples and its exploitation of labor and its exploitation of its ecological dislocations, while at the same time criticizing religious fundamentalists who should be criticized, while ignoring the genocidal behavior of the United States, the largest empire to ever exist? In those relationships,
that's a legit socialist right there. Holy shit.
Can be proven through our historical. My name is Jorge, so that can be proven through our relationships with South America via the way that we've developed South America through NAFTA and CAFTA.
I think I got where you're coming from. So there's a lot there.
I just want to point out that conservatives years ago had socialists going to their events telling them what they thought, and conservatives chose to ignore those socialists and pretend that Democrats were socialists when the socialists at their own events were literally telling them the Democrats sucked. I just want to point out that none of the research I've done is actually like groundbreaking. This stuff was all happening before. The only thing that's groundbreaking is that I said something when conservative influencers ignored it.
First of all, America's definitely made mistakes in our history. The Vietnam War was a mistake. The Iraq War was a mistake. But America is not a mistake. The world is a better place because of America. Allow me to finish. I allowed you to talk uninterrupted. South Korea exists because of America. America went into the Korean War for one reason only, to make sure that the Korean communists did not control the entire Korean peninsula. Tens of thousands of Americans died, so now that tens of millions South Koreans can live free. If we did not get involved in the Korean War, which people would say was empire building, but guess what? We gave the entire country back to the South Koreans, and they are a free, Western-centered, neoliberal democracy that is an amazing, beautiful country thanks to American interventionism. Now, mind you, America has made plenty of mistakes. I am not an apologist for every decision that America has made in the history of our country. However, America is a country that has made the world a better place. The world is more generous, more fair, more benevolent, more creative because of the American experiment and because of our country. When people are in trouble, America steps up. When there's a humanitarian crisis, America steps up. Most valuable countries, the largest cultural influence. And here's the final way that we can prove that America is indeed the greatest country ever to exist. There's two ways. Number one, we're the only country in the world where even those people who say they hate it refuse to leave. I'm waiting for all these celebrities to leave America, and I haven't seen it. Because there is no better country to be in than America. And number two, there is a waiting list, 45 million people long, to get into this country legally. We let in 1 million people legally into this country every single year. There's only 2 million legal immigrants into America every single year. We let in 1 million of those immigrants. In fact, I think that's too many. I think we need to actually have the RAISE Act by Senator Tom Cotton and moderately lower that over time. So this insinuation that America is an evil country, and that is it's within our fabric, which you're nodding your head and you agree with, is insulting to our history. It's an incorrect analysis of the good that we have done with the world. And honestly, it is not looking at what's actually happening, the amount of people that want to come into this country to make their lives better. Rob, would you care?
And let me hop onto the fact, America isn't good for blacks. So what other countries in the world have as many black millionaires as America? Has as many black entrepreneurs as America? Has many black athletes as America? Has many black entertainers as America? Has as many black billionaires as America? Has as many black people that are in the middle class as America? Has as many homeowners as America? Has as many business owners as America? Has as many black business owners that are creating jobs as America? You can't answer that question because there are none. All right.
Thank you so much. We got a line very long. Thanks for being here tonight.
All right, so according to the U.S. Census Bureau population projections, in 2045,
this.
whites will account for less than
Look at this. Even like a short little tiny groyper, still adorable. Even brown, still adorable.
50% of the population in the United States. Given that the Democratic Party's policies do not point towards the maintaining of our American ideals, and given the most groups other than whites overwhelmingly vote Democrat, how can we be sure that said American ideals will be maintained when millions of immigrants come in with majority Democratic support? Can you prove that our white European ideals can be maintained if the country's majority is no longer made up of white European descendants? If
All
not, should we support
I'm not
mass
applauding.
legal
Let me
immigration?
finish. Okay, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Let me answer, I guess, your question with my perspective. I've been asked this a couple times in the last week and a half. Let me tell you my stance on immigration, and I'm going to tell you where I think you go terribly wrong with your question, okay? I think that we should embrace Senator Tom Cotton's RAISE Act, which is to lower the amount of legal immigrants into our country, but increase the merit base that we let people to come into our country. End the visa lottery, end chain migration, make English the official language of the United States, build the southern border, and restrict the amount of flow of border jumping and line cutting to come into our country. But I'm always perplexed by this argument that I'm always interested by this argument, like, oh, how are we going to maintain our white status? So let's play out that racist idea. And all of a sudden we let a bunch of French people in our country. No, let's play that idea. We let a bunch of German or French people who are all socialist and hate our values. The insinuation of your question is that somehow race and ideology are intertwined together. President Donald Trump has been wrongly accused of being a racist president. Do you know that President Donald Trump received more support in the Latino and the black community than John McCain and Mitt Romney?
Combined.
I will also say
Combined.
that it is a failure of the conservative movement to not be able to communicate to communities in the black community, which I believe the black community is an inherently conservative community, a community that is around the ideas of the Judeo-Christian tradition. It is a pro-life community. It's a hardworking community. And so to reject your premise that, oh, how are we going to keep the white status of this? I find that to be a racist question. I reject the idea behind it. I do not think America should become a white ethno-state as a country. In fact, I think that is a fringe perspective. I appreciate you being here, and I'm going to rationally push back against it every single time I come in contact with it. Thank you for coming tonight. I appreciate it.
He's so triggered.
And can I just say, I'm always like cutting in. So there's this idea that with America and our history is America is an imperfect place that keeps on getting better, I think. But there's this idea that all of our values are inherently white, or there's this idea that the conservative movement right now, and the conservative movement that I'm a part of, is black, it's Latino, it's white. It's so many people that have the same inherent ideas, and we come together with these differences because we all...
I mean, listen, like, here's the thing. I'm not a Christian. I don't really intend on becoming a Christian, even though I know I said I would go to Catholic church earlier, and I will go to Catholic church. I have no problem going to Catholic church. I've been to Catholic church a million times. But would I be triggered this much if the United States was run by Christian men? Like, if Christian men were overwhelmingly in charge of the country? Probably not, if I'm honest about it. I probably wouldn't be this triggered. And it's not that I agree with Christianity. It's not that I practice Christianity. It's just that, like, I don't think that it's going to make the country worse. I don't actually think my life would change that much if I'm honest about it. And I actually think that it could potentially make the country better. And so I kind of feel the same way about, like, these guys being triggered about, like, being asked about, like, white men and demographics and the same thing. It's kind of like, why are you necessarily opposed to this? I don't really understand it. Naruto says, I'm a ways behind, but when a literal Nazi like Richard Spencer is more defensive of middle-aged Home Depot cashiers, that should terrify MAGA. Yep, I agree, Naruto. Thank you.
All believe in the power and beauty of America. We all believe that patriotism and nationalism is a good thing. These are not things that are specific to a skin color or an ethnicity or a nationality or religion or a background or anything else. And that is the world that I'm trying to push forward. That is the world that I believe that we live in. That is the movement that we are living in right now. So the idea that if America somehow becomes less white, then we're going to lose our values is an inherently racist idea. And not only is it racist against the blacks, whites, whatever, it's racist against people who are white that reject that nonsense as well, period.
Next question.
Yeah, what a racist question that was. So I got a quick and fun, lighthearted question for you, Charlie. So I know you gave a speech.
Good-looking Groyper right there.
Yes, I did.
Were there any like awesome, fun dance parties that you guys had afterwards? I heard that Israelis are some of the best dancers in the world. I mean, if you guys don't believe me, just Google dancing Israelis. It's insane how good the dance moves are. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Israel's a beautiful country, a great country too.
It is. They're our greatest ally.
Correct. Thanks for being here tonight. Next question. Thank you for being here tonight. Next question. Yeah, let's give it up for Rob Smith for being a veteran, right?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's why I don't get bothered by the trolls. Like, what? I got bullets whizzing by my face in a rock, and you think like a troll is gonna shake me? I'm serious. I'm serious.
Yeah, I'm a little sick, so I'm sorry about my voice, but I have two quick questions, very quick. Do you believe in free speech? Absolutely.
Well, look, I believe every individual has freedom of speech, but also part of freedom of speech is you have the freedom to associate with who you want to associate with. You can say, I want to listen to certain things. I don't want to listen to certain things as an individual. And I believe the solution to hate speech is more speech. As we're demonstrating tonight, we literally say, if you disagree, you're allowed to go to the front of the line. I think we're practicing what we preach. Well, if you disagree, then go to the front of the line. You all disagree. Well, then fight over it. Next.
All right.
So that next question. Thank you. You got one question. Thank you. Thanks. One question.
He's so triggered.
All right. So I followed you for a while. I've listened to a lot of your talks. And my question is this. Given that your interpretation of traditional...
Listen, I'm not opposed to people being Christian. I'm just opposed to Christians proselytizing to me all the effing time. I don't care if people are Christian. I just don't want to be proselytized to. I just want to be like I swear I won't force you to do tarot cards. I won't force you to do astrology. I will never do. You will never have to do anything against your consent, against your values. I just don't want to be proselytized to. That's it.
Conservative values stems from 1965 on immigration and 2015 on race. I'd like to know, how long do we have to wait until child drag shows are pushed as American traditional conservatism?
Let me answer. I'm going to answer that question. Wow. So I get a lot of crap, and I've been getting a lot of crap from people in this room about being a gay conservative. And let me be very clear right now. No, you're not. But okay, that's great. But let me
He served in the United States military. That's what he conserved, my friend.
How about
he
I
served in the military
while
you're a coward and you go to the front of the line.
How about
he
I
went to
conserve
Iraq to protect our freedoms
How about
while
I
you
conserve
go up
this
talking
country,
about
dude?
serving our country.
Your freedoms when I was fighting in Iraq for you. How about that? Is that a good enough answer about what I can serve?
I can do whatever I
so
want.
let me be clear because I want to address what he's saying because I think that there's a valid point in what he's saying, even though what he's saying is crap. So there's this idea that there's a lot of crap going on in the far, I call it the LGBT alphabet soup left, that myself as a gay conservative is like pushing back on. The child drag queen stuff is garbage. Okay, the drag kid stuff is garbage. Trans kids is garbage. Okay, and so I get crap from the right for being a quote unquote fake conservative, and I get crap from the left when I stand up against that stuff and say that we need to calm that stuff down because it is not doing anything for America. As a matter of fact, I think that child drag queens and I think that trans kids, quote unquote, are destructive to the fabric of this country. I absolutely believe that. So not to address a troll, but I need to say, as a gay conservative, myself and the Ricky Rebels of the world and the Scott Pressers of the world, we're the only ones in that community that are standing up against that crap and calling it for what it is. So if you don't think that you need us in the movement, these people on the left, the alphabet soup is going to do a lot of crazy stuff, and we need to pull them back in line, period. And that's why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Thanks so much. Next question. Thanks for being here.
Hey, my question is for Charlie. Okay. So in the wake of the student debt crisis, stagnant wage growth across all education levels in all fields, liberal arts, STEM, how is regurgitating this far left talking point of stapling green cards to diplomas America first? How is this any different than chain migration funded by taxpayers through the NSF, DOE, DOD? Those funds go to...
Yeah, I'm happy to elaborate on it. So I said at a speech last week that if someone graduates from a four-year college, they should have a green card stapled to their diploma. Let me elaborate on that further. I don't think it makes sense as America First to invest our tax dollars in foreign nationals that come to our own publicly funded universities and then say go back and compete against us in Korea, Japan, or Southeast Asia. Well, so you just said they're competing against us here. Well, actually, if they're employed by American companies or they're entrepreneurs, there's evidence to show that they actually embrace our American cultural identity and they come and they immerse into our country. So I'll give you a great example. So I'll give you a great example. This same sort of skepticism, the same sort of hostility was given towards Asians in the 1940s and 50s. Asians have been one of the most productive, one of the most amazing communities, least likely to commit crimes, most contributing communities to our country, including Indian Americans, people from Southeast Asia. And so I will say this, look, I'll nuance it even further. And a green card is not citizenship. I did not say citizenship. There's a huge difference there. But if you graduate from Stanford, MIT, Yale,
hey, Donnie,
and you're able to find a job that needs to be filled by an American employer, then yes, I do believe you should be given temporary residency to be able to fill that job. And guess what? You pay taxes. You're within the system. I'll say this. I believe in lowering the amount of legal immigrants. I believe in eliminating chain migration. I believe in ending the visa lottery, making English the official language of the United States, building the wall, enforcing our laws, and also allowing ICE to go into our inner cities to go after lawbreakers, as well as ending sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities are one of the worst things that we allow to happen in our country where lawlessness happens every single day. Thank you for your question. I appreciate you being here.
Hi, Charlie. So I saw and enjoyed your debate at Politicon with Kyle Klinsky over the weekend. And you said during the debate that the free speech police are telling people that they can no longer say certain things. Yet, as you were saying that, you had actual police prevent someone from merely watching the debate. Nick Fuentes. And there was no evidence that he was going to be disruptive or break the rules. But now Nick has some pretty abhorrent views that I strongly disagree with. But you say socialism is the most evil and deadly ideology.
Somebody told me that the police did something. That wasn't my event this weekend. I'm not really sure what you're talking about. I'm getting all these messages that said I kicked somebody out. What do you mean?
He's pretending he doesn't know who Nick is.
Well, he was
like, who's he?
like,
Who is
so there were
Nick
multiple
Fuentes?
times
I have
when,
no
like,
idea what
when
you're
he went up
talking
to,
about.
he was in the line to take a picture with you, and then he was barred from taking
There
pictures with you, and then he was barred specifically from your event. He was told that he
Is
would
this
just
the internet
specifically-
troll? I'm confused who you're talking about.
Internet troll, yeah.
Who are these
So,
people?
who are you? No, just I want to be sure that is this the internet troll that like is the guy that believes in white ethno-nationalism or? Oh, okay. I just want to make sure because there is a guy that infiltrated our booth at Politicon that security came up to us and they said we're not allowing this guy at the event. Maybe that's what you're talking about. Because there's a guy that infiltrated our booth and then the Politicon security, an event that I don't run, they came up to me and they said, you know, this guy made a little disruption. But I want to clear this up because I'm getting messages about something I'm not totally clear on.
So yeah, if you.
No, he's got a lot of fangirls in here
if you-
tonight, huh?
I mean, you
Fangirl?
debate socialists and you say socialism is the most deadly ideology. Why not? If you're saying that socialism is the most dangerous, why not debate someone like Nick and like he'd get his bad ideas.
Listen, I just want to say this. I know this was a long time ago. I know this was 5 years ago. I know that. I just want to say I think that socialism and communism is the most dangerous ideology. I've talked to literal socialists on my channel. I would talk to Nick. I think that's pretty clear. Charlie Kirk should have no reason to be afraid of talking to Nick. I have no reason to be afraid of talking to Nick. And I understand socialism way more than Charlie Kirk does. Nixon Pill, thank you for the super chat. The thing is, this was 5 years ago. This time around, we're older, wiser. There's way more of us. A lot of guys came in after this and have been itching for. I think. Listen, man. This is what I'm saying. This is why I'm doing this stream. I think this is gonna be fucking awesome. I'm so excited about this. And I know I'm not a groyper, and I know I'm a girl, and I know I'm old, and I know that, like, you know, I know, but I am so fucking excited about this. I think it's going to be incredible. I think it's going to be huge. I think the conservative establishment is not going to know what to do. I think Nick is more seasoned. I think Nick is wiser. I think that the groypers learned. I mean, this was like, I'm sure this was like a learning experience for everyone, but even this is awesome. But like, you take this and you apply it to what you guys are going to do now, it's going to be fucking amazing. It's going to be a sight to see. It is going to be game changing. I am here for it. I completely get it. Yeah, well, we're still, someone tell me if Nick goes live, okay? If Nick goes live, we'll go to watching Nick's stream. No, I'm not going to fucking delete this. No, don't worry about it. It'll still be up. I know it's been a long stream. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's keep going. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it.
Out of the,
Well,
the
I think
culture.
I've been debating a lot of his bad ideas here tonight quite well. So thank you very much
They're
for being
not
here
bad
tonight. I
ideas.
appreciate it.
Great ideas.
Hello. So my name is Patrick Casey. I'm an American nationalist
Ah,
and America
fuck
First
him.
patriot.
Fuck
And-
him.
Thanks, guys.
No, boo.
So, and despite all of that, despite my ardent support for the president and his policies, I was actually kicked out of CPAC earlier this year.
But I didn't kick you out of this event.
No, I'm not going to blame. I'm not
Okay,
going to blame you.
just
I'm not
making
gonna blame.
sure.
Yeah, you're very defensive here. I get that. As was my good friend Nicholas J. Fuentes, whom I believe we.
How tall is Patrick Casey? Because Patrick Casey looks so short. Remember, Patrick Casey was like the guy that came onto my Q&A that time. Patrick Casey like ambushed me on a stream that time, and I had no idea who he was. And he had this old-timey house. And then he had you guys should have known. Patrick Casey always, yeah, he's 5'5". He's definitely, Patrick Casey is absolutely shorter than me. Yep.
You were just discussing up there. But look, I'm not going to blame you for that.
I
Please
just want to
I've
make
got
sure.
a question here.
Is that the troll that keeps tweeting about me?
I just want to say, I could have, had you guys not been mean to me back in 2021, had you guys not been dicks, I could have told you that Patrick Casey was bad news. In fact, I said Patrick Casey was bad news. No one listened because you guys didn't like me, because I said stuff you disagreed with, and then you were real mean to me, and you came at me on Twitter, and you were dicks, and Nick blocked me, even though I defended Nick when Nick was put on the no-fly list. I was one of the few people to defend him, even back then. I just want to say I want credit. Nick wants to complain about not getting credit. I want credit. I told you guys Patrick Casey was bad news. I said he was bad news. No one listened. Oh, how the tables have turned, Grapers. Oh, how the tables have turned. Never forget it. Always right. Grapers owe me a $2 super chat. Always right.
Troll is a very intelligent guy who has a lot to say. He's somewhat of a troll, but
He seems to be getting a lot of you guys to say stuff for him tonight. So
I don't debate trolls.
Listen, you guys might not like that I'm psychic because you guys think that being psychic is demonic and all that stuff. But regardless of whether you guys like that I'm psychic, I am really fucking psychic. My intuition is honed. I can spot a snake from 1,000,000 miles away. So I'm just saying, pay up. $2 super chats.
I think we've been debating them all night.
Right, so I'm just citing CPAC's decision to remove
appreciate
American
that,
nationalists
Audra.
from their conference. I'm not blaming you for that. I'm moving it into something.
I don't run
I'm
CPAC
saying,
either.
right, and I just said that I'm not blaming you. I've said that 3 times. So, but you do run TPUSA, and TPUSA did remove its relationship with Ashley St. Clair, who all she really did was take a picture with Nick Fuentes. She was in the same room. So my question to you, Charlie, is as someone who, purports to be pro-debate, free speech, and exchange of ideas, do you support
Obviously
blackballing
purple.
people based on having controversial opinions or being even in the same room when a photograph is taken with someone who has controversial opinion?
How do I feel about Myron? You want my analysis of Myron? Myron is someone that can expose Nick to a wider audience. I believe that anyone that can expose Nick to a wider audience is good. Do I trust Myron? Fuck no. And Nick should not trust Myron either. You have to think of Myron as a useful idiot. Use Myron for what he's useful for. Use Myron to get Nick out there. Use Myron to get Nick in front of more people. Use Myron for his platform. Use Myron for what he can do, but don't ever trust him. Because Myron will snake you as quickly as he would snake any of the whores that he sleeps with, however often he sleeps with them. But definitely use him for what he always listen, man, there's not no person is ever 100% good or 100% bad. You have to look at it from a really objective standpoint of can this person add value to my experience? Can this person help achieve my goals? I think this is one of the things that Nick is really smart about. Do I think that Nick likes Myron? No. No, I strongly doubt Nick likes Myron. Not real. Now Nick is going to pretend he likes Myron, and I would never try to force Nick into a position where he has to admit that he doesn't like Myron. But I think Nick knows Myron is a useful idiot for Nick to be able to expose his message to a broader platform, and that's okay. And sometimes that's all it needs to be.
And the second part of that question is, if the answer is no, will you debate me on immigration, identity, and demographics?
Well, so first of all, I mean this respectfully. I have no idea who you are. The other thing, that was a private matter. Ashley's a good person. We handled it privately. That's all I'm going to say about that. And finally, I just want to make a broader statement. I want to make a broader statement. My stance on Israel, I'm not going to back away on it. My stance on immigration is a mainstream position. And I think it's really incredible because the amount of people that have been here tonight that have shown hatred towards Rob, that have been shown hatred towards his ideas is pretty incredible. And so I really don't know who you are. And the fact you're getting as upset as you are.
Hey, you guys, who likes Cardi B? Cardi B? You know she has that song,
Shut up,
People Do Anything for Clout. That Cardi B song, People Do Anything for Clout. People will do anything for clout. Anything for the clout, boy.
All right, this is our last question. I flew on an airplane with this guy after the RNC 2016. Seemed like a nice guy. And, I like the idea. I like the fact that they have contact with Trump. And I like what the members are doing. They're great people. But, yeah, I know there's a lot of other videos online, too, of him really telling whoppers of lies, or he has amnesia, brain damage, and doesn't have any type of long-term memory. I mean, maybe he's got a head injury. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I definitely think that's possible. Certainly he could be mentally retarded, as you like to say, or he could just be straight up lying. We've seen a lot of cases of this where people get involved in conservative politics and maybe say one thing, and then they get donors, and then they get people funding their organization. They get some connections. They rub shoulders with powerful people like the president or his son in the case of Charlie Kirk. And then all of a sudden their opinions start to change. And then suddenly, their love for America becomes a love for another country. So, yeah, I mean, he could have been brain damaged, maybe dropped on his head or something, or he could just be straight up lying, in which case we have to hold him accountable. And that's what we're trying to do.
The president, the vice president, and the secretary of the Kansas State University Turning Point USA chapter
Jaden!
had all resigned. They all issued statements saying that they were leaving Turning Point USA. And I think Jaden's was probably the most in-depth and eloquent, talking about how Turning Point USA doesn't support free speech. They don't support conservatives. They're not conservative. They don't defend the American worker. They don't protect Christian values and so on. But today we found out that the Kansas State University chapter has dissolved altogether. It's gone. Apparently, the people that were supposed to succeed Jaden and the vice president and the secretary, although they had planned on continuing, on taking over the organization and remaining in Turning Point USA, they decided that they agreed with Jaden. So they just decided to completely dissolve the chapter, one of the biggest Turning Point chapters in the country, dissolved after its leadership defected because they agree with us. And so to me, this is just incredible. It is exactly what we've been saying all week. They can try and make it about, and that's what the Zionist Organization of America is doing. That's what Sebastian Gorka is doing. That's what Benny Johnson is doing. That's what all these characters are trying to do, is to make it either about me or make it about hatred or make it about the alt-right, which is a movement that hasn't even been around for like 2.5 years. When in reality,
did I ever watch the debate that Jaden and Ethan Ralph versus Nick? I don't think so. Can you DM that to me on Twitter? I watched a lot of Jaden's stuff complaining about Nick after he left. And I didn't really find any of it compelling. It all just kind of seemed like sour grapes to me. And I was like, Jaden is unhinged. Like every once in a while, I'm like, what is Jaden doing? And he's making money, just bitching and complaining about Nick every single day. It's just like, it's sad. It's sad and it's pathetic and it's not fun. But yeah, DM that to me on Twitter. I'd like to see it. I saw the Medicare one. I think I did. That was just a shit show, though. It was just yelling.
reality, what this is about and what they're trying to divert everybody's attention from is the fact that all across the country, Zoomers, Generation Z, young people like myself are starting to realize that the conservative movement is full of frauds, that it's not that conservative. As I said, it is the Zionist Organization of America, an excellent organization. It says, quote, the Zionist Organization of America urges Twitter to take immediate action against Nick Fuentes, an anti-Semite and white supremacist who openly denies the Holocaust and routinely spreads hate-filled and bigoted speech, and remove his verified account from the social media platform. I have to say, just from the outset, number one, remember that this is a diversion. That's number one. Number two, if we are going to play this game, if we're going to play this game of Nick said something controversial, we found this clip from his show where he made a joke, whatever. If we're going to play that game, I've never explicitly denied the Holocaust. You can find things where you think I might be referring to that, or maybe I'm making a joke, but I've never explicitly denied the Holocaust. And I don't really think there are any Holocaust deniers. I wouldn't use that terminology. Certainly, you've seen people that might have some issues with how it's presented, or maybe there's some other ideas about what happened 80 years ago. But I've never gone on the record. It says I'm a self-admitted. I openly deny. Number one, I don't deny. I've never openly or explicitly done that in any fashion. the worst that we've done is made fun of this kind of absurdity where, you at the mere mention of this event or the mere mention of it, you make fun of it a little bit, the exaggeration of it's every month is a Remembrance Day and they have Holocaust survivors at the State of the Union and so on.
Listen, all I did was tweet Hitler went to heaven, which I believe because I don't believe hell exists. I believe heaven is the only place we can go. And I got told I was denying the Holocaust. I was like, I didn't even say anything about the Holocaust.
You lampoon that a little bit and you're an open denier. You're an open whatever. So in the first place, I have to say, on a technical ground, don't deny. And I've never openly denied. So eat shit. That's number one. Number two, how can I be a white supremacist when I'm not even white? Have you seen my last name? These are the first people that, if I'm called a white nationalist, will say, Fuentes? That doesn't sound like a white name to me. But then they'll turn around and say I'm a white supremacist. So how does that work? 2% African, 14% Native American. I think we all understand. 25% Mexican. So I think we all understand a non-white person cannot be a white supremacist. So I reject this. Anyway, the article goes on. It says, quote, just yesterday, and this is ridiculous because it wasn't yesterday. It says, just yesterday, Nick Fuentes used an analogy of Cookie Monster, baking batches of cookies to attempt to deny the horrific murder of 6 million innocent Jews during the Holocaust, telling his podcast audience that the number just doesn't make sense to him. And it's just so funny. The details are all wrong. The Cookie Monster did I mention Cookie Monster? I don't even remember. But it wasn't yesterday. This was like years ago.
You did.
But in any case, they say that this little joke that I made was about the Holocaust. I don't think there's any evidence that it was about the Holocaust. There's nothing you could point to that shows that it was anything other than a harmless joke. It says, this open and unashamed denial of the facts of the Holocaust is atrocious and disgusting, as Sebastian Gorka would say, disgusting.
Sebastian Gorka?
But what's more puzzling is Twitter's willingness to...
Do you guys know my Sebastian Gorka story? Press 1 in the chat if you've heard my Sebastian Gorka story. Press 2 in the chat if you have not heard my Sebastian Gorka story. It's pretty fucking hilarious. How many people here have never heard my Sebastian Gorka story? 1 in the chat if you've heard it, 2 in the chat if you have not heard it. Okay. Lots of 2s. Okay. Here's my Sebastian Gorka story. One day, I was raising money for a woman named Gabrielle Clark. Gabrielle Clark is a woman that helps parents who have kids that are pulled into gender ideology in schools. And so she basically advises parents on what to do if they want to sue school districts and that sort of thing. She's doing the Lord's work. She's got a lot of really good stuff out there. And so I was helping to raise money for Gabrielle Clark. And what I was trying to do was to pressure blue check conservative influencers into sharing Gabrielle Clark's story, because I was like, all you assholes are talking about the fact that you're against transing kids in school. This woman is actually helping parents who are trying to help, whose kids have been transed in schools. Why aren't you sharing her story? So I was pressuring blue check influencers, and Sebastian Gorka is one of the people that I targeted. Now, I had never actually spoken to Sebastian Gorka before, never had any interaction with him at all. But I tweeted something about, I don't even remember exactly what it was, but it was about something related to AOC. And I tagged Sebastian Gorka in it. And then I left my office and I went to go take a nap for 20 minutes. And while I was taking a nap, Sebastian Gorka DM'd me his phone number. I had never spoken to this person before. And I woke up and I was like, Sebastian Gorka's in my DMs. And all it said was his phone number and call me. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Oh, this was about the AOC grandmother joke. That's right. The Daily Wire was that's what it was. Because the Daily Wire was doing this fucking prank where they were raising money for AOC's grandmother. And I was like, you assholes, if you can raise money for AOC's grandmother and all you people can give $500 to AOC's grandmother, then why can't you give $500 to Gabrielle Clark, who is she was suing schools for critical race theory. She was teaching parents how to sue schools for gender ideology. Gabrielle Clark was actually doing something productive, and the Daily Wire raised over $100,000 for AOC's grandmother. And so I tweeted Sebastian Gorka about this. And he DM'd me his phone number. I was like, all right, what's going on? So I get up from my nap. I come in. I call Sebastian Gorka, a person I've never talked to before. And I said, hi, you DM'd me your phone number? And he started yelling at me. And he started, how dare you tweet me and you insinuate that I don't care about X, Y, B, and Z. And I was like, and the funniest part is Sebastian Gorka actually misread the tweet that I sent because I didn't actually say anything bad about him when I was tweeting it, but he read into it. And he was so angry. And so Sebastian Gorka literally like sent me his phone number so that I would call him so he could yell at me about a tweet that I sent. And then I just started, like, the whole situation was so absurd. I was sitting over here going like, what the fuck? Like, I'm literally trying to raise money for someone who's helping parents with gender ideology in school. Sebastian Gorka is screaming at me through the phone over one single tweet that I sent that he misread in the first place. And I was like, and eventually I was like so incredulous about the situation that I just started laughing at him. So Sebastian Gorka's like full yelling at me, and I just start like bursting out laughing on the phone call. He's like, how dare you laugh at me? I was going to invite you on my show, and now I will never invite you on my show. I was like, bro, you literally DM'd me your phone number so that you could yell at me over a tweet. Seriously? Seriously? Can we have some perspective, Sebastian? And then he unfollowed me on Twitter. And that was it.
Lend Fuentes and others like him a platform for prejudice, hatred, and lies. They would know a lot about lies, I would say. The Zionists know a lot about hatred and lies. It is long overdue that Twitter, in addition to Facebook, YouTube, and other social media platforms, consider their role in perpetuating violent and extremist hate speech, anti-Semitism, Holocaust denial, and other forms of bigotry. Now, mind you, this is because of a joke. This is because of a clip where I'm laughing throughout. Everybody knows it's tongue-in-cheek, atrocious, it's dangerous, violent, extremist, hate speech, anti-Semitism, Holocaust now. Oy vey! I mean, give me a break.
Oy
ZOA National President Morton
shut it
Klein
down.
said, "I'm not going to do the voice. It is absolutely, you're close. It is absolutely astounding and inexplicable that the most powerful companies in the world have no problem ignoring this pure evil, let alone offering even more exposure than average, as Twitter did by verifying Fuentes' account." He says, quote, "I urge Twitter to stop cooperating with Holocaust deniers, anti-Semites, white supremacists, and racists, and to prevent them from having a platform to further spread their vile, hate-filled speech." Now, I'll say once more, I think I said this on Twitter, it literally doesn't matter what I said, actually. It doesn't matter if you agree with me, if you think I'm wrong, if you think I'm lying about this, if you think I'm telling the truth. It doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter because Turning Point USA, and by extension, the Zionist Organization of America, supposedly believe in free speech. Now, I don't know if the ZOA says openly that they're in favor of free speech, but you know that they are acting as a proxy for Turning.
Can I just say, I genuinely hope that Nick never disappoints me. I know that not everyone is perfect. I know that people make mistakes. I'm definitely willing to make allowances for mistakes. He's young. He's still learning. Okay, fine. I really don't want Nick to disappoint me as much as these other conservative influencers have disappointed me, because I really believe in him, man. I think he's doing the right thing. I think he's been totally fucked over by the conservative establishment. And I may not agree with everything he says, but I think he has positive intent, and I think he's a good person. And I really just don't want to be disappointed. And I know so many people have told me, they're like, Carlin, Nick is going to stab you in the back. Nick is going to turn on you. The Groypers are going to turn on you. And maybe that's true. But I really hope it doesn't happen.
Turning Points. This is a clip from years ago, and everybody knows that. It's a tongue-in-cheek clip from years ago. I've done 500 shows. So you have probably 1,000 hours of content, and they found a 1-minute clip where I made a little joke. And this week, they decided to publish it. Of course, that's not a coincidence. We know why this is surfacing now. We know why they're targeting me now. It's because of the questions. The questions directed at Turning Point USA. And so it really doesn't matter what I said, or if you think it's a joke, or if you think it's funny, or if you think I am an anti-Semite. What matters is this is an organization which purports to be in favor of free speech, Their whole brand is built off being free speech warriors, campus warriors, people that will talk to you anywhere, anytime about any idea, people that believe tech censorship is wrong. But their proxies are openly calling, explicitly demanding that all these social media companies kick me off the platform. Same people, I should add, by the way, that say that when the left uses these tactics, calling somebody a racist or a white supremacist or whatever, they say that that's facts not caring about your feelings or whatever. So to me, the hypocrisy could not be more clear.
Are you there, Bobby?
Hi, Mr. Gorka. I'm a huge fan of your appearances on the Tucker Carlson show.
Oh, I
And
didn't
just
know
have a
this.
quick
He was
question.
actually
On one of
involved in
your
this.
tweets I'm reading right here, you say that people who are pro-censorship are afraid, especially on social media. So my question to you is, Mr. Gorka, are you afraid?
Can you read that tweet to me? What's the date? You can't, can you?
And
You can't.
I'd be happy. Well,
I
let me ask you
mean,
this:
God
why?
willing.
So get to
God
the point.
willing.
Why are you really calling? Why are you really calling? Who are you calling about?
Why are you pro-censoring? Well, my question is, are you afraid of the ideas of Nick Fuentes?
No, I'm disgusted by Nick Fuentes' ideas because he's an
Why are you
anti-Semite.
advocating for censorship when you say that when people advocate for censorship, it's for the reason that they are afraid? So, sir, are you afraid of?
No,
I didn't know that Sebastian Gorka called for Nick to lose his blue check. Fuck that guy.
never said stop talking. I never said censor him. I said, why the hell does he have blue checkmark verified status from Jack
You do
Dorsey?
want to deplatform his verified status.
I want him not to be recognized as a verified individual. Sorry?
Deplatformed.
What an asshole.
No, verified. Can you listen and can you read English? I said, how is he verified? Okay, let's listen to what your friend, the anti-Semite Nick Fuentes, posted on video.
I just want to know, Mr.
No, you stop
Gorka, if
talking
you are
now. You
afraid
stop
of Nick
talking
Fuentes.
now. You stop talking and you listen, and then you justify for me what this
I understand
man.
how you're
Pot him
upset,
down.
right?
Pot him down. Listen to what Nick J. Fuentes said in a video on Twitter. Cut 8.
It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right?
Obviously, Nick is
Doing
wrong.
24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long would it take
Denounce.
you to
I
make
don't
6
agree
million?
with this. Denounce.
I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there.
Obviously,
The math
not
doesn't
less-
quite seem to add up there. I don't think you'd result.
Obviously, no less than 6 million people died in the Holocaust. I don't know why Nick would ever say such a thing. It is a horrible thing to say. No one should ever believe that. Denounce, disavow.
In 6 million, maybe 200 to 300,000 cookies. And I think the Red Cookie Association said something like that, probably 200 to 300,000 cookies baked, probably. And in addition, in this hypothetical, I imagine that if you took aerial photographs over the kitchens, you would need to see certain smokestacks to release the smoke from baking the cookies. And the smokestacks would project certain shadows, but I guess they're not visible in the aerial photographs taken over the kitchens. Moreover, if you look at the soil texture, it's really not deep enough for mass cookie storage underground. And so there's a lot of things, in the cookie kitchen, they say that the ovens are wooden and they have windows on them and they're not totally secure. And the ovens that they use, they actually did sort of an ad hoc use of that particular kind of oven, even though they made a perfectly good design for ovens for a different purpose, for delousing. I mean, for something else. So none of it really adds up. I don't know. It just kind of doesn't really make sense, this crazy cookie analogy.
Yeah.
So let's go back to our caller. I'm going to ask you a question now. That was Nick J. Fuentes using a cookie analogy that he called an analogy, saying it was impossible that 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust. I find that reprehensible and disgusting, and that's why I think he shouldn't have a blue check on Twitter. Do you defend his denial of the Holocaust?
Absolutely. Denying the Holocaust.
Okay, drop him. He's a racist and an anti-Semite. I am disgusted. to Mark in New York, line 2. Mark, welcome to America First.
Obviously, Nick is wrong, and the Groypers are wrong, and not less than 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. It was the worst event in the history of humanity. No one should deny this ever.
Hi, how are you doing today, sir?
Good.
So in 2016, a lot of youth voted for Trump. I think a big reason for that was they had legitimate questions that if they asked, they would be called racist or censored by their professors on college campuses. Are you worried that you might push them back to the left or push them away from Trump if you keep encouraging, not even engaging with people like Nick Fuentes?
Not if these people's questions are, did the Holocaust happen? No, those people have no place in decent society.
So even if they voted for Trump, you're not worried about pushing them away?
I'm not a blind loyalist. I'm not a cult member.
I didn't mean
if people
Oh really? Sebastian Gorka is not a blind loyalist to Trump? In the same way that Nick Fuentes is not a blind loyalist to Trump? Isn't that funny?
are over the age of 18 and believe the Holocaust didn't happen, they are irredeemable. They have no function. What? Did I say that? Did I say that?
No, I'm asking. I'm asking.
I believe in the First Amendment, but these people should be recognized as reprehensible.
I just want to clarify, though, on your tweet, you said he's still on Twitter.
And verified. The issue is that Jack Dorsey... Okay, buddy, do you believe the Holocaust happened? Do you believe the Holocaust happened?
Obviously, yeah.
No, I've answered 3 questions already. You answer mine. You answer my question. Do you believe the Holocaust happened? Do you believe the Holocaust happened? You don't, do you? You're an anti-Semite. Drop him.
Drop him.
Jack in St. Louis,
Drop
line
him.
5. Jack, welcome to America First.
Shout out to the Groypers and Nick Fuentes. Watch America First. At
Oh,
7
drop the
p.m.
guy.
Central.
Let's go to...
Hey.
What's your name, sir?
Oh, I'm Philip Anderson. It's nice to finally
What was that?
I'm Philip Anderson. It's nice
Philip.
to finally see you in person.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh,
What's your question?
Well, it's kind of a lot. Gonna try and make it fast.
I know,
So basically, my name got banned for being a black person who's not a fucking slave. And I'm proud of that.
Wait, you got banned for being a black person who's not a slave?
Yeah, that's literally what happened.
Where from?
I mean, I literally just said things like, hey, if you vote Democrat, I think you're a slave. And they banned me.
I know.
I'm not even
Philip
kidding.
Anderson.
Well,
That's what I
who's
said.
they? Like you mean like slave
I
owners?
mean, like
they were
big
like,
tech.
we don't want him plowing our
All right.
fields.
All right, here's the.
Like, what do you mean? Like, you're like, I'm not going to be a slave. Like, all right, you're free to go. You're like, you're banning me now?
I mean, no, seriously. Like, these people, they fucking whip me. Like, go ahead, look up my name, look up New World Patriots without putting the number 2 at the end. It won't come up.
Okay.
It won't come up because they blacklisted me. And the thing
yo!
I want to ask you about.
Yo! Hang on. Check this out. Hang on. You guys are going to love this. Check this out. Hang on. Nick is tweeting, so I'm sure the show is going to go live any second. Check this out. MSNBC reacts to Nick Fuentes declaring Groyper War 2.
Groypers. Nick Fuentes now says Trump isn't living up to the America First values that Fuentes and his band of Groypers expect. Adding this quote, without serious changes, we're headed for a catastrophic loss. At least he can read a poll. Joining our coverage, NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, what's going on in MAGA world?
This is the difficult part, is when a clear delineation is not made, and Nick Fuentes ultimately makes his way to your dinner table at your private estate alongside the likes of Kanye West. Suddenly there are some added expectations. And let's be very clear, Nick Fuentes has been a long time figure calling for Groyper Nation, which
Nick Fuentes now says Trump isn't living up to the America First values that Fuentes and his band of Groypers expect.
Yes. Let's go. Awesome. What's this Groyper War 2 trailer? Hang on.
Corrupt political. Our movement is about replacing a failed and corrupt political establishment with a new government controlled by you, the American people. This election will determine whether we're a free nation or whether we have only the illusion of democracy, but are in fact controlled by a small handful of global special interests rigging the system, and our system is rigged. This is reality. You know it, they know it, I know it, And pretty much the whole world knows it.
This is not the Trump campaign from 2016. It's worse. I see this stuff and I have to wonder, why has nobody been fired? Isn't that Trump's trademark? That if results aren't happening, that you're fired? Isn't that the whole trademark? Someone needs to be fired. It happened back in 2016. He went through campaign managers and advisors all the time, and it was good. It kept things fresh. It kept things competitive. It was interesting. Fire Chris LaCivita, fire Susie Wiles, get new campaign managers, fix this campaign before it's too late, before we blow it again. We want Trump to win. We want America first. But you are letting us down. You're blowing it. This is the biggest missed opportunity in history. You're blowing it for Trump. You're blowing it for us, and we're not going to let it happen. You have alienated us. You have ignored us. You don't listen to our concerns. We have been left behind. The Trump movement and the GOP have moved on without us. It serves Israel and corporations and immigrants, but it doesn't serve Native Americans. What about Native Americans? I don't want to hear any more about communism. I don't want to hear any more about Vance. I don't want to hear about whatever. And the message is simple. America first. Native Americans. America only. No Israel, no corporations, no foreign influence, no foreigners, no immigrants, none of that. Just America. America first and Christ the King. So this is a call to all Christians, immigration restrictionists, foreign policy non-interventionists, trade protectionists, those in favor of industrial policy, patriots, nativists, nationalists, non-interventionists, traditionalists that are not happy with the state of the Trump campaign. You are being recruited. Trump is a peaceful man. We're declaring war on the evil Trump campaign. He needs to be liberated. We will liberate him. We will make him independent from his donors. We'll make him independent from Silicon Valley. We'll make him independent from foreign influence. Otherwise, and if we don't succeed, there's no hope. You're done. If we don't succeed, if this doesn't work, there's no hope. You either get Kamala and it's total left-wing oppression, it's total bullshit, BLM nonsense, or if you get Trump, it's going to be total Zionist corporate domination. So if we don't succeed, it's over. You need to get involved in this or honestly just quit. In 2024, we are going to fight the hostile takeover. It's a different battle, but it's the same war. We're going to fight and save Trump from his own people.
Let's go! Let's go! That was awesome! That was awesome! That's like the best trailer. Holy shit! That was so good. The Groypers are so talented. This is why. This is going to be the best thing that has ever happened. Everyone on Twitter, retweet that. Here, I'll put it in the chat. That was awesome. That was amazing. That was so good. That was so good. Alex, thank you for being a member of the channel. Demons run when a good man goes to war. Well, we're not running, are we? We're not running. We are not running at all. That was awesome. Has Nick gone live yet? Why is Nick not going live? He's an hour late. It's okay. He can have a nap. I don't mind him having a nap. I just want him to go live for his show. Hang on. Go back. Is Nick going live yet? Ugh. God. Still gotta wait. Hang on. Hang on. People were asking questions in the chat. Hang on. Yes, I'm waiting. I'm planning on streaming Nick's show, but he's not going live. So we're kind of watching Groyper War stuff from like the first Groyper War right now. But Nick is late. I know it's Friday. I know it's casual Friday. Well, okay, I shouldn't say that. We're all just early. We're all just, you know what? He's on, well, I would say that Nick is on Mexican Standard Time. In fact, I will say that. In fact, I will. Nick J. Fuentes, hang on. Nick is on Mexican Standard Time tonight. It's all right. It's all right. Yep. Nick and I are never late. We are always right on time. It's just everyone else who's early. But guys, while we're waiting for Nick to go live, while we're like, he's retweeting things, Nick is awake. Nick being awake is like half the battle. So while we are waiting for Nick to go live, we are watching footage from GROYPER War 1. And this is like a 5-hour video, and we're only an hour into it. So we are entertaining ourselves in the meantime. But when Nick goes live, we will be going to Nick, because why not? Why not? The stream can go all night. I have beer. I even have water. Do you guys have drinks and snacks? Let us know what you're drinking if you're drinking something fun. Please, guys, do make sure to mount the like button for me if you have not already. Mounting the like button. Listen, man, I'm broadcasting Nick on YouTube. Who else is broadcasting Nick on YouTube? Like, for reals. Who else? Is anyone else broadcasting Nick on YouTube right now? So please, mount the like button. Get more friends in here. We need to introduce more people to the GROYPER War and to this message, which I think is deeply important. All right? All right, we'll occupy ourselves in the meantime.
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate you for actually having the fucking balls to talk about free speech. No one does it. TPUSA Charlie's a little pussy these days. That's right.
I don't, one thing is I'm not going to get into the conservative infighting and insult anybody.
All right,
that's not why
cool.
I'm here. And
I won't
I've
ask you
never
to do
met
that.
Charlie, but all of my interactions
We are proud
with
of
people who
your
work for me.
courage. We don't ask you to attack people because we know all the proxies will go after you. We know. Okay. We're just proud of you.
Epoxies? Like, you mean like the stuff you put on a tile?
Yeah, no, I mean the proxies on
I gotta tell you,
Twitter.
if that's the reason you were banned as a slave, you probably weren't great. Like, if you think, like, I'm gonna put epoxy here. Like, what? It just needed a coat of paint. Piss off! I'm not your slave. All right, your question, sir.
So basically, my question is, what are we possibly going to do if Conservative Inc. just completely goes libtard on us with what we're seeing right now, with what they did to Nick Fuentes, where they barred him and they silenced him and they fired their own fucking employee for being in a picture with Nick Fuentes.
Okay.
Charlie, you're
appreciate
crazy.
you.
He didn't say that. I said it. Fuck
Okay.
you, Charlie. Anyway, the point is, if we go by the left's rules,
right,
then they win.
Okay.
Because they're getting exactly what they want. We just can't do that. We're giving them exactly what they
Okay,
want.
I just want to make sure because we do have a lot of people here, and that's why we have
Yeah, I
to split this up.
apologize.
So what's the question exactly?
The
Just so I don't-
question is, how do we stop Conservative Inc. from doing this? Because it feels like it's almost impossible.
How do we
Double
stop
crosses
conservatives
everything.
from becoming libtards?
Well, how to stop Conservative Inc. from being fake conservatives and demonizing those of us who actually believe in free speech and standing up for people who want to speak freely.
Okay. Well, it's a pretty broad question. So I'm going to try and
yeah.
it's not that it's a hard one. It's that
Okay,
it's almost
well, you're
almost
smart guy.
nonsensical. But I will say this in the sense that I can't answer for any other conservatives. I can answer for myself. So I know that we have defended free speech for people who are conservative. We have defended free speech for people who whose views we even view to be completely reprehensible, and even people like Tulsi Gabbard, who, when we saw an injustice, we tried to right it. I would hope, I can't speak for every conservative in the movement, but I would hope that everyone out there who's in a position of authority in the conservative movement would agree with me on that, regardless of where they line up on, I don't know, the war on drugs, or regardless of where they necessarily line up on certain economic issues. I would hope that we could all come together and support freedom of speech, because I'm looking at an entire room of people who, show of hands or round of applause, anyone here who doesn't support free speech? Okay, so if there are any people in the conservative movement who are leading it, I think those people should be outed, but I don't know them. So thank you for your question. I appreciate it.
Since the legalization and normalization of gay marriage 7 years ago, we've seen decriminalization.
Hold on a second. What was your name, sir?
Jacob.
Jacob. Okay, Jacob. All right.
So we've seen the decriminalization of transmitting HIV. Transsexuals become normalized. Child drag story hours at public libraries. Chemical child castration in efforts to early transition. And pedophiles are rebranding themselves as minor attracted persons, are being welcomed into the LGBTQ community. So my question to you is, with all this happening, what is the threshold for mainstream conservatives to actually stand for Christian conservative principles and not just be progressives that are 5 years behind the curve?
That's a mouthful. No, I certainly agree. If anyone's watched my content, I've taken a lot of flack. You know, the fig shirt, by the way, I think we'll be able to, this is just a fig. I wouldn't know a fig unless, if you, like, I've only ever had them in Newtons. But I will say, you kind of tossed a lot in there. So if we're talking about chemical castration of kids and transition, that's child abuse. Okay, that's wrong. And if we're talking about this idea that men and women are fundamentally interchangeable and you can declare yourself to be whatever sex you want. And by the way, the idea that gender and sex are different, that's a very new idea. Don't let your college professors sell you that. It's a very new idea. It started in the 1950s with French existentialists, again, the cigarette smokers. Oh, maybe I can have a cock, you know? But even back then, they still believed there were only two genders. That's what's crazy. You go back to Simone de Beauvoir, they only believed there were only two genders. Then you had John Money. Are you familiar with John Money?
So you're telling me that Steven Crowder understood on some level that this was all about abolishing gender and he just didn't tell anyone? This is my problem with conservatives, is they think that because they're being funny and because they are making money, that means people understand what's going on. But really, they're just entertainers. They're just failed comedians that couldn't make it in the real world. And then they become conservative entertainers, but they don't actually teach people what's going on. But people think they know what's going on because they watch their shows and they're like, I know what Libs of TikTok looks like. But you're telling me that Steven Crowder understood all this and he didn't teach anyone? Predictable.
Okay, so are you familiar with the studies that he did?
2 boys and one.
Yeah, he had 2 twins, and he would put one in sexually dominant positions, right? This was taught in school, and we found out both kids ended up killing themselves because he was a sexually abusive, I guess you would say, authority figure. Obviously, that's terrible, and it really took all the way up until, I think Judith Butler, she just came out and had a tussle with Naomi Wolf, which, 2 feminists having an argument, it's just a lesbian chain gang. Like, I mean, like you don't want anyone to get hurt, but, it's not quite the jet.
Judith Butler and Naomi Wolf are actually 2 extremely different people.
It's in the sharks. It's just,
wow.
Someone's de-perm and gets tussled.
Wow. These
I guess de-perms aren't still a thing. We got a
God.
perm in the last few decades. So I think those things are important. Now, and I've spoken against them for a long time. And something else as it relates, though, to gay marriage, because you toss that all in there. And I bet you that here you would probably have some conservatives who don't believe that same-sex marriage should be a thing and certainly don't believe that it should be a federal thing. And you probably have some conservatives here who share an opinion that I shared on Dave Rubin's show a very long time ago. This is when our channel was maybe, 100,000 or 200,000. And Dave Rubin asked me about same-sex marriage. And he said, well, do you support same-sex marriage? And I said, no. He said, what? And I said, listen, I don't give a rat's ass who you rump range. Like, that doesn't bother me. I don't care. But I don't think that marriage is a fundamental human right. I don't think that anyone has a birthright to get married. When we talk about fundamental human rights, we're talking about what? The right to speak freely, the right to worship freely, the right to protect yourself, your God-given right to self-defense, which is a firearm. Being married to someone, that's a privilege because you have to find a suitor, by the way. And for me, it was hard for a long time. In case you couldn't tell, people weren't beating down my door. All of a sudden, I have a few million subscribers. I'm kind of cute. But he said, well, what do you mean? And I said, well, here's the thing. This was kind of new. I said, once you declare marriage a fundamental human right, then you infringe on the church because the church can no longer decide that they will not marry 2 men and they can lose their tax-exempt status, or a Christian business. He said, well, that's kind of crazy. I said, well, trust me, that's what's going to happen because we had Canadian pastors who were jailed. I think someone can fact check me on this. I think the guy's name was Boisson, who was jailed for saying, I'm never going to marry 2 guys in my church. By the way, notice Beto O'Rourke never says mosques. Right? Like, any church who won't marry 2 guys, they should lose their tax-exempt status. And there's every mosque in the country like, we're right here. He's like, I don't want to get blown up, so you guys are fine. Kickflip, whoa! So I think really a lot of those problems are solved by understanding the constitutional parameters of government. I believe anyone should be able to get a civil union.
No, Yasmin, I did not see Mio's tweet because I blocked Mio on Twitter along with Brittany for starting unnecessary drama and for telling people that I was on Milo Yiannopoulos' payroll when I've never even spoken to Milo Yiannopoulos, just to cause problems. So no, Mio can go. I was very nice to Mio, and then he lied about me and created nonsense, and I'm not having any of that. I don't care what he has to say.
That they want, and states can recognize that, and marriage should be in a church. Marriage should be something that the church recognizes, and civil union should be something that the government recognizes. Now, that being said, right, we go into why is marriage recognized by the government?
Yeah,
okay?
Probably.
This is just something, a little history lesson.
Probably
the reason we recognize marriage as a nuclear family, right, mother, father, and child, is because before federal government, before state government, before local government, we understood that the only way you could have a society is if the building block, the fabric of that society was a nuclear family. Doesn't take a village, it takes a mommy and a daddy. And so that's why I support, of course, the idea of traditional marriage. I think a child does best with a mother and a father in the home. I do not think that a man who identifies as a woman can give everything to a child that a mother can, just like I don't think that two men can give everything to a child that a mother and a father can. But I do recognize that states have the right to recognize civil unions as they want. My problem is when they start infringing on the church. So I think a lot of conservatives probably share that point of view. And I think, listen, there are differing point of views. The good news is we don't all have to be like the left and that we don't all have to follow lockstep and silence people we disagree with. But
Oh, really?
Thank you for your question,
Well,
sir.
things have
So,
changed.
Mr. Crowder, it's a
hasn't it?
question about tech censorship.
About what?
About tech censorship.
About tech censorship?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
After being demonetized by YouTube, you have been very anti-tech
Very
censorship.
handsome.
Yet, when nationalists who are
Handsome
more
Groyper.
conservative than you are unfairly censored, like Nick Fuentes being kicked off of PayPal and Politicon events, James Allsup being banned off YouTube and Twitter, and Vincent James being demonetized, you don't seem to have the same anti-tech censorship vigor. If you oppose tech censorship, will you strongly advocate against the censorship of these individuals specifically? And would you consider having Nick Fuentes on your show to talk about where tech censorship is affecting conservatives online the most?
Well, listen, I appreciate the question. I'm not really familiar with Nick Fuentes, so I can't promise that I would have him on the show, and I have no idea why he was removed. I do know that when I see it with people where it's unfair, for example, whether it's Tulsi Gabbard or we saw it with Dave Rubin, we've done everything we possibly can in our power to defend them. There's been no one at the front lines more than us. But there are also some people who get removed who have smaller channels that we don't necessarily even know about. So I can't answer the question because I'm not familiar with Nick Fuentes. I've had some people ask me in the past if I will defend folks who've actually violated terms of service by doxing people. I have no idea if he's done that. I assume that he probably hasn't. But anytime somebody is simply being targeted and silenced because of their opinion, regardless of how unpopular it may be, yeah, I don't think that people should be deplatformed. But I don't want to answer regarding someone who I'm not necessarily familiar with. But I appreciate your question. The spirit of it remains the same. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Crowder.
Thank you.
Kind of documentary on
And
it?
by the way, I will say, I will defend your right to wear that Hawaiian shirt out in public and not get your ass kicked. It takes brass balls to wear a Hawaiian shirt and face the likely ass beating that is coming your way as soon as you cross the Y. I'm kidding.
The question I have for you was actually asked to Charlie Kirk last week at The Ohio State University. However, I wasn't really satisfied with his answer, so I was hoping that you would be able to provide your own perspective. The U.S. Census Bureau projects that the United States will be minority white by the year 2045. According to a 2014 Pew Research study, 80% of Blacks, 65% of Asians, and 56% of Hispanics identify as Democrats. Given that the Democrat Party is destroying American ideals, which I think we would both agree on, and given that non-white groups overwhelmingly vote Democrat, how will American ideals be maintained 25 years from now when currently nearly 1 million non-white immigrants become citizens each year?
That Dan
Before I
Crenshaw?
answer this question, I'll quickly describe how Charlie Kirk answered this question. First, okay, all right.
Here's how we look into the future. We don't lie to minorities and tell them that we're going to solve all their problems. We tell them that they are included in this country and that the only colors that matter in this country are the red, white, and blue, and that identity politics has no place in this country.
Is propping up figures like Ben Shapiro, who said that Jesus Christ was rightly crucified. And what are we going to do if we do not keep Christian values in mainstream?
I did not say Jesus Christ was rightly crucified. And don't come up here peddling this nonsense about Ben Shapiro. Okay, next question. The ethno-nationalist back there?
Good one.
Guys, get a grip. I mean, I know where you're coming from. I know who you are. And we have no space for that in this movie.
They're more afraid of Nick than they are the left.
Answer the question. I will answer.
Even in 2019, they're more afraid of Nick Fuentes than they are the left. God damn. Listen, Groypers, I'm going to give you a helpful piece of advice. I know that you guys probably thought that I was fake when I got thrown into the conservative influencer sphere in 2020. I know that you guys probably thought I was a grifter. I know that you guys probably thought I was Jewish. But my story was actually real. I was having a real experience of waking up to all the bullshit in the world. And I just really wish... I really wish the Groypers had approached me differently, because my experience with the Groypers when I first, like when we first started interacting way back in the day, was that I was attacked, I was demeaned, I was called Jewish. I really, really wish that... And who knows how I would have responded to this, to be honest, and I'll offer that. But I really do wish that, like, someone had tried to reach out to me in a more reasonable way that wasn't smearing me or attacking me or calling me Jewish or any of those things, because I really wish that I had known that this stuff was going on, because I didn't know. I really didn't know. I wasn't involved in politics. I wasn't paying attention to any of this stuff. And so I guess I'm saying this not so much for me because, you know, I've come around. We're cool now. But I'm saying this for future people because I think that the Groypers can be really easy. It's okay, we'll go to Nick. I think the Groypers like are really quick to attack people. And I understand why. I do. I'm just saying that there are reasonable people that will listen to you if you guys approach them reasonably, and you shouldn't assume that everyone is against you, okay? That's all I'm saying. We're going to Nick live now. Let's see what he has to say. The show is starting. Because I really wish I had known. I really do. I feel like we would have had a much different arc if you guys just hadn't called me Jewish and attacked me. I understand why you did. No hard feelings, but I just think it can be approached differently. That's all I'm saying, okay? I'm excited to hear what Nick has to say. I'm excited to see what he's wearing for Casual Friday. I hope someone sends it a super chat and asks if he'll collab with me and talk and complain about all the things that Trump is doing, because I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it. Not going to ask. I'm a girl. Not going to do it. Come on, Nick. Start the stream. Come on. I want to watch the rest of that Groyper War video, though. Maybe not tonight, but I do want to watch the rest of it. Mount the like button for me if you have not already. Subscribe to the channel, all that stuff. I appreciate you guys. Start the stream, Nick. What the fuck? Stop being such a Mexican.
Good evening, everybody. You are watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes.
Big
we have
show.
a great show for you tonight.
show.
Very excited to be back with you here tonight on Friday. We have a lot to talk about tonight. Lots to get into. A big show.
Big show.
But it's going to be a casual Friday. No suit, no tie, no Groyper War just yet. Not yet. But we have a big show. Our featured story tonight, we're talking all about Iran. What the F?
Iran?
What the F happened?
Yeah, that's
We were
actually
this
something I want to know.
close.
I agree with that.
We
Why
thought
is
it
it
would
Iran
be
bombing
Friday,
Israel? I want
Saturday,
bombs.
Sunday,
I want
Monday.
carnage.
Well, surely they'll do it by
What the fuck,
Wednesday,
Iran?
Thursday. It's August 9th. It's August 9th.
They failed us. Iran
And there has been
failed.
no Iranian missile strike against Israel.
Yeah, they failed.
The latest report
Fuck Iran.
says that the United States believes they're rethinking it.
Boo.
Because of the unprecedented deployment of U.S. military assets in the region. W America. Not only that, now Hezbollah says they too are rethinking their retaliatory strike. So it may never happen. Might happen next week. But if it does, it'll be limited. It'll be just like the one in April. A
bombing the shit
nothing.
out of Israel. I was so
Great.
looking forward
We
to
averted
it.
World War III again.
God damn it.
No, I'm kidding. It's actually good. It's actually
No.
better, although it's complicated. So we'll talk about that whole situation. We talked about it all week last week, little bit this week, and then I just gave up on them. I said, you know what? They're not here to play. So we'll cover it tonight, and we'll get into what exactly is going on over there. We'll also be talking tonight about the GROYPER War 2 and some of the reaction. It
Excellent.
was declared last night, but it doesn't begin until Monday. And I'll talk a little bit about what we're going to do on Monday.
Joking. I don't want to bomb
And some
Iran
of the
to bomb
reaction
everyone,
and just
just
go
about
into the whole
myself.
thing in
I'm
general. People are
joking.
not happy. A lot of people are happy, but it's about
Everyone knows I'm
70,
joking,
30.
you two.
I would say 70%
Jesus.
of the Trump supporters are greeting us as liberators. 70%, the vast silent majority stands with the Groypers.
Yep.
But there is a small minority of regime allies, loyalists, that will have to be dealt with. No, that's a joke. No, but there are some people that are not very happy. But I
We'll
told
have
you
to,
last night,
put them in re-education camp. We'll have to segregate them.
and prepare
from the other
yourself.
Trump people.
We're going to have to be the villain.
Yep.
I
Anti-hero.
am going to have to be the villain, and you're going to have to be okay with that. You're going to have to suck it up and deal with it. We may be disavowed. We may be disavowed.
Embrace
all the way at the top or
Love it.
down below. We will be attacked. We will be called plants, Democrats. We will be disavowed, but that is what we have to do. That's the only way to change things. Things have gone on this way for too long. I've said it now for 2 years. It's funny, actually. During the show last night, somebody posted my Truth Social posts from November 2022 when I reacted to Trump's announcement speech. I'll actually read it here tonight. It's incredible. I was saying the exact same thing then that I'm saying now. So I'll read some of those out. It's pretty crazy. I mean, it's almost to the letter. It's almost to the letter the same thing. And maybe I'll post it during the show. But we'll get into all that. That'll be our show tonight. Kind of a slow news day. Not too much going on. I was wondering, should I do a show? We have all this energy going into Monday, but I said, yeah, I'll do a show. Everybody wants to see me.
Yep.
And
Me
it
too, Nick.
also Friday, so I have a show scheduled and technically, so. But that will be our news for the night. Before we get into it, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble and Cozy to get a push notification before we go live. Follow me, leave a like, leave a comment down below. I do read the comments. People are very supportive of this campaign. So let me know what you think. People have been reaching out. My phone has been blowing up nonstop for 24 hours. A lot of people you wouldn't believe. They're with me. They agree with me. And even nobodies like yourself, even people that have no clout or anything. No, but I've heard from so many of you. People have DM'd me on Twitter, replied to my tweets, getting emails,
good
comments, super chats, everything. And I'm digesting all of it. And the thing is, with the GROYPER War, for those that weren't there the first time, when I did the first GROYPER War back 5 years ago, it didn't actually even come from me. I didn't initiate it. It came from you guys. It was actually this one guy at I think it was Colorado State. I'm not sure. It was one of those schools in Colorado, but it was one guy. And he's a good guy. And he went up there, he took the initiative of his own volition and asked a question about foreign aid to Israel. That's how it started. And people sent me the clip. And the next day I said, whoa. And we had more people do it the next day in, I think, New Hampshire. And then the day after that, more people did it in Iowa. And then by the following week, it was a full-blown thing at Ohio State. And the rest was history. So I've been really blown away by the energy. People have already been making video edits, graphics, memes. I've reposted some of the best ones. I don't want to totally jam up my feed, but I've been blown away. The reaction was unbelievable. Yesterday, I declared a Groyper war. I got 8 million impressions on the tweet.
Pretty amazing.
It was trending on Twitter. My name was trending with 30,000 tweets. People were making AI songs, videos, graphics. And then on True Social, we already took over the platform. It hasn't even started. I didn't even tell anyone what to do. I didn't even tell anyone where to go. And last night on True Social, we have secured the top 1, 2, 3, and 4 spots trending on True Social in 24 hours. And it's not a huge platform, so it doesn't take much.
But it's important.
But in 24 hours, we
Trump's
took the
platform.
top 4 spots. I didn't even tell people what to do. Hashtag Fire La Civita, Fire Wiles, Groyper War 2, and America First were the top 4 trending hashtags on True Social. They are right now. Thousands and thousands of posts on True Social. I think the biggest one has almost 10,000 posts, which is totally surpassed my expectation. And it's something that really I kind of just came up with on the spot last night. Honest to God, people will say it's fake. People say whatever. But if you watched the show last night, you literally watched me work myself up into that. It was kind of just like the natural conclusion, I think, of what I've been saying for so many months and for years now. And so last night I was like, let's do it. Let's full send and let's flesh it out. And it's just taken on a life of its own already. And I think that speaks to, one, the influence of this movement, but also to the widespread dissatisfaction that there is on the far right. So, yeah, so I guess we're already into it. I guess we're going to move right on into the Groyper War 2 and some of the reaction and so forth. It's kind of like a natural segue. I was kind of just talking about, like the video, leave comments, but I guess we'll just dive into it. So as you know, last night I did declare a second Groyper War, Groyper War 2. Groyper War 2, subtitle, The Last Battle. The final battle, the same war.
The final boss.
But the final battle. And this has been coming for a long time. It's been coming for years. In many ways, each campaign that I've supported has been an expression of this. In 2020, in 2019, we supported Andrew Yang in the Democratic primary, then endorsed Trump when Yang dropped out. We supported Andrew Yang in 2019. I said, look, illegal immigration is worse than it's been in 20 years. Border crossings are north of 160,000 a month. That's when Trump was president. The wall's not built. We lost the majority in the House. We're not out of Iraq or even Syria or Afghanistan. I went on and on and on. And so in 2019, I said, hey, it's not working out. It's over. The country's finished. Let's vote for Andrew Yang. At least we'll get $1,000 a month.
Yeah, that would have been pretty great.
And his message was that it was actually appealing. He said, I'm not left. I'm not right. I'm in favor of forward progress. And he was speaking to the white people and white anxiety. And so back in 2019, people called me. They said, oh, you're not with Trump. They criticized me back then. In 2022, we did Yay 24. And Ye laid out a video, of course, it never got off the ground. We never filed or anything. But he flirted with the idea of running, and we talked about wrapping up his old campaign, starting a new campaign. And he was putting out an idea. He said, look, Trump turned on the loyalists. He said, we need to have a country that is subordinate to God and the Bible. And he said, in order to effectively govern, we need to take on the Jewish media. Right up my alley, right up everybody's alley. He said we need to confront China. We also need to confront Israel. We need to end the wars in the Middle East. He was a social conservative, but in favor of big government. I thought it was awesome. But he bowed out. And now I think we've sort of reached the last stop in the station, which is we need to confront it head on. It really is this culmination of 8-9 years in this movement and seeing what has taken place. And so anyway, yesterday I declared a GROYPER war. I said, look, I'm tired of being humiliated. I'm tired of being frustrated. It's just been an endless string of unforced errors for the past few months, starting with the endorsement of Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley endorsed Trump, and Trump said he would hire her.
Exactly. Fuck
I said,
Nikki
are
Haley.
you kidding me?
Fuck that
Nikki
bitch.
Haley, who stabbed him in the back. She was never on his side. She's the worst of the worst. The biggest neocon
ever.
She hated him before he became president. She hated him while he was president, and she worked in his administration. And then the second she was out of office, she started criticizing Trump. And then she ran against him and tried to overthrow him, outright criticizing him. And then Trump said in May that he'll give her a job in the next administration. That, for me, I said, this is unbelievable. Then, a couple weeks later, he said on the All In podcast with the Silicon Valley tech billionaires that we should staple a green card to the foreign diploma of every student, which is so ironic because that's one of the things that the initial GROYPER war was about.
We just watched
Charlie
that.
Kirk, head of Turning Point, back in 2019, said the same thing. It's an old line. Obama has said it. Clinton has said it. Romney has said it. And Charlie Kirk said it in 19. He said, we have to staple a green card to every diploma. We should bring in 10 million work visas. Trump said it. I was shocked in June. That was supposed to be his issue, immigration. Then he disavowed Project 2025 6 times. All of his loyalists. They've got a personnel database of thousands of names to correct the problem of bad personnel from the first term. And he allowed the advisors to steer him to disavow them and the radical right. And in the past few weeks, he's shown a willingness to do other things like legalize marijuana, bomb Iran.
Nothing wrong with that. Come on.
He said, and his
Don't
vice
do that to me,
president said,
Nick.
we need to punch Iran very strongly.
Okay,
we
we're
need to
allowed to-
wipe them off the
Fine.
map if they are thinking of assassinating him. And then he chose J.D. Vance and never Trumper. So it's just been this string of policy failures. I don't even understand what it's about. And then it's all these errors on the campaign. There's no ground game. There's no ad spending. The rallies have been sparse. It's sloppy. He's golfing all the time. He spoke in front of a Mar-a-Lago lectern instead of his campaign logo. Weird press conference, defensive rhetoric, backed out of the debate, tried to get her on a Fox News debate, backed down again. Vance is a joke.
Yep.
So one thing after the other, I think all of my complaining on the show, people said, stop complaining, stop whining. I said, okay, careful what you wish for. And so last night, I finally made the decision to cross the Rubicon and outright declare war on the Trump campaign. And the idea is we love Trump. I love Trump. We all love Trump. Unambiguously, unequivocally. We support Trump 100%. I think we'd all prefer that Trump is the president.
Mm-hmm.
We'd all like to see that. We don't support
cheaper.
Kamala. We're not leftists. We're
We'd
not
make more
Democrats.
money.
And by the way, some of the media said we're white supremacists. I'm not a white supremacist. They said we're neo-Nazis, white supremacists. We're none of those things. You know, we have black people involved in this.
True.
Kanye West was one of them. Myron, Sneeko. Not a white supremacist. I don't think that America should become a minority white country. I don't think that makes me a white supremacist. I'm proud of white people.
Non-white groypers.
I think white people are some of the finest people in the world. I don't think that makes me a supremacist. Anyway, the criticism is on the same grounds that Trump launched his campaign in 2016. We want America first. We want tariffs, industrial policy. We want to close the border with a wall. We want to reduce legal immigration. We want no foreign wars. We want to bring the troops home from the Middle East. It's pretty simple. We want to gut the deep state and fill it with Trump loyalists. This is just the stuff that Trump promised in 2016. I'm not saying, hey, when is Trump going to put on a Klan robe? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying, hey, why are there so many Jews around? If they could commit to the same things, I mean, Stephen Miller, I've heard very bad things about him, but he could go in and do it. The purpose of this is to force him to live up, or his campaign to live up to the principles of 16. And I want to read some of my posts from True Social in 2022 because I thought it was so on the money. And I think I may even post them on Twitter right now. So people can read along. But I'll post it because, you know, everybody says, oh, you know, you just started saying this and whatever. I'll say my reaction to Trump's announcement speech in November 2022. So I'll read them to you. I'm going to post it. And then we'll take a look. So I said on True Social, this is November 16th, 2022. I said, stop coping about the speech. It sucked. Saying there's plenty of time or other rallies are good is totally irrelevant. The speech sucked ass. It was boring and stale. Not going to work. Trump must do better. I said, I don't want to see Trump make the same mistakes he did in 2018, 2020, and 2022. He must break free from the influence of consultants and advisors and the GOP. Let Trump be Trump. I'm not giving up hope. We saw flashes of it last week. And in his press release about DeSantis after the midterms, we want our leader back. I said, I'm not a Trump hater. I was a door knocker for Trump in 2016 in Manchester, New Hampshire when I was 18. I spoke at Stop the Steal in Lansing, Atlanta, D.C., Phoenix, and Harrisburg in 2020. I was subpoenaed by the House Select Committee. I want Trump to succeed, but last night was not it, and it's okay to admit that. We need a course correction. I said, in many ways, there's three more here. I said, in many ways, the content of the 2024 announcement speech was not different than in 2016, although it was softer, weaker, less energetic, less memorable, less exciting. But all of those things aside, if you have the same message in 24, after everything that has taken place since 2016, then you have lost ground and momentum. It is not 2016. Things are far worse. The 2016 Trump campaign and first term were not as radical as we needed, and they did not accomplish what they set out to accomplish. We should have been fighting ever since to push the government and party further right and towards a more complete revolution. Instead, the 2024 Trump movement is more moderate, less ambitious than it initially was in 16. We are retreating and losing ground. And last one, I said, with some minor tweaks, The speech that Trump gave yesterday could have been given in 2018 or 2020, and it could have been given by DeSantis or Pence. It was almost as if the last 2 years had not even happened. Virtually zero mention of social media censorship, vaccine mandates, election fraud, persecution of Capitol rioters, anti-white hatred. We're moving backward, not forward. Okay? I said the same exact thing. The same exact thing to literally, and I hadn't even seen those posts up until now. I posted those years ago. I forgot about them. I haven't used True Social in a long time. And like subconsciously, I've just been consistent saying the same thing. Who else? Who else is as consistent? There's even a clip of my show.
I said the same thing too,
I think
actually,
from back in
Nick,
2019 where I'm saying
please.
still the same thing.
Wow. But credit
Who
where
else
credit
can you
is
point
due?
to that like
Me.
unconsciously
Me.
is 100% consistent
Me. Hi.
on something
Me.
like this?
Me.
2019,
I said the same
2022,
thing.
2024.
You can go back and watch my
I've had
reaction.
the same
to the
attitude.
speech. I said
And
the
anyway,
same thing.
all of this is to say, what is the approach that is going to work? You know, you can tell the Trump campaign, hey, we've got some serious problems with what you're doing. And they might go, oh, really? But if you tell them, yeah, but we're going to vote for you anyway, and we're going to pretend we don't care, then they're going to say, oh, okay, good. And then they're going to go and talk to somebody else. They're going to go and talk to a voter that isn't going to vote for Trump 100%. And that's back to the idea that I said earlier. After I made this announcement last night, a lot of people have been critical. They've said, oh, well, we're going to go to war against you. Hey, bring it on.
Yeah,
I'll be the villain. Call me whatever you want.
Anti-hero.
Please
Nick
bring
is
more
the
attention to
anti-hero.
what I'm saying. I want everyone to know. I want the Trump campaign to know. I want everyone to know. And I'm perfectly willing to be blamed, be the villain. If they want to say you're making us lose, good. Let them say that and let them fix it.
I love this kid so much.
Because there's only one thing that you can do. There's only one thing in an election in this day and age that you can do. Ironically, it's not to vote. It is not to vote at all.
Exactly.
That is the one thing that you can do. People say, we're not going to vote our way out of this. You're right. There's so much more that has to be done in terms of developing our human capital, developing our networks, building a parallel system, building infrastructure, and so on. But how do you wield your leverage in an election? You tell your party, I'm not going to vote.
You say,
you have to earn my vote.
No,
and I've experienced this. Years ago, I went to the Iowa caucus in 2016, the Republican Iowa caucus. I'll never forget. I went up to Carly Fiorina's event and we saw her speech and we came up to her afterward. We got a picture and she said, oh, are you guys from Iowa? And we said, no, we're from Illinois. And she literally turned and walked away.
Wow.
I'm not exaggerating. I'm not making that up. She turned and walked away the minute that she knew that we didn't have a vote that she needed, because she needed votes in Iowa. So she's saying to herself, why am I sitting here talking to some guy from Illinois when the Illinois primary's in March? And who can blame her? She said, I'm here to talk to people from Iowa because those are the people that are going to vote tomorrow. And it's the same premise with the Trump campaign. People say, well, I got into it with this guy today on Twitter. He's like, when Trump got shot, you said never surrender. Now you're going to war against him. I said, yeah, he's collapsed in the polls. I was critical before and after. I mean, yeah, I had an emotional reaction when our hero got shot.
We all had an emotional reaction.
But that didn't make the criticisms go away, obviously. And I still prefer him to be president, but we have to change our tactics. It's not working. We've been criticizing. It's been getting worse. The trajectory is downhill. I said, how much worse does it have to get before you people say there's a problem? And he said, oh, well, you just need to go to work for Trump. You just need to do ballot harvesting.
Fuck that. No.
And I said to him, I'm not ballot harvesting for war in Iran, green cards to diplomas,
Exactly.
Nikki Haley, JD Vance, and Never Trumper. I'm not, and there's no election integrity
No.
team. I said, I'm not doing that. And by the way, the only way that we can make them hear us is if we tell them we're not going to vote. If you go to the campaign and say, hey, I don't like the way you're running your campaign, but I'm going to vote for you anyway,
They'd be like,
and I'm going to
"Hey."
shill for you on social media, then what exactly do they need from you?
Exactly.
Why do they need to win you over?
They don't.
Why do they need to give you anything?
Yep.
Don't you know this is the same game that has been played all the time? And they do it, they literally do it every single time.
Yep.
In 2020, they were begging for us to vote in the Georgia Senate runoff while they were betraying Trump.
True.
The November election happened. They rigged it. And there was a battle to decertify the results, to send an alternative slate of electors. And in the meantime, the GOP was campaigning for 2 Georgia Senate runoff races that were to take place in January 5th. And at the same time that the Republican Party was not backing Trump's election
Do we
fraud
do anything
claims, they were
interesting?
demanding that everybody show up and vote. And if they weren't, they were a traitor. They said, we have to hold the line. We have to stop the Democrats. And it's like, you're betraying us right now. You're betraying us before you've even won. Why would we give you more votes?
True.
Hey, maybe back Trump's election fraud claims, and then it's worthwhile to have more Republican senators. Just a thought. They did the same thing in 22. In 22, Kevin McCarthy failed 15 different ballots to win the Speaker of the House. He had to write a contract up with Gates and the MAGA caucus. Gave us all these promises. We're going to rein in spending. We're going to control the border. We're going to subpoena and impeach Biden. We're going to, all these promises. Failed on every single one. Because he got the votes. And now here we are again in 24. All over again. Just like the 2018 midterms, just like Loeffler and Perdue, just like 2022 and Kevin McCarthy. Now here again.
All right, Joseph.
Clearly it's not going right.
All right.
And we say, hey,
All right.
what the heck? And they're telling us, well,
I
just
hope
shut
you
up
enjoyed yourself.
and vote and tell other people to vote. Now's not the time. We all need to be on the same team. Well, it doesn't feel like it to me.
Exactly.
It doesn't feel like that to me. It seems like it's being mismanaged. And it seems like the people on Trump's team are not really with him and they're not really America first. And unlike everybody else, but very much the same way that I've been doing in the past 3 or 4 cycles, I'm going to withhold my vote. No, I will not. I will not do it. At least for now. And that's really the basis of it. And there was some big press about this, Newsweek, MSNBC. Now people are talking. Now they say, oh, the far right is waging war on Trump. And I understand the left is using that to demoralize. I understand the left takes that as a headline and they're using that to say the Trump campaign is spiraling. Good, let them. Good, let them. I hope Trump hears about it. I hope the campaign hears about it. It's not even started. This is the only way to go. And I'm not the only one. Today, Tim Pool said he's off the Trump train. Joe Rogan said he's off the Trump train. Tim Pool, I think he's going to vote for him, but he made some big criticisms. Ashley St. Clair criticized the Trump campaign. Laura Loomer criticized the Trump campaign. Everybody agrees with me. You notice that? You notice how the goalposts have shifted? A few months ago, when I really started laying into Trump heavily, I was really criticizing Trump strongly. Everybody said, shut up, stop criticizing. It's fine. It's going fine. And you're just purity spiraling. 3 months later, everyone's criticizing. Ashley St. Clair says there's some really weird energy on the Trump campaign. We need to turn it around. Laura Loomer says the Trump campaign isn't doing what it needs to be doing.
Milo's so upset right
Tim
now.
Pool
that I'm
criticized the
sick,
Trump
that I'm
campaign.
sick.
Joe Rogan says, I'm not even going to vote for him. People like Sneeko are criticizing.
Milo's
Jake
tweeting
Shields,
me.
Dan Bilzerian. These are all people that should be on the Trump team. But I'm the only one who's standing up and saying, well, let's do something about it. If we're not going to get what we want, why would we vote? Why would we affirm it? Why? The one thing that we have that we can give that they want is the vote. Why would we go and affirm all of this when we're being screwed? At the minimum, we won't do that. And they say, you'll burn it all down? You'll forfeit it? But what about the other side? Yeah, I will. I will. And they forced our hand. So on Monday, we're going to be beginning the campaign. Tonight, it's a little more of a casual show. I'm just sort of reacting to some of the reaction, laying out a little bit more of the case now that we know the plan. And Monday, I'll be unveiling the plan. We'll be doing an action. We are going to be on Truth Social. We're going to be on Twitter. We're going to be creating hashtags. So make sure you have your accounts. We're going to be sending emails. So make sure you have a burner email account. I have the emails of Trump campaign staff. And this is literally just it hasn't even started. Monday is literally the beginning of the beginning. It hasn't even started. In the past 24 hours, we took over the top 4 hashtags on Truth Social. We got a spot on MSNBC.
Yeah.
Pieces in New Republic and Newsweek. 30,000 mentions on Twitter. It hasn't even started. 8 million views on my tweet declaring the war. It hasn't even started. So Monday, I'm doing the show. We're going to review the Trump Elon Musk Twitter space, and we're going to be doing an action. We're going to light up Truth Social with hashtags. We're going to bombard the Trump campaign with emails. I'm going to tell you exactly what to say. We're going to lay out a template. We're going to give guidance on the show of what we're going to do, and we're going to make our voice heard. And we're going to express a mission statement, a plan of action. We're all going to participate and let them know. And we're going to monitor what they're doing. We're going to monitor like a hawk everything that happens on the Trump campaign. And if things start to get better, then we will support. If things continue the way they are, then we will escalate our tactics. This is not like GROYPER WAR 2019 where we're going to go and ask you questions. This is like things people don't even realize we're capable of, we're going to start to do. Thousands of people have already engaged in this campaign. Thousands of people all across the country, and they're young, and they're male, and they're good looking.
They are.
Does the Trump campaign want to have the far right disrupting? Does the Trump campaign want to have the far right drawing attention to itself? Does the Trump campaign want to be disrupted? Do they want us to be disruptive at the rallies? Do they want us to be on social media and in news media all the time from now until the election? Do they want us to be doing events, press conferences, rallies, showing up?
Yes, they are.
I think it's a pain in the ass for them. Maybe not a big pain in the ass, but it's certainly a pain in the ass. And we're asking for some very simple things. I'll articulate them on Monday. And like I said, if things don't start to get better, we will escalate the tactics. People will blame us, and we're going to be ready for that. We're going to make it hurt.
Good.
If we are not listened to, we will make it hurt for the Trump campaign. We will try to take votes from them.
It's done with love.
And we will succeed. We will make it difficult for them. It will be a headache, and it will cost them.
Good.
And people will blame us. They will say, you're costing the Trump campaign. Do you want him to win? You're making him lose. They're going to say that. They're going to accuse us of working for the left for this. They'll accuse us of working for the deep state for this. They're going to accuse us of being leftists or all manner of things. And we're going to let them. They're going to call us that. Fine. What we are doing is necessary. The people are loyal to me. They're more loyal to me than anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to use our considerable leverage and the voice of our movement to make ourselves heard. And now it's up to the Trump campaign. It's their job now to fix this. I've been a good sport for a long time. I've said, look, I love Trump, but I've tried to be a good sport. I tried to play it nice. Nobody listened. They attacked me.
Nick's
We're going to be
Twitter.
attacked
So
anyway.
just go to Nick's Twitter.
So now I say, let's bring it. And if the Trump campaign can't win over the America Firsters, then the Trump campaign doesn't deserve to win.
Exactly.
If the Trump campaign can't win over the loyalists from 2016, if they can't win over people who believe in the America First agenda, the people that are most loyal personally to Trump, then they shouldn't win. Then they have no business winning. Because if that's the case, we know that Trump is not in control. If Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita, two never Trumpers, two election fraud deniers, two conservatard moderates, if they're really in control, if that's who's running it and the America Firsters from the beginning are not welcome, if we don't get anything out of this campaign, then it should lose. That's how I feel about it. So like I said, we'll be articulating our program on Monday. So join us on Monday on Rumble and Cozy, but mainly Rumble.
Awesome.
I'll be laying out our plan of action. And I think I'm only emboldened now. The reaction I've seen in the past 24 hours has only strengthened my resolve. Because like I said last night, it was kind of an off-the-cuff thing. It was really just something we cooked up on the spot. But after seeing the enormous reaction,
Spirit, Nick,
the people want it. And the others are scared. They're very scared. They're begging us, please, just support, just chill, just take the influenceable money, just pocket the influenceable money. You can make $3,000 a month on influenceable, attacking Kamala and supporting Vance and whatever. Just take the money, just chill, because that's what's going on.
Yep.
You know, these people, they are literally taking money from various GOP organizations to shill for Trump. They're only doing this because they want a job. The Trump campaign is dangling jobs in front of everybody. They're all being paid off. Their silence is being bought. So everybody's they're begging, please, just take the money, Nick. Take the campaign money. Support Trump. Just shill for Trump. Just tell everybody to suck it up and vote no matter how bad it gets. Just pretend everything's fine. I won't do it. I will not yield. So get excited. Monday is going to be the biggest show maybe we've ever done. Biggest and most important show in the history of America First. So tune in on Monday. With that, we're going to move on. We're going to get into this Iran story.
All right, let's talk about Iran.
When did I start the show? I can't end it now, but we're going to move on. We're going to get into Iran. The problem is with this GROYPER war thing, I kind of want it to be the whole focus, but there's still other news going on. So we'll talk a little bit about Iran, and then we'll get into our super chats. So our big story tonight is that, aside from our reaction so far from the GROYPER war, our big story tonight is that we are not going to get an Iranian strike on Israel. Or maybe I should rephrase that. It's not that we're not getting it. It's not going to happen. And we covered this all throughout the week. Last week, this major escalation seems like it has totally disappeared from everybody's radar. But you might recall that at the beginning of the week, we were expecting an imminent breakout of a regional war in the Middle East. Iran was threatening that by Wednesday, this week, a couple days ago, there would be a major attack on Israel, bigger than the one that they launched in April. They said that it may trigger a war. They don't care. They said that they are intentionally going to cross Israel's red lines.
All right. I'll be right back.
And they said it's necessary to reestablish deterrence. But it's Friday, and there's been no strike. Nothing. In the meantime, Israel has killed another commander of Hezbollah, launched more strikes into Syria, more strikes into Lebanon, and a new offensive in Gaza. And now American officials are saying Iran may not even strike at all. And this is a story from Politico. It says, quote, Iran may be rethinking launching a multi-pronged attack on Israel, said U.S. officials. The Biden administration has in recent days worked through diplomatic channels, bringing in its Middle East allies to lobby Tehran to consider moving forward with a military attack on Israel. They've warned Iran that a massive strike would only inflame tensions and risk a direct confrontation between the two countries. The administration has also urged Iran to rethink its reaction to the blast that killed Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, because his death appears to be the result of a remote-controlled bomb that had been placed in his Tehran guest house in a covert operation rather than as part of a larger attack, which I don't really see how the two are all that different. Now, Tehran is increasingly on board with Washington's thinking, though it initially denied it. Both were granted anonymity to speak freely about sensitive intelligence assessments. U.S. officials have sent messages to Tehran through various intermediaries that if the blast that killed Haniyeh was caused by a covert Israeli operation and did not kill Iranian citizens, then Iran should reevaluate its plan to launch a military attack on Israel. The officials said they do anticipate some kind of Iranian response to the Haniyeh killing, but that Tehran seems to have recalibrated, and the U.S. does not expect an attack on Israel imminently. When asked by reporters whether the U.S. believed Iran had changed its mind, the National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said he would not speak to specific intelligence, but that the Biden administration did not want to see an escalation. Washington received indications last week that Iran potentially would carry out an attack on Israel over the weekend. In anticipation, the U.S. sent fighter jets and ships to the region, which officials described as a show of deterrence. U.S. officials are meanwhile working to broker a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Last month, officials told reporters they felt as though they were the closest they'd ever been to finalizing the pact, although I don't really believe that. Talks have slowed in recent weeks in the wake of Prime Minister Netanyahu's visit to Washington and his address to Congress, as well as the tit-for-tat strikes between Israel and Hezbollah. Representatives of the United States, including CIA Director Bill Burns, and officials from Israel, Qatar, Egypt, met last week to try and iron out the outstanding disagreements between Israel and Hamas. So let's rewind a little bit. Let's back it up and get into some of the context. So a couple of weeks ago, there was allegedly a Hezbollah attack on the Golan Heights occupied by Israel, which killed a dozen teenagers. Hezbollah denied responsibility, but Israel blamed them for it. And in retaliation for the death of so many civilians, although there's a lot of questions about what exactly took place, Israel launched 2 assassinations in Beirut and in Tehran. They killed a commander of Hezbollah in Lebanon's capital, Beirut, in a suburb just south of Beirut, with an airstrike. It was an airstrike carried out by fighter jets. And they blew up a building in a densely populated suburb of Lebanon's capital, killing 10 other people. And then the same day, Israel launched an assassination of the political leader of Hamas inside of Tehran. And the details of that one were a little bit fuzzy, but it was clearly a decapitation strike. They killed the second in command or a senior advisor to Hezbollah. They killed a top political official of Hamas in 2 capitals, one with an airstrike in Beirut, but it wasn't so clear how they killed Haniyeh in Tehran. Iran initially thought that it was an airstrike. Iran initially thought that Israel flew fighter jets or drones or missiles or something all the way across Jordan, Iraq, into Iranian airspace, blowing up a building. The New York Times, however, reported, and the U.S. has insisted, that it was not an airstrike, but in fact, the Israeli intelligence hired a mercenary inside of Iran to plant an explosive inside of the guest house that Haniyeh was staying in. And like I said, reading the article,
months prior to that,
I don't think it really matters. I suppose what matters is that if it was an airstrike, it would be far more severe. It would be riskier. It's bigger bombs, more potential for civilian casualties and collateral damage. And it's violating Iran's airspace. It's really unacceptable. It's really the difference between if Russia bombed LA with a fighter jet versus if a Russian intelligence asset carried out an assassination. Both you can understand, if you can empathize, you can understand the difference. It would be far more terrifying as a civilian and a far greater strategic threat and challenge if Russian air power were in American airspace raining down fire than if intelligence operatives hired mercenaries and carried out a much more targeted, limited strike. So it's still a violation of sovereignty. It's still a humiliation. It's still a provocation. It's still really an act of war, but it is much less severe, so they say, if, according to U.S. intelligence, it was a bomb, not an airstrike. Now, we have to consider that if it was an airstrike, and as Iran was promising, it would have necessitated an all-out response from Iran. If Israel is bombing Iran from the sky and killing political leaders the week of the inauguration of their new president, Iran has to respond extremely forcefully. Because if Israel is under the impression that they can bomb Iran with impunity, that's a very dangerous and unacceptable posture for Iran to be in. So that's why Iran uses this language. They say, well, we must reestablish deterrence. What they're saying is, if we don't punish Israel for bombing our territory, then maybe Israel assumes that this is okay. Israel conducts airstrikes in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen all the time, because those are failed states. Those are chaotic, disordered states that are unable to retaliate. And so that has become the status quo, that Israel's able to do airstrikes in Syria, even though Syria has a sovereign government. So Iran said, this is too far. You've crossed the line.
I'm so excited.
Now we have to bomb.
I couldn't be more excited.
Because if we don't bomb, it will happen again.
It'll be amazing.
And this will become the status quo. Now, if Iran retaliates by bombing Israel, they have to go bigger than what happened in April, because in April, Iran did a big symbolic strike on Israel. It didn't kill anybody. It didn't destroy anything. And they were replying to Israel bombing an embassy in a foreign country. Israel targeted an Iranian consulate building in Damascus. So by the transitive property, if Iran does 300 slow-moving drones, cruise and ballistic missiles, telegraph 2 weeks later, killing nobody, destroying nothing, after Israel bombs a consulate in Syria, if Israel bombs a building in Iran, the response has to be more severe. It has to be proportional. It has to be proportionally more severe and larger. But if Iran does such a thing as they were promising, if Iran goes out and bombs Israel and actually kills people, then the United States knows that Israel will reply and bomb Iran. If Iran bombs Israeli military targets, or God forbid, civilian targets, if any number of people die, and if Iranian missiles or drones are actually hitting their targets, if they penetrate the shield, then it necessitates that Israel will respond. And it would instigate a war or days of open, direct hostilities. And maybe it wouldn't necessarily lead to an all-out total war, but it would leave everybody shaken. It would probably crash the economy because it would shut down trade and maybe oil. Oil would go through the roof, which would create inflation. And there's always the risk it could spiral out of control. But in order for Iran to reestablish deterrence, it would be risking a war. And at the minimum, there would be days of open and direct conflict, which is very destabilizing. So the reason I bring all of this up is because in response to this Iranian threat, the United States acted very swiftly. I don't know if you remember this, but the New York Times was the first publication to print that the bombing in Tehran was a planted explosive, not an airstrike. The Iranians originally said it was an airstrike. It was a drone. It was an airstrike. They weren't sure. The New York Times, right after the assassination, said, nope, Mossad planted explosives 2 months prior. Now, of course, the New York Times, being American media, being an arm of the national security apparatus, has a vested interest in saying it was a bomb. Why? Because it allows Iran to save face. If the United States is to hold Iran back from striking Israel and initiating 3 days of conflict or an all-out war, they need to do two things. They need to deter Iran by promising that the United States could bomb Iran in retaliation. So they need to deter with force. There needs to be a deterrent threat. And two, they need to allow Iran to save face. Those are the two things the American government has to do in order to restrain Israel, or rather, in order to restrain Iran and prevent Iran from retaliating. If there's no deterrent threat, then Iran is going to do as much as they can get away with. They're going to do as much as Israel will tolerate rather than what the United States might tolerate. If they can defend against Israel, they only have to worry about what Israel might do in response. So that is the upper bound. That's the upper limit of the scale and the scope of their retaliation. So, for example, if all they're worried about is Israel, Iran and Hezbollah and so on, they can bomb Israel and accept whatever the Israelis might send back their way, which is the Israelis don't have much. But if the United States is parked off the coast of Iran with 2 aircraft carriers and the signal is we can blow up your whole country, then Iran understands we have to now worry about the United States. That's the new upper bound. We don't want to trigger the United States bombing us, even if we could tolerate Israel bombing us. So you need the deterrent threat. And then number 2 is you need to allow Iran to save face. It's all a deterrence game. And so if Iran is saying we got bombed with an airstrike, we have to respond or else they'll think this is okay, really they're doomed. Even if the United States is there, they have to respond forcefully if it was an airstrike. Because if they don't, then it sends a message to Israel and every other country, you can do airstrikes in Iran. We can't protect our airspace. We can't and won't protect our airspace. Our whole country is vulnerable to missiles and airstrikes and drones, maybe even nukes. That sends a message to the Taliban, to Pakistan. It sends a message to Israel, Saudi Arabia, other would-be adversaries like the United States.
True, Andrew.
So even if Iran was faced with destruction from the U.S. deterrent threat, it would still have to respond forcefully. So that's why simultaneously the United States needs to put a check on Iran's escalation. They need to impose a ceiling on what they can do and provide a check by putting assets in the region, but they also need to provide a cover so that Iran can save face, so that they can say, you know, Iran is saying, what did you just say? You just airstrike me? And the United States says, no, it's just, they just bombed the guest house. And Iran says, oh, okay, that's what I thought. It allows them to save face. Because if it's just counterintelligence operations, their airspace wasn't compromised, they're not vulnerable from the air, it doesn't necessarily invite more aggression from the air. And they'll still reply, but it won't need to be as severe. So this is the diplomacy of the Biden administration. And I have to say, the Biden administration handled it well, because this is good. As I said last week, when Israel killed Hania and Fuad Shakur in, I don't know how to pronounce it now, Shukur, I think, in Beirut, when Israel assassinated those 2 leaders, they were begging for a confrontation. That was a deliberate provocation. Netanyahu was trying to push peace talks off the table. He wanted to completely derail indefinitely peace talks, ceasefire talks for Gaza. In addition, he wanted to escalate the conflict in Lebanon and Iran. That was his plan. And Netanyahu knew that by bombing Beirut and Tehran, he would force his adversaries to attack him. He would force them into a box. They would have to reply. They would have to escalate. And that's something that Israel invited. They wanted that because those strikes would either justify an Israeli preemptive strike, so they could double dip. They could do these assassinations. Iran says they're going to retaliate. And then Israel says, well, we'll preempt your retaliation. We'll hit you twice before you respond. Or even if they didn't, if Iran and Hezbollah and the Houthis hit Israel all at the same time, it justifies anything. Then Israel can bomb Iran. They can bomb Lebanon. They can invade South Lebanon.
Tell
so
me there's
Netanyahu
someone
wanted
doing
this.
more
He
nuanced
wants to
analysis
indefinitely
than they
put
did.
off
For real.
peace talks. He wants
He
an
knows this better
escalation in
than
these other
anyone.
theaters of the war. It was the Biden administration which skillfully navigated this. And listen, I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Biden glazer, but it's just true. The Biden administration put a dozen warships in the region, another squadron of fighter jets, 2 aircraft carriers. The Iranians and the Americans said it's unprecedented. There has not been this much U.S. military hardware in the Middle East since the invasion of Iraq in 2003. There has not been that many warships, that many soldiers, that many planes in the region for 20 years. And the purpose of that was to deter Iran. It was to say, look, Iran, if you want a regional war, we're here. Bring it. We're ready. And they forced Iran to back down. And then I think this Mossad assassination thing, they planted explosives. I don't even know if that's true. It came from the New York Times first. It came from the New York Times almost suspiciously too quickly. And maybe the Israelis told them, who knows? Maybe the CIA or the Pentagon told them to say that. But the Americans have finally gotten the Iranians to accept that version of the events, that it was not an airstrike, it was an explosion. It was a bomb that was planted. And so they've kind of accomplished this. They've, using military power, they've deterred Iran from responding. They've kept them on ice. And they've also allowed them to save face. And as this article says, it has forced Iran to recalibrate. Initially, Iran said, we're going to bomb Israel. We're going to do everything. We don't care if we violate a red line. But this deployment and the face-saving narrative allows them to recalibrate and change their tune a little bit. And we have to sort of evaluate the different motivations of the different players. Let's be very clear. Israel wants a regional war, okay? Israel is the only player in the region that wants this. Saudi Arabia doesn't want it. Iran doesn't want it. Syria doesn't want it. Iraq doesn't want it. Iraq doesn't even want us there. Nobody, Egypt doesn't want it. Jordan doesn't want it. It's good for nobody. Israel seeks a regional war. And here's why. Iran is the only country that threatens their hegemony over the region. Iran is a very tough and strong country. They've got a big population. They've got a civilian nuclear program. They could probably acquire an arsenal if they wanted one. They have oil. They have gas. They have an educated population. They have a big economy. And if Iran normalizes, because consider, Israel has not normalized in the region. Most Middle Eastern countries do not have normal diplomatic relations with Israel. Iran, similarly, after the Islamic Revolution in 79, does not have normal relations with the world. They're integrating with Russia and China and North Korea and Venezuela, but not with the rest of the world, not with Europe, not with the United States, not with the G7. But that's changing as time goes on, and Iran is electing more moderate leadership. Hassan Rouhani was a moderate. Their previous president who was killed was a moderate. Raisi. This new president's a moderate. Iran is moderating. Iran is playing the long game. Iran, all things being equal, with the Biden administration and future American administrations and even new governance in Europe, was headed towards normalization with the world, reintegrating with the world. And if Iran reintegrates with the world, they become a very rich country. If they're able to sell all their oil and they are relieved from the sanctions, then they become a dominant force in the Middle East. And Israel and Iran will have to vie for power. There'll be balance in the Middle East. Iran and Syria and the Shiites in Bahrain or the Eastern Province or Iraq, there'll be a counterbalance to Israel, Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and ostensibly the United States. There will be balance, and balance means stability. So Israel doesn't want balance. Israel wants domination. Israel wants to dominate the region, which is why they want regime change in Iran, or they want to bomb Iran's nuclear program, or their oil and gas fields. The United States doesn't seek a war. Iran doesn't seek a war. Lebanon doesn't seek a war.
It's such a
This
mind
is Israel's design.
when you see it, right?
When you see that the United States has been able to prevent a conflict, and don't get me wrong, I would have liked to see Iran retaliate because Iran deserves the right to retaliate, and I think they will eventually, maybe. Iran has the right to retaliate. Iran is in the right. Israel is in the wrong. But you have to understand that Iran is being provoked to respond. Iran would not like to respond, but they have to because they were bombed. But risking a war is not something they'd like to do. That's why all of the proxies have been very restrained. Hezbollah has been restrained. The Houthis have been restrained. The popular mobilization forces, the Shiite militias in Iraq and Syria, they don't bomb American bases anymore.
Like, really think about that.
After they
Iran
hit,
is the adult
allegedly, after they hit that reconnaissance base in Jordan back in January and America bombed the shit out of them, they stopped attacking bases. There was an attack on an Iraqi base last week. It was the first one since January. But they stopped. They've been showing a tremendous amount of restraint and discipline. It's been going on for over a year, and they've resisted all of Israel's provocations. That's because they don't want to escalate. They don't want a confrontation with Israel because it means a confrontation with the United States, and it would be devastating for the economies of Lebanon, Syria, and Iran. What they'd like to do, what the United States and Iran and Lebanon would like to do, is to restrain Israel. It's to prevent them from sparking up a regional war and pushing them into a ceasefire in Gaza so that they have to accept some kind of Arab Muslim government in the Gaza Strip. There will be no annexation. There will be no invasion of Lebanon. There will be no strikes on Iran. They're essentially trying to bottle up what happened on October 7th. October 7th unleashed this rolling war machine, this constantly expanding mandate for Israel to invade its neighbors. And they're trying to bring all of that in for a landing and return to the status quo so that Netanyahu can be thrown out. But ultimately, Netanyahu's not the problem. It's kind of a long-term problem. It's all of the Israeli leadership. They all want this. You know, there are people to the right of Netanyahu, if you can believe it. So that's the situation. So people say, where's the Iranian strike? That's why it hasn't happened yet, because the United States has moved in swiftly to deter them, its deterrence, and to give them a face-saving excuse. And I think they'll probably do something.
Obviously,
but
I
just
don't
like
want
the previous
war.
one, it will be
Where's
telegraphed. There will be no casualties. It will not be severe. There might not even be anything. I think there'll be something, but it will not be a big deal. And I think ultimately that's probably for the best. Even though, look, it pissed everybody off. It's provocative. It's shocking. But you're playing into the hands of the Israelis by responding. It's the same thing with 9/11. You know, on 9/11, everybody in America wanted blood, and rightly so. But we didn't just go and kill Al-Qaeda and bin Laden. We went and invaded the entire Middle East. We took out Gaddafi. We ended up in Somalia. We ended up in West Africa, Nigeria, Niger. We ended up in Yemen. in Lebanon and Syria. Well, not so much Lebanon, but Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan. That had nothing to do with 9/11. You know, what did any of that have to do with 9/11? So it was a provocation. It was a trick. So that's that. So we'll see what happens with Iran, if they'll do anything next week. And by the way, if nothing else, this is the last thing I'll say about it. If nothing else, this just proves once and for all that the Israelis are liars. The Zionists are liars. Because
True.
for my entire adult life, do you know how they've characterized Iran? By the way, Iran is closer to our values than our other allies. Like, do you know how insane that is? That like the whole American system is like, oh, Iran is this theocracy. It's so evil. They don't let women dance. Yeah, we've been allied with Saudi Arabia for 80 years. At least Iran has a democracy. That's the irony. It's like if you look at the two systems of government, Iran has a cleric that runs the country. Iran has a number of religious judges that have power in the country, but they have a head of government that is a civilian that is elected. They have elections. They wear Western clothes. They have a president. They're far more modern than Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is an absolute monarchy. It's an absolute monarchy, an absolute hereditary monarchy led by a tribal warlord who took power 100 years ago, who rallied the different Bedouin tribes, the House of Saud. And we do hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars in arms sales to Saudi Arabia. We're fighting their war in Yemen, or were up until what, 2020, 2021? So they always say, oh, Iran is this tyrannical theocracy. They don't share our values.
It really is.
Oh, yeah, but let's give Saudi
Got a
Arabia
Rolodex
more
in his head.
weapons. Let's give more weapons to Saudi Arabia, though, for sure. And then here's another thing they always say about Iran my whole adult life. They say Iran's going to get a nuke, and if they get a nuke, they're going to use it because they're crazy. The Iranians are, you've heard this before, they call them the mullahs. The mullahs in Iran, the mullahs. The mullahs are crazy. They say death to Israel. They say death to America. And what they're getting at is they say they're not rational state actors. They're irrational. They're saying that unlike the United States, which calibrates its responses and conducts foreign policy strategically and so on, they say the Iranians are just nut job terrorists. So they say they're a theocracy. Oh, really? What about Saudi Arabia? They say, oh, the Iranians they're insane. They're radical clerics. They'll do anything. Really? So then why is it that even their proxies are so disciplined? Iran controls loosely proxies across the Middle East, in Yemen, in Lebanon, in Iraq, Syria. Why have they all been so restrained? Hassan Nasrallah, whose family was killed by Israel, who's sworn to go to war against Israel for decades, why does he get up there after these provocations and say, patience, everybody, patience? How are they able to do that if they're supposedly these religious fanatic nut jobs? How are they able to absorb? If they're a suicidal apocalyptic regime, they've got 1 billion missiles. If they wanted to destroy Israel, they could just lob all their missiles and end it all. So why is it that time after time they have such a restrained response? When there was a terror attack on Soleimani's death day at his gravesite, they had a very restrained response. When Iran's consulate was blown up in Damascus, they had a totally restrained response. When the political leader of Hamas was killed in Tehran on Inauguration Day, they haven't even responded yet. They're still calibrating. Do suicidal, apocalyptic, nutjob mullahs calibrate? And all of this, look, all of this is to say The foreign policy that benefits the United States in the Middle East is to pursue a balanced approach. Iran should become a part of the community of nations. The way to get them to abandon their ambition for a nuclear arsenal is to have them make peace with Saudi Arabia. China did that. China brought them together. Iran desires it. They want it. It could happen. You could make a deal with them. You could make a nuclear deal. Other countries have nuclear programs. Saudi Arabia could acquire a nuclear arsenal if they wanted one. What would benefit the United States is to bring Qatar into the community of nations, to do business with them like we do with Saudi Arabia, and for there to be balance in the Middle East so that not any one side can dominate. That would be in America's interest, not a regional conflict that burns down the region.
Yeah, for real.
So I'm not necessarily pro-Iran or anything, but it's just a question of what is a foreign policy that creates stability in the world, which is beneficial for the United States. And it's not trying to burn down the whole region.
You're
I'll tell
telling
you
me
that
this
much.
is a rabid anti-Semite? He's
But that's
saying
that. I want to move
calling for
on. We're going to
nuance.
take a look at our super chats.
So
we'll see what you
stupid
guys
that
have to
people
say
think
about
that
all
this is
this.
bad. If people would just listen to Nick.
We're going to take a look. We got a lot of super chats.
All right, I want to watch the super chat. Yeah, it's so arduous, Nick. It's so arduous. It's so people should send me as many super chats as they send Nick. I feel like
Let me
he has
take a
more
look.
food.
Let's
That's
see
fine.
what we got here.
That's fine.
I'm like losing
I'm
my
not
voice.
bitter.
Doing the show 5 days a week, I got to start taking care of my voice or it's going to go.
Yeah, he's getting older. Yep.
By the end of the week, I was a struggle, you know?
It's over.
And I've been fired up too. I'm yelling every night. So my voice
It's
really
over.
puts strain on my voice. The good thing is I don't talk throughout the day, you know? I don't talk to anybody. I really only talk for 2 hours a day and then I go back to being silent all the time. So
That's true.
All right. So maybe it's not so bad.
CC GROYPER sent $10. Lock TFN. Buying a shitty PC from Walmart. Expect big things from your top guy 07.
Let's go. That's so funny. He's getting a computer just for the GROYPER war. Love to see
Kingdom
it.
GROYPER sent $5. Isn't it strange that after you declared your GROYPER war, all these right-wing pages start giving their criticisms of Trump after
Yep.
attacking you for months, calling you a
Yep.
fraud? It's
Yep.
like you said, even if we succeed, we won't take the credit
True.
for it.
Yeah, isn't that so funny? Now suddenly Tim Pool, Ashley St.
Yes!
Clair, Laura Loomer.
Yes!
Now they're all given permission to criticize the Trump campaign. Surprise, surprise. Look, I'm a leader. Everybody always criticizes me and they say, you're not a leader. You do things that are unpopular. Being a leader means being first. It means getting up alone first and bringing people with you. Being a leader doesn't mean telling everybody what they want to hear and just being like a mouthpiece for popular sentiment. Being a leader means sometimes you have to stand alone. Sometimes you have to stand alone for a very long time. Sometimes you piss everybody off.
So true.
But that's being a leader. And I am a leader because I said it first. I said it first, boldly, loudly, uncompromisingly. I did it when it wasn't popular. I did it when everybody attacked me. And I didn't do it in an easy way either. I didn't say, oh, Zion Don. I said, no. The problem has not been solved. The personnel are still bad. You know, it's like with Michael Tracy. Michael Tracy's like, why don't you hate Trump? And I'm like, well, he's like, you know, aren't you a grifter? I'm like, no, it'd be easy to hate on Trump. It would be easy to do what you do and just be like a never Trumper, like, and you know, I thought it was a good interview. I'm not complaining, but to his point, he's like, why don't you just shit on Trump? I'm like, that would be easier. It would be far easier if I just said, no, I'm against Trump and I'm out of the whole thing. That would be cleaner, simpler, easier. So point is, I didn't even do it in the easiest way possible. I did it in the way that was the most truthful. So anyway. So yeah, I'll give myself the credit. No one will give me the credit. I'll give
I'll
myself
give you the credit,
credit.
Nick. It's fine.
Several monkeys sent $10. I was first introduced to you on J6 during your speech in front of the Bond. That
I have
shit
no
was
clout
sick.
though, so it doesn't
Also
matter if I give
booing
Nick
Israel
credit.
flags. Lost track of you until 10/7 and went out of my way to find what you had to say about it. Haven't missed a show since. 25. Pursuing doctorate. I
Wow.
donate when I can.
Once in the chat if you give Nick
Well, God
credit.
bless you, man. I'm proud of you. Good to hear from you. If you lost me, well, I was lost. I was in the wilderness for years. After everybody always says about January 6th, they're like, why didn't anything bad happen to you?
We give you credit, Nick.
A lot of bad things
Lots
happened
of
to me.
ones
I
in
got
my
banned
chat right
from
now. We
every
love
streaming
you.
platform that existed at the time. I remain banned from every credit card processor in the world. I remain banned from 5 or 6 banks, 2 airlines. I was on the federal no-fly list for a year. I missed funerals of my friends. I missed weddings and births of my friends and their children. They froze $500,000 of me. My credit score went down 300 points because I was fucking broke. I couldn't even talk about it because I was under investigation. I had to go. The day that I found out I had literally no money, I had to go on my show and put on a happy face and do the show. I was betrayed by all my closest friends.
I would never do that.
For years, I made no money.
Unless he
for
fucked
a
me
year and a
over.
half, I made $0. I lost status,
never do that.
prestige. People made fun of me. So, like my reputation was destroyed. So everybody says, oh, nothing bad happened to you after January 6th. No, everything bad happened to me. Everything other than getting charged.
Yeah.
And by the way, people say, well, why weren't you charged? Did you take a
Because
deal?
he didn't do anything wrong.
What kind of a deal? A plea deal? You need to be charged to make a
He
plea
didn't do
deal.
anything wrong.
Genius. People did snitch on January 6th. On January 6th. Snicks. People did snitch on January 6th. You want to know who snitched? The people that got charged. Obviously. That's how they get you.
Exactly.
Brandon Straka got charged. He was the biggest snitch out of all of them.
Yes,
they
he
reduced his
was.
sentence. That's how it works. He
Yep.
made a plea deal.
True.
He cooperated in exchange for a lighter sentence. It's well known. Brand. Why does nobody talk about that? People say you're a Fed. You didn't get charged. That's how you know I'm not.
I repent.
Brandon Straka was the biggest snitch out of everybody in January 6th.
Yep.
And he got
True.
charged. That's how they got him to snitch.
Yep.
Baked Alaska took a deal. And they told him, if you don't cooperate, we will bring a felony against you. And he cooperated. And even the TR Sarter, Tristan, who got charged recently, if you read the charging documents, statement of facts, he got snitched on by people that were charged. They identified him. They identified him because of his clothes.
About Brandon,
which is kind of
so
funny.
many feelings.
It's horrible, but it's kind of funny. It's like
months, I have so many feelings.
January 6th surveillance footage. There's like a guy in a top hat. It's like a guy in a top hat,
and not in a good
and
way.
Pocket watch and a 3-piece suit, but he's wearing a mask. Who could that possibly be? How did they get him? How did they get him? There's like a video of him on January 6th with like an Abraham Lincoln stovepipe hat, giant top hat. He's got a monocle on and he's got a pocket watch. How did they get him? He was wearing a mask, So they identified him because of the clothes. But if you read the statement of facts, they said that the FBI interviewed 3 people that were charged, people that trespassed and were charged. And what do you think happens? They arrest you because they're charging you, and then they interview you, and they interrogate you, and then they go to your lawyer and they say, thank God, I never talked to I never got interviewed. I never got a visit.
I got interviewed.
I testified as much in my deposition on the January 6th committee.
I got interviewed.
So anyway, that's the thing
But it
that
was
I'm
only 2
seeing all the
questions.
time now. Everyone's like, you're a Fed. You weren't charged on January 6th. People don't even know how that works. But anyway, enough about me. But hey, it's good to hear from you. Yeah, so a lot of shit did happen to me in the intervening 3 years. It's been a really, really tough go. But by the grace of God, I'm still here.
Brandon
Honestly, I
has
legitimately
a
thank
lot
God.
of karma
I would not
to
have gotten
repent
through
for.
that
I'll
without
say
God,
that.
without
That asshole.
really leaning on my faith, because it was
who I
impossible
once
for a long
considered him
time.
like a brother.
But hey, I'm good.
That
I'm
asshole
glad to
has
hear from
a
you. I'm
lot
proud of you. Good for you.
fucking karma.
Pursuing a doctorate. God bless.
And
I still
karma
have
will
that
be
like
his
immigrant
punishment.
gene
Karma will be
where
his
somebody says they're like pursuing an advanced degree, and I'm like, oh, I'm so proud of you. Good for you. You know, so it's something about being an American ethnic. You'll always glaze the credentials, you know, you'll always be a glazer for the credentials. But hey, good for you, man. God bless you.
David L. sent $100. The energy on your previous show was off the scale. Yeah, you're a plant, from God himself, and the only one that can write the trajectory
True.
of the USA. Godspeed. Christ is king. Much love from Australia. Regards,
Hey,
your loyal army of kangaroos.
Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Yes, I am a plant for God. I don't know. Let's not call me a plant for anybody. Let's just say I'm like a soldier of God. But yeah, I see what you mean.
Coastside 689 sent
Whoa!
$689 for the War Chest LFG.
Huge super chat.
Wow.
07s. Thank you so much.
I always
Coastside
feel so cheap when I
689.
super chat, Nick, but
Everybody, let's get an 07
I'm
in the
not
chat
spending
for one
hundreds
of
of
the
dollars unless there's a good reason.
arsenal of the Groyper Army. Coastside 689. God
I have
bless you,
yards
man.
to
Thank you very
buy.
much. It helps. I will put it to good use. I will put it to good use. We are opening up the war chest. We are raining down hell on the neocons. So thank you very much, man. God bless you. Everybody's contributing in some way. We got
you guys give me $200.
developers, graphic designers, editors, people just making Twitter accounts, clippers.
My super chatters
And we got
are
the
lacking.
big money. And we got the
It's all
the
right.
big money
Don't worry about
wages.
it.
We got
It's fine.
the rich.
Sign up for my
So thanks a
Substack.
lot,
It's
man.
fine.
I
That's
appreciate
better
it.
anyway.
Groyper Spool sent $5. Special edition AF hats for the
Yes,
occasion.
that's a great idea. Yes.
Be careful.
Yes.
Pretty Fly
Coming
White Bear
soon.
sent $5.
Yes.
388. Got a
Oh, that was
PragerU
very
YouTube
sexual,
ad
wasn't it?
today about the
Oh,
Israel's
no one
wars.
clipped that.
Quoting from the video, when Christians kill Muslims, Jews are blamed.
Wow.
Oh gosh, Drake.
That's crazy. I'll have to watch that video. That's so on the nose.
Groyper Spool sent $5.
No pun intended.
Happy Friday, Nick. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy it. Lots to do come Monday, Smile X. So.
Yes, it's going to be a
Good
lot.
Cushion Alcohol sent $9. The one time I skip a stream and we go DEFCON 3. War on
Desi,
Susie
he
Wiles,
likes
war on
roasted
Chris Lachie,
cheese.
Vita, war
All
on
right, well,
JD
I
Vance, and
qualify.
war on any fag with a laser eyes PFP.
He can call me
Sick, God
doctor
bless
and
you, Nick.
everything.
Thank you, man. Yes, it's a war.
Vatican First sent $5. America First has encouraged American destabilization and world repolarization for years, yet feared the consequent American involvement in war. Well,
All right.
get your camo hats on.
Do I dare do
boys.
a fourth
That's
beer?
how a liberalism works.
Really?
Groyper War 2 is
Really?
futile.
I'm gonna be
You did
hungover
this?
tomorrow. It'll be fine.
No, I didn't do this. How did I make Trump promise to staple green cards to diplomas? So you're just a fucking idiot. we chastised, we made Charlie Kirk drop that policy. Charlie Kirk was pushing that like everybody. We brought that to attention. Tucker disavowed it. And then Charlie retracted it. So no, actually, we didn't make Silicon Valley bribe Trump to advocate for green cards for foreign
This is
students.
a dessert
And as
beer.
far as destabilization,
Probably.
that's because we're stretched too thin.
Probably
We're stretched too thin
true.
because of neocons, because they stopped calculating. There is nothing about what is happening that is inevitable. If we pursued a restrained American foreign policy, and if we restrained Israel, none of this would be happening right now. None of it.
True.
There would be, you want to know why? There'd be no war in Ukraine because Yanukovych would have never been overthrown. That's one. There would be no war right now in Gaza because we would not be boxing Iran out by bringing the Gulf and Israel into an alliance. The only thing that we might have to worry about is Taiwan. We would have been pivoting to Asia, but it is these neocons that are dragging us back into these other theaters that have no strategic value. We're fighting in Ukraine. Why? Ukraine is part of Russia. What do we hope to achieve there? It's too aggressive. Russia's not expansionist. They're not trying to take over Poland. We tried to flip Ukraine. Ukraine was in the same boat as like Belarus and Kazakhstan. We tried to overturn the status quo. We're the revisionist power, at least in the Eastern European theater. So that should have never happened. And by the way, it's not even just about Ukraine. It's also about missiles. There were ample opportunities to de-escalate this. Trump started sending lethal aid to Ukraine in their war against Donbass. Trump pulled out of the intermediate range nuclear forces agreement. Trump declined to negotiate with Putin on missile defense because, we pulled out of the INF treaty to defend against China. Putin said, I understand, but can we negotiate a moratorium on missiles for Europe? In other words, we'll keep it for Europe, but you can withdraw from it for Asia. Trump said no, wouldn't even meet with them. Happened in 2020, happened again in 2021 under Biden. Putin said, we're going in. They assembled 250,000 troops around Ukraine. The Biden administration said, yeah, they won't. Zelensky at the Munich Security Conference in February 22 said, well, if the Budapest memorandum won't be recognized, then we'll get a nuclear arsenal. You're fucking insane. You can't say that. You can't say that when you're surrounded. That's hubris. And it goes back further than that. And the same thing is true in the Middle East. This has been brewing for a long time. Why would we give Saudi Arabia a defense alliance? They're a radical Muslim theocracy. Why would we give Saudi Arabia a defensive pact? To make Israel happy?
Mm-hmm.
To box out Iran? I don't understand why we would be doing that. So, no, opposite.
Mr. Benjamin once sent $25. Your fucking robot voice reading super chats makes everyone sound like fucking weird sycophantic faggots.
Okay, grow up.
That was not
Tyler
nice.
Ventura sent
Come
$10.
on.
Trump's closing out in 16 talked about a failed
Why
and
would you
corrupt
do that?
political establishment
Why?
that had bled our nation dry. It was a scorching of globalism. Now we have tax cuts.
Yep.
It still has 8 million views on YouTube. Called Trump's argument for America. If he gets back to that, he wins. There's still time.
Yep. The rhetoric, remember what he used to say? He used to say, the American dream is dead. But if I get elected, it was so like, it was a change election. And now it's literally a raffle. It's a sell-off. Tax cuts for corporations, tax cuts on Social Security, no tax on tips, legalize pot.
I don't want taxes
let
on
Bitcoin
tax.
do whatever they want.
I want
And I'm like
legalized
pro
pot.
Bitcoin and stuff, but it's literally just to give me. We'll have a
Some of them
libertarian
are
in my
okay.
administration.
Not a real one.
We're going to give all the foreign visas
Not
to
a real
Silicon Valley that
libertarian.
they want. It's a giveaway. The
RFK
whole
is
thing's a
not a
giveaway.
libertarian.
Mr. Benjamin once sent $10. This isn't to all grow-uppers, but
Where's
it's
the
to a lot
chat?
of you. Stop sending these fucking gay, try hard, pick me super chats.
Yeah, true.
You sound like fucking faggots.
Okay. Don't talk to them. Talk to me.
Cassid Commander sent $10. What they haven't considered is that years of evolutionary development has given us white men a leg up on them. We will not go down without a fight, and when boxed into a corner we outperform the opposition on every occasion. This time everything is for keeps and they know it. Total
Yep.
GROYPER WAR.
It's true. GROYPER WAR.
4chan GROYPER sent $5. What are our top 3 Fallout factions? Love you, Nick. So awesome sauce.
Awesome.
Fallout factions. No.
Zigzag GROYPER sent $5. It's Dark Maga season.
Yes, it is. Dark
Sabian sent
GROYPER.
$10. All black attire opium Maga GROYPER WAR fit.
That might be a little too
Silver
fashy.
Nitrate sent $100. No message.
Thank you for the big super chat. No message, even
I
better.
love Pope Francis sent
We love
$10. Exodus 8:4. And the frogs shall come into thee and to thy people, and to all thy servants.
Yes, the frogs are back.
Noah Kirchner sent $5. I just groped myself.
Ooh.
Right.
Jaden MC Neal sent $5. Be honest with yourself. You are only angry
Is
about
this
the
the
Trump
real
campaign
guy?
because he disavowed you. You and your whole movement are cringe in 2024. Also, Milo got you fired from the Ye campaign.
Oh,
Turns out he was right about Ye and you weren't.
Jaden, so
I don't think that's the real guy. He would never do that because he's always.
Coping.
Last time we got on a call, it didn't go so well for him. The Trump campaign never disavowed me. So, source?
Jade.
Trump campaign never disavowed me, and I never got fired. But Milo got fired. I never got fired. Find me one source. I could show you evidence I wasn't fired. But with regard to the Trump campaign, I've said it so many times, I'm sick of saying it. And I don't know how people that are for Trump even defend it. We'll lay it out on Monday again. But it's like, what is America First about? What does it mean? Ostensibly, during the first GROYPER war, we had
Jaden
three
is
big
so
concerns.
pathetic. I really do mean
Everyone
that.
knows
Like,
this.
Jaden,
One,
like, I
we
can
said Con
understand
Inc. was
seething
too in
for a
favor
little
of
while,
legal immigration.
but
Two,
Jaden is
we said
seething a
Con
year
Inc.
and a half
was
later.
too in favor of social liberalism,
Jaden's
particularly
gotta get the
homosexuality.
fuck over it.
Three, we
I don't
said
get it.
that it's too pro-Israel.
I mean, really?
Trump's campaign has failed every single one of those tests. So by our own three-pillar approach, that's what the original GROYPER war was about. The original GROYPER war.
Imagine building an entire persona around hating someone. Jaden, get a fucking life.
Had for Con Inc. in 2019, Trump is failing all of them. On immigration, Trump said staple green cards to diplomas. That's what Charlie Kirk said. That's basically what it was about 5 years ago. He said,
this is why Nick and I get along and we understand each other, because Nick and I trigger people and it goes on for years. I have people who've been stalking me for 3.5 years. When Nick and I trigger people, it never stops. They obsess about us for the rest of their lives. This is why we might not agree on everything, but we understand each other on some subliminal level.
They said we're going to do E-Verify, which is never going to happen. Even in Florida where they have it, there's loads of exceptions. They might as well not have it. And they said they're going to prioritize violent offenders. Trump had fewer deportations than Obama. Both people that were turned away at the border and people that were removed from the interior.
Almost 2.5 years then.
So fail,
Jesus
epic
Christ.
fail on immigration.
Jesus
Two,
Christ.
on foreign policy, Trump is promising to bomb Iran. Trump is promising to punch Iran hard. That is exactly what Israel wants. Trump is getting $100 million for Miriam Adelson. He's being supported by Bill Ackman and Jacob Hellberg and other left-wing Jews on the premise that he will support Israel. He said they're going to crack down on anti-Semitism. They're going to deport pro-Palestinian protesters. So he's, as everyone knows, an Israel shill. Three, and he's going to hire Nikki Haley and Rick Grinnell. They're both neocons.
Yep.
Three, on the social issues, he's let the log cabin Republicans in Mar-a-Lago. He has people at the convention saying that it's okay if you're gay or straight. He had Amber Rose, a porn star, at the RNC with their face tattoo. And he personally intervened to take gay marriage out of the Republican platform. Supporting traditional marriage between a man and a woman has been in the platform for
My B, we're back. Sorry. I hit a button. Sorry. I hit a
they're
button.
supporting
Sorry.
IVF.
Sorry. I've had
Any
3
way you
years,
cut
okay?
it, it's not living up to the GROYPER standard. And back in
Sorry.
2016, it's not living up to Trump's standard. The 3 pillars of Trumpism were trade protection and industrial policy, although they didn't call it that back then. Foreign policy, non-intervention, or
We're back.
America First, and no immigration. Failed on all 3. Same thing. He doesn't even talk about trade anymore. He's not talking about an investment in advanced manufacturing. He's not talking about reshoring. He's not talking about industry. He's talking about tax cuts and deregulation, which furthers financialization, which is killing our country.
I'm sorry.
You know, but my critics don't know anything
repent.
about any of this.
It's my fault. It's okay.
He's not advancing a coherent trade policy. Honestly, Biden was better on trade. Biden was better on trade. You know, and there's a forthcoming book by Ian Fletcher. I read it. I got an advanced copy. There's a forthcoming book by Ian Fletcher about trade, and it goes into all the trade policy. I recommend when it comes out, people should get it. Biden was better on trade than Trump. You know, and Trump maybe broke the free trade consensus or whatever, but Biden had more follow through with the CHIPS Act, the bipartisan infrastructure law. So it's not there on trade. On non-intervention, it's not there either. Like I said, he's not even talking about bringing the troops home. If anything, he's criticizing Biden for ending the war in Afghanistan, which is something he was supposed to do. And then lastly, on immigration, well, we already covered that with the GROYPER war. So no, it's got nothing to do. Look, it's not personal. I love Trump. I said that to everything I'm telling you now. I said to Trump at the dinner. I went to the dinner. Trump loved me. Trump, when he moved past Jamar, he shook my hand. He said, you know, great meeting you. You're really something, Baba. He loved me at the dinner. And I told him, look, I love you. You're a great American. I said, but we're not here for the GOP. We're here for you. I said, you got to get rid of Ronna McDaniel. You got to get rid of Kevin McCarthy. And Ronna McDaniel was deposed. And, you know, McCarthy, honestly, no thanks to Trump, got thrown out. And that was before he was even the speaker. But I said, look, we're not here for the GOP. We're here for you. I said the same thing to him. So it's nothing personal. If he disavows me, I'm not going to get mad. If he says, oh, I don't like Nick, I would never get mad. I would never say, oh, you know, boo Trump or anything like that. I love these guys. I love Trump. I love Ye. And what do you call it? Look, it's nothing personal. I'm not a personal guy. Okay. It's all about the business, but thanks for the money. But thank you for the money. We're putting down a down payment on the rent you owe me.
Laughing.
Well, we'll call that a down payment on the rent you owe me from
Laughing
all
Buddha
the years
sent
of being a
$5.
freeloader.
We stand at Armageddon, and we battle for the Lord. Theodore Roosevelt.
We do. It feels like that lately, right?
Chad Champion sent $5. Hey Nick, top GROYPER General here. Does Qatar and Iran pay us every week starting Monday, or is it a 1st and 15th thing?
So we're going to be paid by Qatar on the 1st and 15th of every month.
I want to be paid by
They're going to be cutting
Qatar.
us a check from their sovereign wealth fund.
When am I going to be paid by Qatar?
Yeah, so no, kidding, jokes, of course. Yeah,
I'm not
wish,
joking.
Right? You have literal paid
I would take their
chills.
money.
They're getting paid by Influenceable. I have the receipts. Don't make me post them.
I want to
They're
get
getting
paid for
hundreds
this.
and hundreds
What
of
the
dollars,
fuck?
sometimes thousands of dollars to shill for Trump. All that shit about like when they said, oh, well, we're just clarifying that Project 2025 isn't part of the Trump campaign. It's Agenda 47. That was literally a paid op. They were paying people to say that. I have the receipts.
Duh.
Grimaldus sent $10.
Everything's a paid
Nick,
op.
replay gang tonight. But since your call to action, we have raided the Boomer Echo Chamber of Truth Social. We are winning hearts and minds. We are spreading digestible propaganda to boomers. With hashtag #FireLawCV to trending. Would you say
What
it
is
would be
their
effective to
website?
start a hashtag
What's their
#HireMC
URL?
tag or no?
I'll totally sign up for it.
and we
I'm not
shouldn't do
even
that
joking.
because
I wouldn't do anything nefarious.
you know there would be a guilt by association thing. If we started to push somebody,
I want to see what they're
that person would get
doing.
nuked. You know, so we really are just like, what we can do is we can stir up drama, but if the minute that we endorse somebody, that person is going to be taken out of the running, because then they're going to say, oh,
Yeah.
that's the GROYPER guy. So,
True. No,
we don't want to do
endorsements.
that. So let's refrain from
Adrian
that.
Morel sent $5. 07.
Thank you.
Texas GROYPER sent $5. You said we need to be optical on Truth Social. Does that also apply to X? Should we try as hard as possible to not get suspended? Nothing
Yes.
unoptical like posting H or grape jokes?
Oh,
Yes. Yeah. And we'll
I
be
was
putting
liking
out some
talking about
guidance on
Hitler,
that
though.
next week. But
No!
yeah, optics are key.
I want to talk about
They're
Hitler,
critical.
though.
Sent $10.
What the
You're not a
fuck?
villain, Nick. You're an anti-hero.
You're right. You're right. That is actually more apropos. I am the anti-hero. I'm like Walter White. I'm like
Yep.
like that Taylor Swift song. Must be exhausting, always rooting for the anti-hero, isn't it?
Exactly.
I am an anti-hero. That's so me.
Richard Lyman sent $100. Our
See?
respected leader,
Mhm.
Nick Fuentes, is worthy of every praise and honor, and his detractors are worthy only of contempt, and worse. For Chris Las Evita and the enemies of the Trump revolution,
I'm
consignment
still
to
going
a
to talk
life
about
of
Hitler
poverty
on
and
Twitter,
obscurity
though.
would be a merciful
You
outcome.
can't stop me, Nick.
Thanks for the big super chat. It's true. It's true. It would be merciful. They should be exiled. They should be ostracized.
Isabella sent $20. No message.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss.
Zigzag
Thank you,
Groyper
Missy.
sent $20. I really think we can turn the tide with this. The Groyper War.
Well,
Let's
let's
save
see.
Trump.
Let's see what we can do.
Kenneth the Manath sent $5. Nick,
Exactly.
I'm 7 years older
I'm
than
not a
you, but I
Groyper.
look
I
up
can
to
still
you.
talk about Hitler.
I have 2 sons and I hope they grow up to be like you someday. You're an inspiration and you should be running the country. I'll be helping any way I can
I
in
just
this
want to piss
Groyper
people
War.
off. I don't actually
America
even care about
First
Hitler. I just
07.
want to piss people
Hey,
off.
thank you, man. God bless. Love to hear it. I love the Groypers with families because that's what we
sent
need. We need to
$25.
multiply.
Groyper War bitch, it's on site.
On site, bitch.
Pali Pastrami sent $6.
Okay, thank you for that.
Unforgettable Fire sent $50. The 19th Amendment must be stopped as it's allowing Kamala to unleash a wave of tampons soaking up all sensibility.
Oh, for fuck's
It's purely vaginal.
sake.
The pussy is grabbing Trump.
It's true. We need to put women in check.
Only Groyp sent $5.
No e-girls ever,
I love,
not
love,
even
love
one.
Nick Fuentes.
Thanks.
Groyper sent $5. If you don't like how the table is set, turn over the table.
It's what
Frank
you have to
Underwood.
do. Look, it's just 101. They hate when people play politics, but we have to play politics. They want us to just shut up and vote. Yeah, shutting up and voting for the GOP, not really working out. The only thing that we can do is the unthinkable. You know, why is it? They're like, everyone wants you to vote. When you start to say, yeah, I'm a Republican, I think I'm not going to vote. Then they freak out. Fed, plant, you can't, you have to vote for Republicans. You have to vote for Republicans every time. You have to vote for Republicans every time, no matter what.
It's going to
Like,
start
whoa,
after the
well,
RN.
I
or
think I
after the
found out what we
DNC.
have to do now.
So after I cover the convention, it's going to be
They
the
want
week
you to
after.
play the game.
Nick Fuentes sent $20. Together they will be like warriors in battle, trampling their enemy into the mud of the streets.
Also,
They will fight because the Lord is with.
I need someone to teach me how to use OBS. Can anyone teach me how to use OBS? Because I want to use OBS and I want to do this thing where they do the talk over the stream, but I don't know how to do that because I'm old and I'm a girl. Can someone help me? Please, can a Groyper help me? I'm just saying.
I still like you though, and I'm ready for Waniga. Fuck you, Mala.
And you're still broke? You have $5? I have 2 Rolexes. Here's $5.
She can help. Maybe I'll ask him. He's
Talk
busy
is
though.
cheap. Let's see some dough then. You dropped $240 at Ralph Lauren and he give me $5. Let's see it. Cough it up, rich guy. Cough it up, big shot. It's so funny. People always pretend to be rich. Then they don't give you money. It's like, okay, so you're really
Nick
not
Fuentes
that
sent
rich.
$5. I'm glad you were their villain and a hero.
I used to be, and now I'm not.
Anti-hero. I'm changing it.
Cookie Baking Granny sent $100.
We got
this
him!
Granny is no meme
We
warrior,
got him!
but I'm down with the
I
America
win!
First
I
cause.
win! Nick
I'm
is
happy
the
to help
anti-hero.
support our
I
troops.
win! That was me.
Godspeed and
That
God
was
bless
me.
you and
Nick,
the
listen to me.
Groypers. Nick.
I'm just saying.
We just need
Listen
some
to me.
cookies, Grandma. Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. We love you. I love the I really have a
Beardson,
soft
that's
spot
a good idea.
for
I should ask Beardson.
the grandmas. Love the older women. You know, I trash women a lot. It does not apply to older women. I love older women.
I'm not old.
Pause. No, but I love
I'm
like the
not
grandmas. So
old.
hey, we love you. Don't worry, Grandma. We're gonna make you proud. We'll fight. We just need some cookies.
Yeah,
okay?
we're gonna watch those. It's on
We
the
just
list.
need some
No,
oatmeal
don't
chocolate
worry.
chips.
Don't worry, we're gonna watch those.
My mom never bakes me cookies. Can you believe it?
I'll bake
I'm gonna
Nick
put her on
cookies.
blast a little bit.
I'll bake Nick cookies.
She's always making cookies for baby showers, weddings. I'm gonna I'm your son. You can't make me cookies.
I'm gonna send Nick cookies for his birthday. It's gonna happen. I swear.
Homemade cookies. Me, I get the ones out of the can. I get the ones out of the thing.
I'm gonna make Nick.
So
cookies.
I gotta remind my mom to make me some
Okay.
cookies. Remind me to
Thank
remind my mom to
you.
make me some cookies.
I appreciate it.
I'm your son. I'm your son. You don't even make me cookies. I'm hardcore guilt trip. She's gonna see this and actually get upset.
Oh, I found
so I'm
it.
kidding.
Thank you.
I love this hardcore. Isn't it the best thing when you guilt trip your mom?
I'm gonna make Nick cookies. It's gonna be great.
No, that is terrible. We shouldn't do that. But I do want some cookies.
I'll do it.
But you know that if you ask
I'll
for
do it.
them, she'll say no. But if you say,
I'll
I'm
do
your
it.
son, then she'll bake the cookies. She'll bake 6 million cookies.
No one tell
Russell
him.
sent
It's
$10.
gonna be a
Do you
surprise.
think Trump will sit up and say, hey,
I'm just
I know this guy?
He might.
Chad Champion sent $5. Does this mean I get my badge back?
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Oh!
You're back on the force, you son of a bitch.
Chad Champion
Don't make me regret this.
for the win.
No, but we're calling on you. We need the best. We need the best on the force. Damn it. Get me Chad Champion, you son of a bitch.
True. He is the best.
You son of a bitch. You're back on the force. And don't make me regret this. I got to get the mustache back for that bit.
GROYPER winner sent $5.
Please.
Can I still cold post on Twitter or do I need to lock in?
It depends on how, like, is it real call or is it like ironic?
Hometown GROYPER sent $100. Hi, Nick. Wasn't around for GROYPER War 1, but I'm excited for number 2. You are my political hero. I don't think I'd get motivated for any other political figure but you. Nobody else tells it like you do. You are super sugoi. Keep it up. I'm with you all the
Rawr.
way. Rawr. Please
Rawr.
notice me, senpai.
Rar. 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 XD. Hey, thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. We're back. We're back, bitch. You might have not been around for GROYPER War number 1. We're drafting you for number 2. So suit up, bitch. Hey, bitch, suit up. Time for a total GROYPER victory. No, but thanks for the super chat. It's true. It's just me. It's like me and Trump are the two political forces in the GOP.
True.
And it's about to go head to head.
Elosa sent $100.
It is.
I'd wish you good luck, but you wouldn't know what to do with it if you got it.
It's so
And to
punk
answer your
rock.
question,
That's why I
pal,
love this. It's
why
so-
am I here?
GROYPERs
I
are
came
punk
here because
rock.
America first
For
asked me to.
real.
They asked me for a favor.
Who would have
I
ever
said,
thought?
the real favor. Follow my advice and fire
GROYPERs
your ass
are the
because a
most
loser
punk
is a loser.
movement in America right
Nicolas
now.
Evita and Wiles.
Well
Glengarry
done.
Glen Ross.
Well done. I love that movie. Thanks for the big super chat. I appreciate it. I'm here from downtown. I'm here from America First. And I'm here on a mission of mercy. Your name's La Savita. You call yourself an advisor, you son of a bitch. That's me.
Hail Mike
Thanks
sent
for the big
$5.
super chat.
Law
I
Civita
appreciate it.
abolished the RNC ground plan in favor of various private organizations who would get the money instead.
He's a
But
piece
there's
of
no
shit.
ground game and the money is gone.
Yep.
Funny how that happens.
Thief.
If only someone could find out who got it.
He's a thief. He's a thief and a
Edible
crook
Food
and
Breeze
a
sent
liar.
$10. Long-time
So
viewer,
true.
first-time super chatter. I am activated.
Welcome. Welcome to the fight.
Lean
Time to
Doer sent
enlist.
$5. Hee hee ha ha as the child did. Without the rope. Then fear will find you again.
I don't know what that means.
Chad 1142 sent $10. Joaquin Phoenix drops out of gay romance movie 5 days before filming, leaving the crew out of work with losses that could exceed 7 figures. Lowell based.
Joker. Joker 2.
Kyle Miller
I
sent
can't
$10.
wait for Joker 2.
Cute
Who's
sweater
excited
Nikki.
for Joker
I have
2?
a question about Jewish intelligence. Some guy on X made the claim Jewish people run America because they are the highest IQ race. What do you think of this analogy?
That's not an analogy. Do you know what an analogy is? That's not an analogy. It's not even a rhetorical device or a literary device. We've talked about that a million times. Jews are not the smartest group. Ron Unz did a big article about this. It's called The Myth of American Meritocracy. It's because they use mafia tactics. the ADL's got nothing to do with IQ. Okay. Running all the banks has nothing to do with IQ.
Last time sent $25. Yesterday the GROYPERs fell out of the coconut tree. We will be unburdened by the campaign that has been.
It's time to exist in the context of everything in which we live and what came before.
Nuclear GROYPER sent $100.
We're providing
Nuke
context.
GROYPER has joined the ranks. You've changed my life by introducing me to Jesus. Have partaken in the Eucharist the last 3 weeks and have resisted sin the best I can. I feel so much better and look forward to my baptism. God
Dude.
bless you, Nick, and may the GROYPERs help you save Trump in America.
No, stop immediately. You cannot take the Eucharist if you're not Catholic. Stop immediately. That is a mortal sin.
Oh,
Let's just stop that. You need to get baptized and you need to get confirmed first.
Tongue. Why would you do
Okay, you need to go through
Why would
the
you
catechism.
even say that?
Then you can take
Why?
the Eucharist. Until then, it is a grave sin. Do not do that, okay? I mean, listen, like the energy, like I'm glad you're interested. It's a good thing, you know, but you need to go through catechism before you can take the Eucharist. I don't know who didn't tell you that, but don't do, oh, I'm resisting the best I can. Yeah, that's not good enough. You're like going to hell if you do that. Oh, I'm in a state of mortal sin and I'm not Catholic and I'm not baptized. Yeah, you cannot do that, okay? Thanks for the big super chat, but do not do that anymore. Stop doing that. Talk to your parish.
My computer is very high end.
Only
My
then
computer can
you get
handle
the
this. I
Eucharist,
promise
and
you.
have to
I
be in
just
a
need
state
someone
of
to help me
grace,
set it
okay?
up.
That goes for everybody. All right. Gotta play
ASAP
by the
GROYPER sent
rules.
$177. GROYPER grunt standing by
Whoa! Thanks for the big super chat, 07. We appreciate it, buddy. ASAP GROYPER, we're calling upon you. We are calling upon
Josh
you.
Gonzalez sent $5. Fist in the air like Trump should be the new salute.
Nah, it's too black.
Danny Bohr sent $5. If you are pro-Trump, you are a Democrat plan to make Trump look bad. If you are anti-Trump, you are a plan to make Trump look bad.
Right? If I'm at the dinner, isn't that so funny? When I'm at the dinner, oh, you're only with Trump to make him look bad. When I go to war against Trump, you're going to war against Trump because you're a Democrat. It's like, okay, so what can I do? What can I do?
Nothing.
If I'm at January 6th, I'm a Fed. If I discourage people from rioting in the UK, I'm also a Fed.
Yep, true.
If I don't tell people I got my money frozen and I'm under FBI investigation, I'm a Fed. If I don't tell people I got the money back and there's no investigation, then I'm also a Fed. If I'm pro-Trump, I'm a Fed. If I'm anti-Trump, I'm a Fed.
Yep.
So,
true.
like, what can I do
Nothing.
to make it? And that's when you realize it's a bad faith attack at the end of the day.
Ding.
They're pro-Jewish.
Lobotomized GROYPER
Yep.
They're
sent $5.
Jewish.
Hashtag hire John MCNT.
No.
Anglo Zoomer sent $5. Iran may have not backed down from retaliation. Lots of U.S. officials still say Iran is moving assets in preparation to retaliate. Iran may be dragging its feet to 1, gamble for a Gaza ceasefire, or 2, it's genuinely going to be a big response. Less than 3, Nick.
I disagree. I don't think it's going to be major. I think they're going to respond, but I don't think it's going to be major.
Disappointing at best.
Urkel
we said
AF sent
that.
$5. Standing back and standing by Nick. Kafefe.
Pepe.
Okay, great.
Musician GROYPER sent $5. Destiny's Kid, Nate, just agreed with me that Israel should fight its own wars in the Middle East. Future GROYPER? Love you, Nick. Hope you have a good weekend.
Wouldn't that be funny?
Is that his real account?
Yep.
Greekoid sent $5. Nothing ever happens, Chuds, we are winning.
Yeah, nothing ever happens. Chad's won. I hate to say it, but it's true.
Magnum GROYPER sent $10. On Monday, total GROYPER domination of the GOP begins. They can't stop America first.
True.
Devin DeGamer sent $5. Hey Nick, new viewer here. Love the show and everything you do. I have gastrointestinal issues and it's been really hard on my health. Any advice for a simpleton like myself? Love you.
Why did you ask a doctor? I'm not a doctor, so I don't know what
Based
to tell you.
Crochetter sent $5. Hey, Nick. I'll probably make America first. Israel last signs or something similar at my school's next Justice for Palestine rally.
Please do
Or
that.
create flyers
Yes.
/ stickers with some facts for the GROYPER war.
I agree.
This is motivating and you're a courageous man.
Yes.
Well, don't do that. Don't go to a Justice for Palestine rally. It's going to be all leftists. They're not going to receive you warmly. I've said it before. Make no mistake about it. If you go to a
Nick is not
pro-Palestine
wrong.
thing, they
He's
will
not
hate
wrong,
you.
okay?
And it's
He's
been
not
done
wrong.
before. You know, Greg Conti tried it years ago. It didn't work. So I would.
That doesn't mean you can't be subversive, Nick.
Good reception there.
Ukrainian
I'm only
gold
looking
for
out for you.
$5. Any
subversive!
thoughts on Kursk? Can this be used as a
Nick needs
leverage
to
in
talk to me,
negotiations?
for fuck's sake.
No, because I don't even
can
think the
teach
United
Nick how to
States
be
supports that.
subversive,
Because
to
it's not
reach
Anthony Ryu sent
viable.
$5.
I can teach
On
him
the bright
this.
side,
Why
MSNBC
won't he
said
talk
you
to
can
me?
read a
God
poll.
damn it.
Yeah, that was
No, I'm
funny.
just kidding. He
Good
does every
cushion
once in a while.
alcohol sent
But
$5. Mullah this, mullah that, mullah please.
Nick really should talk to me
Can a
about
mullah
this.
borrow
I know
a
how to
French
reach
fry?
leftists.
Mullah, is you gonna give it back?
I know how to do it. Someone needs to tell
Ukrainian
him.
Groy percent $5.
Talk
We
to
need
Carlin.
placeboing back.
She knows how to reach
Yeah, he
leftists.
was good.
Burner 1234 sent
I miss
$10.
him.
We're going to declare
There's
war
an
on you back as if
opportunity.
they haven't been fighting a war against
just
you and
saying.
growing
Yeah,
first for the
exactly.
past 7 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Anthony Ryu sent $5. Nick, my girl said you look cute
God.
today. Clean
Your
shaven.
Exactly.
07.
I like
My
coming up like,
girl said,
Nick,
what
let
are
me
you,
tell you what you
black?
need to know. All right. I'm going to
My
tell you.
girl.
I'm going to tell you.
My girl said.
I know you.
Thanks. Well, thank you,
I
though.
know you think you
Team
know
Jukesto
everything,
29
but you
Gaming
don't.
sent $20.
You don't.
Thoughts on Kamala scolding the Muslims in Michigan at her rally?
I love you.
It was kind of
but you
awesome.
don't know
That's how
everything.
I've been feeling lately when all these
I tell you.
Muslims are talking trash about Christians. I'm speaking now. All right. Yeah. An American is talking now. See, I kind of fucked with that.
American Nacho sent $10. I get it now.
Nacho.
Now here, take my money and keep making boomers uncomfortable. Also, Tim Pool is still unbearable, but he did troll RFK pretty good on accident today.
I didn't see that.
On accident. I
Pinesap
love
sent
that.
$10. Nick, I will give everything to support your fight to save the Trump campaign and see the triumph of Christ in our nation.
Yeah,
You have
but
always
it's
had
a,
and will
it's a
always have my
very
undying
specific
loyalty.
type of
Jesus
salute
Christ is King.
Thank you so much, man.
that they
God
may
bless
have
you.
Mossad
used
agent sent $100.
in
No
Rome.
message, nigga.
Thanks for the big super chat.
Also another place.
American
Nigga.
Nacho sent $5. I was at
Don't
J62
do
and
it.
didn't get charged. Everyone didn't get charged
Thank
just for
you.
being there. You had to go inside or do something stupid or be close to those who did the stupid shit.
Well, we've been over it a million times. There's like 5 categories of charges.
I
None of them
mean-
apply to me. People, it's like you either got charged for trespassing, fighting with the cops, vandalizing, or conspiracy charge if you're in a militia. I wasn't in the building. I didn't break anything. I didn't fight with the cops. I'm not in a militia. So people are like, I was not even close. I wasn't even on the steps, unlike Patrick Casey.
Okay.
Should I
Thank you for
post
the
that video?
clarification.
I wonder if you'd like
Alexander
that.
sent $10. Are you familiar with DTCC or the Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation? I have concerns about them. I think you might find them interesting.
Well, with regard to what?
Khaki Shorts Enthusiast sent $5. The real question this election, who is Richard Hanania voting for?
Yeah, I don't know.
Henu sent $5. I saw what you said about Canadian influence in your telegram. You are right, Canadians have to much.
They're just not American.
It's just a regular
That's all I
salute.
said.
Okay, nothing wrong with it. Everyone calm
I
down.
love Pope Francis sent $5. Copy the black MAGA hats, they go so hard.
I might. They are pretty sick, aren't they?
Stephen Nelson sent $5. When are you going to be a real man and buy a 90s JDM like the Mazda RX-7 FD? Are you still driving a Camaro or some other boomer slowmobile?
Okay, faggot.
John Doe sent $7. Favorite all-school assembly memory?
I never liked the all school assembly. It all sucked. Favorite all school, dude, the all school was just like, I don't know, lame.
The Quack sent $6. Ready to quack and die on your command.
Hey, thanks a lot, Quack. My man, my loyal.
Hal
No.
Bigelow sent $20.
Why?
You will be on Piers Morgan by Halloween.
Think so?
Why?
Maybe.
New Jersey
Why
Zoomer
are we
sent
even having this
$5.
conversation
First
right now?
super chat
Why?
here. I was one of those white guys who fell for the white guilt propaganda. Ironically, I got red-pilled by an Eastern Asian college friend telling me to stop embracing the wigger lol. By the way, that photo of you and Andrew Yang goes hard NGL.
Good. I'm glad you woke up.
Jose Gonzalez sent $5. JD Vance is such a try-hard beta male
See, the
loser.
Groypers are teaching.
Why is he
people.
always scrunching
I
his
love this.
eyebrows like that? Is he trying to
It's
appear
a
alpha
merger.
by
It's a
pretending he has
merger of
predator eyes?
communities. I
His
love
whole
this.
face is drowning in fat, so he got a beard to cover his terrible jawline.
Yeah, he looks like shit.
Brandon Paris sent $5. Hey Nick, just want to say we've got your back. Love you and thank you for never giving up.
Thank you.
Shum sent
Appreciate
$5.
it.
Nick
In
needs a
Lord of the
nap.
Rings, King Theoden's mind was
He's
corrupted
fading.
by the dark wizard
Oh
Saruman
no,
using
Nick
the
got up too
Palantir.
early. He hasn't had
Gandalf broke
he
the
hasn't
curse and
slept.
Theoden led them to victory.
Oh no.
Wow, maybe it's like Lord of the Rings then.
Farad had sent $5. The Alhambra decree ordered all Jews to leave Spain by July 31st, 1492. Columbus departed August 3rd, 1492, breeding Jews into the South American population. Your part Cohinquistador. Anna Franquismiero sent $10. Who owns Influence of Baal? And how did they start?
Ooh.
We're gonna do a deep
Dino
dive later
Ranger
on
sent
them.
$20.
Maybe.
I've had boomers on Truth Social say
All right,
things
I'll
like
be right
Trump
back.
has nothing to do with Project 2025, dumbass. Should we gently guide them along and ask them questions like Tenrio biggest fan sent $5. First super chat. Pray for the GROYPERs and for Trump. Pray for the defeat of the demonic forces that control our political system. God bless you, Nick.
Thank you.
Son sent $5. Should I start rizzing up the boomers on Truth Social? Will that get Trump's attention?
What are you talking
Richard
about?
Lyman sent $100. White people need to come before beaners and EBT monkeys.
Okay, let's not talk like that for the next 3 months, please. Thank you for the big super chat, though. I appreciate it. Are you fucking idiot? Like, just use your stupid fucking head.
$5. There's no heroes in this election, so we'll create one. And even hero needs his villain.
Okay.
Hashtag Groy.
Yeah, thank you.
BluesAFan91 sent $5. I was getting blackpilled, but your declaration of war has me so back. We are so back and we are going to change the country.
Yep.
Sabian sent $5. Am I eligible? Not yours sent $10. The Black Groyper here. I appreciate everything you do, Nick. You truly are a one of a kind. I showed my boomer MSNBC dad a show of yours and he's in the process of intense red pilling. Appreciated.
Awesome. W. We love black people.
8K
Thank you for the
Seeker
super
sent
chat.
$20. Post-war, who runs Trump's campaign?
I don't know. There's no. I don't want to endorse anybody.
X-Gunny sent $20.
Let's just take it
I'm
one
back.
step at a time, okay? Monday.
Yeah,
we'll
we're gonna be there. We're gonna
$20.
stream it.
It's crazy how delusional
gonna
the
be
Republican leadership is.
amazing.
At my local GOP, they kept talking like Kamala wasn't a threat as the Trump campaign was burning. When all hope was lost, she threw us a line.
It's true.
Pragmatic Culture sent $5. That book Supermob you recommended is crazy. Knowledge is power and you're a Super Saiyan God.
Yep,
Dean
good
Jutsto
book.
29 Gaming sent $15. Really sad that Trump destroyed one of the most prolific establishment Democrats 8 years ago,
Oh,
but Kamala
well.
fucking Harris just has him completely
You know.
neutered. Very clearly not on him.
He's not what they say
Aquarium
he is,
Grow
you know?
sent $10. Am I hearing old heads are coming out of retirement?
It seems so, yes.
Musician Growiper sent $5. Nathaniel Bonnell will host a Twitter space on that account tomorrow or Sunday debating with a handful of Growipers.
Maybe I'll join in. That'd be funny.
Park Ridge Growiper sent
Ooh.
$20. Firelot Chiavita. Hire NJF. Christ is King. America first.
Yes.
Sergey Lewis sent $20. No draft dodging 07.
Yes, everyone must join.
Real Human Being sent $100. In Deck 2019, Trump signed the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act into law through executive order. It uses the IRA's definition of anti-Semitism, which, among other things, condemns the New Testament as anti-Semitic. Now is the chance to criticize this. There is a Christian angle to take on this that regular people can get behind without seeming like neo-Nazi cooks like #ban the ADL.
Ban the L didn't seem like kooks. Terrible idea. Thanks for the big super chat, but terrible idea. It's convoluted. What does it have to do with the campaign? You're mixing it up. Just shut up. We'll address it all on Monday, okay? Let's not. I should have never fielded it to you people for ideas because you're all dumb. Let's make it about something else, and it's not like a thing that was good. No, ban the ADL was good.
He's so
dummy.
much meaner than I am.
New woman fan. Watch nightly. THX for waking me up to
No
Israel's
e-girls,
BS.
not even one.
Hey, W woman, thank you.
Polly Pocket Growiper sent $5. Sometimes I think about how cringe and awful BAPS orbiters are, then I remember Delicious Tacos wrote an entire book about pussy.
I don't even know who that is, but thank you.
Jason Clark sent $10. 07.
All right, thank you. Okay, that's the last super chat. Wow, a lot of super chats this week. Kind of driving me crazy. All right, that's going to do it for me tonight on the show. Get ready for Monday. It's going to be huge. We need all hands on deck on Monday.
Yes.
You need a
it's gonna be
True
so
Social, a
awesome.
Twitter, an email.
Yes.
And we're going to be live covering the Twitter space on Monday. And we're going to be all over True Social and Twitter and blowing up the email. So make sure you got that stuff ready to go. It's going to be the biggest thing we've ever done. But that's going to do it for me tonight. As always, remember to follow me here on Rumble. Leave a like and comment on the video.
They were shorter.
I'm on the air every Monday through Friday at 8 o'clock Central.
Or
thanks to our super
thereabouts.
chatters. Big special thanks to Co-Side, Richard Lyman, ASAP Groyper,
Thereabouts,
David L., Silver
Nick.
Nitrate, Cookie Baking Granny, Hopetown Groyper, El Oso, Nuclear Groyper, Mossad Agent, and Real Human Being. Thanks to all of them, all our super chatters, everybody that watches the show. We love you. I'll see you on Monday. Until then, have a great weekend. Have a great rest of your evening.
Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo.
All right.
It's going to be.
All right. Well, I've been streaming for 7 hours, and although I would love to finish the the Groyper War 1, it's not going to happen right now. Maybe it'll happen on Sunday. Maybe it'll even happen tomorrow. But right now, we're ending the stream because I'm pretty drunk. Because this is my 4th Imperial beer today, which means I've really had 8 beers. Or 6. Going on 8. Anyway, I want to thank everyone for joining me. I hope you guys had a good time. I am so excited for Groyper War. And remember, by the way, remember to follow me on Truth Social. I'm at Carlin on Truth Social, Karlyn. And let me put the link in the chat. And I will be following back everyone. Now, Truth Social is inhibiting my ability to follow people right now because I followed so many people back in the last 24 hours. But I will follow you back eventually. I promise. If you follow me on Truth Social, I will follow you back. Because this is going to be awesome. And I'm really excited. And I'm so excited for the Groypers. And I'm so excited for Nick. And I want to play you guys out with a song that I feel like is kind of fitting. It's from one of my favorite local bands called Prospect Hill. I have been listening to Prospect Hill for probably at least 10 years. And they're a local band out of Massachusetts. Actually, the singer lives in New Hampshire, not that far away from me, actually. And they're a great band, and they've got great music. And I've just had this song stuck in my head for like days. I've been listening to a lot of Prospect Hill lately. And they're still touring. They're still playing live shows. They're amazing live. And I just want to introduce everyone to Prospect Hill. They're going to play us out. But I will be back at 6 p.m. today, because it's Saturday, for Socialism Saturday. We've got a great show. We're going to be watching some streams on Red May. It's going to be awesome. We also have Bitchcraft tomorrow at 3 p.m. for my supporter community. And I will see you guys. I will see you guys then. And I hope you have a great rest of your night. Take care. We'll see you soon.
Far from home with a gun in your hand, your only friend in this foreign land. When you sleep, your eyes stay open. The hardest thing is not knowing when, knowing when. When the smoke and dust has cleared, their fearless patriot stands, covered in blood, sweat, and tears, keeping us safe away from across the shore, far from mom and dad, standing tall against the bad. Letters come, they get you thinking. The hardest thing is not knowing when, knowing when.
has cleared. Their fearless patriot stands, covered in blood, sweat, and tears, keeping us safe away from fear. Where the smoke and dust has cleared, there the fearless patriot stands, covered in blood, sweat, and tears, protecting the red, white, and blue. For everything you do, the red, white, and blue. We salute to you. When the smoke and dust has cleared, there fearless patriot stands, covered in blood, sweat, and tears, keeping us safe away from fear. When the smoke and dust has cleared,